Well, let's get back to the Rugby League Ashes. England and Australia, Wembley Stadium, Sharon Shortle.
Well, there's really not much to pick between these two sides in the opening stages. Still England 0, Australia 0. Both sides tackling well, both sides really trying to force their way forward when in possession, and both sides coming up with errors just as it looks like they might be able to find a crack in each other's defence. So still no score in this game, but my goodness me, Steve, it's tight. 21 minutes gone, Australia just making a break down the wing. England really need to scramble here if it's not going to be the first points, and it is. A try, and it's come from Australia, right beneath the post, more or less. A break from the wingman Mark Nawaqanitawase, and it's scored by Reece Walsh, the man of the moment. Australia then draw first blood. They lead England by 4 points to 0 with the kick to come.
And you can watch it right now on BBC One. Australia's women's football team also enjoying themselves so far this afternoon. They're winning 1-0 against Wales in Jess Fishlock's last game as an international footballer. You can watch that one on BBC iPlayer on Sports Extra 2. You can listen to commentary from the Prem as Bath take on Bristol. So to find Sports Extra 2, just head over to BBC Sounds. The other rugby this afternoon, Harlequins versus Newcastle, Exeter versus Gloucester, and Leicester versus Sale at 5:30. We're about to get underway in the Premier League then. Two commentaries, Newcastle versus Fulham. That will be on 5 Sports Extra. Lee Blakeman's there.
Fulham struggling, 3 straight defeats, but then so are Newcastle in the Premier League. 4 wins from 6 in all competitions, but just 2 league wins in 8. They both came here against Wolves and Forest, 2 teams currently in the bottom 3. So work to do for sure. Newcastle make 1 change from the team that started the win against Benfica. Joe Linton in for Jacob Ramsey, who drops to the bench. Fulham change 6. Castagna, Anderson, Cuenca, Kearney, Wilson and King all drop out. They're replaced by Tete, Bassi Lukic, Diop, Traore and Smith Rowe. And if you're trying to look into Fulham's problems, Steve, no player has scored more than once for them this season in the Premier League.
And you can listen to commentary right now if you head over to 5 Sports Extra with Rob Elliott and Conor McNamara.
Thank you very much, Steve. And here we are under immaculate blue skies at St James's Park. This is very much the sunny northeast today. The black and white of Newcastle gleaming beneath the Geordie glow. I'm Conor McNamara, alongside me Rob Elliott, who knows, of course, that this part of the world, the sun always shines, Rob.
No, we've had a good day for it today, haven't we? So hopefully the game matches the weather and the atmosphere.
Well, the teams have just come out. Fulham wearing their change kit all green. They look very Saint-Étienne down there as Newcastle fans twirl their big black and white flags in the air. A team that has only had 2 wins in the Premier League this season, but there have been signs how quickly Voltemala has settled in. Good results in the Champions League too. Signs that Newcastle are getting their act together.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the same for both teams, to be honest with you. Probably in a false position from performances. Fulham a top team with a top manager, and I suppose Newcastle having to get that balance right of European football and then also competing in the Premier League to make sure they're always playing European football.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra. The Premier League, one of 2 3 o'clock kickoffs today. We'll keep you up to date with scores as they come in up and down the land. Chelsea against Sunderland to begin quite shortly on 5 Live. If you'd prefer, you can listen to full commentary of that on our sister network. But here on Sports Extra, we are concentrating on Newcastle against Fulham. Newcastle, who were beaten at Brighton last Saturday. No Tonali today, he's on the bench. No Elanga in the starting team as Jacob Murphy is preferred. And Eddie Howe has gone with Nick Pope in goal. It's a back 4 of Kieran Trippier, Malik Chow, Sven Botman and Dan Burn. In midfield, Joe Linton, Bruno Guimaraes and Lewis Miley, still a teenager. Front 3, Jacob Murphy and Anthony Gordon either side of Voltemala, who has scored in 5 of his last 6 games for club and country. For Fulham, 6 changes for Marco Silva. They were beaten at home to Arsenal last Saturday. They didn't get a shot on target in that game, and he's very much pulled off a few plasters here with 6 changes, including 3 of the back 4. So Bernd Leno starts in goal, behind a defence of Kenny Tete at right back, Ryan Sessegnon on the left, Issa Diop and Calvin Bassey, the 2 central defenders. It's then Sander Berge alongside the returning Sasa Lukic in midfield, with Alex Iwobi, Adama Traore and Emil Smith Rowe behind the striker Raul Jimenez, the Mexican who scored home and away against Newcastle last season. Referee today is Tony Harrington. inside the centre circle, and it looks like it is going to be Fulham to get this game started. Every seat taken inside St James's Park. Travelling Fulham fans housed high up to our left-hand side, and how Newcastle would love a strong start here today, Rob.
Yeah, definitely, especially after the victory midweek. They'll want to continue that and try and get a fast start. Obviously Fulham, like you mentioned, not in the best of form, and the manager not happy with so many changes, so Newcastle probably hoping to capitalise on that and hope that there's not quite that continuity from Fulham. But yeah, I think you always got to expect a good performance from Fulham. There's obviously disappointing against Arsenal, but I would expect a strong response from them, so hopefully it should be a good game.
Fulham have lost each of the last 3 Premier League fixtures. They are blunt in attack. Only Burnley and Sunderland have had fewer shots on target this season than Marco Silva's team. The players take a knee ahead of kick-off, and now we are ready to go. So the 6 changes Fulham have made, that is their most from one match to another this season. Marco Silva deciding that it has not been good enough lately, and he'll be looking for a reaction from his players. Fulham playing left to right as we look down. Iwobi, low ball into the penalty area, doesn't find a teammate, and that harmlessly goes out for a goal kick to Newcastle, who of course are wearing their traditional Magpie shirts, defending the Gallagher end away to our right-hand side. Already some applause, hands above his head from Eddie Howe, trying to emit some positivity here in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely. I think they'll want a fast start. When we was previously here for the Wolves game commentating, they didn't start well and it took them half hour to get into it, so I think they want to make sure they get on top.
Long clearance from Pope. Header one in the midfield by Sasa Lukic. Emil Smith-Rowe tries to flick it on, but it's straight to Sven Botman. And Newcastle regained possession of the back. This is Trippier on the right-hand side. Early ball up to Bruno Guimaraes. Brazilian has to stretch, though, to get a touch there, and he's given it away. Here's Raul Jimenez for Wolves, 10 yards outside the penalty area. Tried to slip it to Emil Smith-Rowe. It comes back to Jimenez, who shoots, and it's blocked. And the offside flag raises anyway, and Fulham had strayed in behind the Newcastle defence.
Yeah, the shot hits Smith-Rowe, who made a good run forward. I think he's going to look to join Jimenez at the top line, and yeah, I really like this Fulham team, to be honest with you. Lots of pace, lots of power, and look lively early on, and Newcastle obviously settling into it, trying to make an impression. But Fulham definitely, like you said, if you're making 6 changes, as a statement from the manager, it's a chance to make sure you stay in the team.
2 seasons ago there was a suggestion that playing in the Champions League sort of distracted, hampered Newcastle. If anything, it could be the other way round this time, because they weren't doing great in early September. Then they beat Saint-Gilloise 4-0 in the Champions League, and that actually led to a spike in performance of the Premier League. And Eddie Howe will hope that the win earlier on this week against Benfica will inspire a good Premier League performance here today. Free kick to Newcastle inside their own half. Raul Jimenez sort of slowly giving the ball back, and the referee actually comes over. It just reminds him not to be time wasting, something the officials have been so hot on this season. We've seen people get yellow cards for worse than that. Miley stretching, just about holds on to possession. Dan Byrne has it here on the left hand side to Newcastle, gives it to Anthony Gordon, who scored for England earlier on this month. It's a great run from Gordon, down to the byline. Tete takes it down. Free kick just outside the penalty area. It's the raw explosive pace of Anthony Gordon that caused all of that, and it's an early yellow card for Kenny Tete, who had been left for dust there by Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, that's his second one in 30 seconds. So Gordon just takes him for a run down the outside, does him for pace to get the ball in, and Tete dives in, and yeah, probably the right decision. Hopefully Gordon's getting to his feet now, he's okay. It's going to be a tough afternoon for Tete now with 80 odd minutes to go on a yellow card.
Absolutely. There were 2 players, or 2 individuals in the Fulham setup who would be due suspensions if they were booked today. One of them is Sasa Lukic, the other is actually the head coach Marco Silva. But now Kenny Tete for today on a yellow card, and he's got to keep shackles on Anthony Gordon in that predicament for the rest of the day. First up though, this Newcastle free kick. It's like a short corner in hockey. It's 10 yards in along the byline for the corner flag. Left hand side as Newcastle come forward. The right footed Kieran Trippier has come across to take it, and most of his teammates are at the back post. The very tall Volteman is an obvious target here. Fulham, everyone back inside their 6-yard box. Play towards the back post. 3 pairs jump, stabbed in, must be Volteman somehow doesn't score. How did that not go in? The German from 5 yards got it on target, but it must have been a defender on the goal line, and the ball has been repelled away. I can't believe, Rob, that Newcastle haven't scored. It's come back off the post. He's hit the post from 5 yards out.
Yeah, snapshot. It's literally, like you said, 3-4 yards out. Snapshot across across the goal, hits the post and bounces back out. You'd expect it to be the form he's in, expect it to go in, but just shows the threat Newcastle have from set pieces. They're huge and they're excellent at them.
Here comes the corner, played in by Trippier, disappointing though, and cleared away by Sasolukic to the front post. Murphy gathers possession for Newcastle, gives it out to Anthony Gordon on the left-hand side, and now Bruno Guimaraes is going to try and steal into the penalty area. There was an awkward bounce in front of Santa Berger, and then down goes Anthony Gordon. Newcastle want a free kick on the edge of the box. Referee says play on. Newcastle get it back again. Voltemada, Bruno Guimaraes shoots, and it's off target. Well, the German was probably fouled there. You can see why the referee allowed play to continue. Snapshot from Bruno Guimaraes goes off target, and Newcastle, who were looking potent here in attack in the early stages, but still Newcastle 0, Fulham 0 on Sports Extra.
Yeah, it's a great start from Newcastle. I think Bruno will be disappointed he's not hit the target there, but Voltemada's feet yet again, they use them so well, Newcastle. We saw that on Tuesday, just constantly finding the big man, and he's got fantastic feet for someone so tall, linking the play again, and yeah, he's going to be really difficult for defenders to deal with, because if you sit off him, he'll link play. If you go tight, he's got them lovely little one touches around the corner. And Newcastle, started really, really well. Just need to get that goal.
There has been a goal in the other Premier League game starting at 3 o'clock today. Chelsea have taken the lead against Sunderland. Alejandro Garnacho scoring in the 4th minute of the game there. So a good start for Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. It's the first time Garnacho has scored a home Premier League goal in almost a year. His last was for Manchester United against Leicester. That was November 2024. So Garnacho with the early goal for Chelsea. Scoreless here at St James's Park. Throw in for Newcastle, which is taken by Anthony Gordon. Finds Lewis Miley. Bruno Guimaraes with the outside of the right boot. Gives it back to Miley, and here's Trippier advancing down the right-hand side. Cuts it back for Jacob Murphy just outside the penalty area. Good challenge by Calvin Bassey, but Newcastle hold on to the ball, and a chance to roll it in front of Murphy to the byline. Can he cross from it? Oh, he tried to blast it, and it hits the front post. That was struck from virtually on the byline. Frame of the goal still rattling, and that's the second time in the opening 6 minutes that Newcastle have hit the woodwork.
Yeah, brilliant from Murphy and Trippier. They've got such a good relationship on that right hand side, and like you said, you think he's going to pull it back, he goes early and high and hits the top of the upright, and it bounces back out. But again, excellent from Newcastle here, and I think they're really pushing for that early goal and that early start.
In League 2, MK Dons have scored early away at Bromley 0, MK Dons 1. 0-0 here at St James's Park as Raul Jimenez comes forward, and Joe Linton comes across, and the ball goes out of play, and Joe Linton has actually hurt himself there. He made the challenge with his right boot, and he's just tenderly easing that foot down onto the ground there, and knocking. Newcastle will hope nothing more serious than that. Joe Linton, who came on as a sub in the Champions League on Tuesday, in the starting 11 because Sandro Tonali's on the bench today, as Emil Smith-Rowe plays it back to the goalkeeper Bernd Leno, away to our left-hand side. Fulham, who haven't won in the league in over a month. They had an early flurry of attacks, but they've not been really out of their own half in the last 5 minutes of this game. Jacob Murphy crosses on the right-hand side. Dangerous ball in. Gordon stretching. Edge of the 6-yard box was a whisker away. Anthony Gordon applauds the quality of that cross from Jacob Murphy. Newcastle thought they were going to get a corner, but the referee, Tony Harrington, says goal kick. Rob.
Yeah, brilliant again down the right. Murphy finds space. Newcastle being really aggressive on the press, going man for man. Straight into Voltemada when they won it back again, and then Murphy with a brilliant ball, and it's good defending from Tete, especially in the situation he's in at the moment with that yellow card. But again,
Gillingham 0, Salford City 1. Daniel Udoa with an early goal there. Wrexham have taken the lead away at Middlesbrough. It's Middlesbrough 0, Wrexham 1. Josh Windass the goal scorer there, and Swansea City, who will be taking on Manchester City in the League Cup in the week. They've taken the lead at home to Norwich this afternoon. Kenny Tete tries to dispossess Voltemada. He's so strong. Takes 2 to take him down, and the ball ricochets into the Fulham penalty area, and it is gathered by the keeper, Bernd Leno. Newcastle United 0, Fulham 0. Later on this evening, Manchester United play Brighton at 5:30. There's also an evening game in the Premier League tonight. It's Brentford against Liverpool, and that match starts at 8 o'clock. Dan Burn jumps and beats Raul Jimenez in the air. Joe Linton stretches out the leg. Jimenez has hurt himself there. Joe Linton unable to keep the ball in play, and it's going to be a throw-in to Fulham on the halfway line. Raul Jimenez having a chat with the referee there. He felt he was fouled by Joe Linton. Tony Harrington said he wasn't, and Fulham, just inside their opponent's half, have got themselves a throw, but Joe Linton down on his haunches, and play is going to be held up here for a moment just to ensure that he's okay.
Yeah, I think with Newcastle being so aggressive with the press, I think Fulham are going to have to find Jimenez's feet, and he's going to have to really hold the ball up for him. There's a lot of space if they can drop it in there, and then they can probably get runners. But again, Newcastle being so aggressive, they're limiting Fulham, and it's coming straight back whenever Fulham do try and play forward. So yeah, lots of work for Fulham to do in the early stages.
Well, Joelinton's okay, didn't need to receive any treatment on field, so doesn't have to depart. Reminder, highlights of today's Premier League games. Match of the day tonight is on BBC One at 10:25. Gabby Logan joined by Ashley Williams and Michael Carrick this evening, as Joelinton does good work again in midfield, but his pass goes straight to Calvin Bassey. Fulham wearing all green, playing from left to right as we look down under blue skies on Tyneside. This is Sasa Lukic playing the ball disappointingly for Fulham behind Adama Traore. We know the Spaniard has such pace, he was heading up towards the byline, the pass was played to feet, and he's so fast it ended up being well behind him by the time it reached the right wing. Foul on Joelinton here means a free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, just not on the same wavelength there, but I think you need to put the ball in behind for Traore, especially everything's been in front of Newcastle, and they keep, Botman, Tau and Byrne so dominant that you need to put it in behind them. And yeah, Fulham, like we said, just haven't got going. A lot of changes, you might expect that, but I suppose they need to find some solutions quick, because it's all one-way traffic so far.
Goal in League Two for Barrow. Josh Gordon has given them the lead against Barnet. After 10 minutes, Barrow 1, Barnet 0. Goal kick for Fulham away to our left-hand side, and Bernd Leno, wearing bright orange, very much clashing with his outfield teammates, takes his time over placing the ball inside the six-yard box. In fact, he's rolled it now to Calvin Bassey, and they are bending the rules here, Fulham, in terms of time wasting. But I think Newcastle will actually see that as a good sign. If Fulham are wasting time this early, Rob, that means they're feeling a bit rattled.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's I think Fulham they're a bit shell-shocked. They haven't started at all. Newcastle could even be 2-0 up, and I think they are trying to kill the game to try and stop any momentum. But yeah, like we said, it just keeps coming back whenever they do play forward. So it's real responsibility on them forward players to make sure they get hold of the ball and give Fulham some platform to be able to get out of their own half.
Solid defending from Sven Botman there to hold off Raul Jimenez. Newcastle have it in the midfield with Bruno Guimaraes, the Brazilian who scored a winning goal against Fulham 2 seasons ago at Craven Cottage. That was the last time that Newcastle beat Fulham. Fulham have had victories in the last 2 meetings of these clubs, but no doubt that Newcastle have started the better today. Emil Smith-Rowe slides in. Lewis Miley tries to get it back again, but this is Sasa Lukic out to the left wing to Iwobi. Iwobi, who's midway inside Newcastle territory. Great recovery again by Miley, who'd made a interception just a moment ago, was able to get back goal side again and make another cutout. He doesn't win possession back for the team, but he certainly stunted any Fulham progress and allowed Newcastle United to get all 11 players back behind the ball. Possession inside the centre circle with Calvin Bassey. He rolls it to the left-hand side to Ryan Sessegnon, who it's great to see back getting a regular run in the team after all the injury problems he's had in recent years. Iwobi has spotted that Sessegnon's continued to run here. That's really good. Low ball into the area. Raul Jimenez turns, cuts back at himself. Can he get the shot away? He can't get it on target. That's the best chance for the visitors here. Really good work from Sessegnon in the build-up, and Fulham get a corner kick, 0-0.
Yeah, brilliant run from Sessegnon. He runs from sort of inverted as the left back straight through the middle of the pitch. He doesn't get picked up, and because Newcastle are going man for man, finds a big space, cuts it back to Jimenez, who turns really well, but then Newcastle do well to recover to get the block. And I think that's the only danger, and I think if Fulham can get that right when they do play into the front players or they get runners off it, there is going to be space. So there is reward for them if they can get the quality.
In the Championship, Sheffield Wednesday in such turmoil, and they've gone behind early today at home to Oxford United. It's Sheffield United 0, Oxford United 1. Here comes the Fulham corner to be taken on the left-hand side as they come forward. It's right-footed, it's in-swinging. Joelinton was guarding the front post area, and his firm header clears it well away, almost to the centre circle. Fulham have it back, and most of their players have remained forward for the set piece. Played in towards the box again by Iwobi, but chested down by Joelinton. Very neat and tidy. He's got Bruno Guimaraes ahead of him. Fulham, who sent all the big men up for the corner, they're now all scrambling to get back. Jacob Murphy, attempted crossfield ball, probably wasn't the right option. He was looking for Anthony Gordon. Kenny Tete was able to intercept, and the Dutchman under extreme pressure there. 3 opponents around him. He's done really well to hold on to the ball. He's got it up to the halfway line. He'll do well to find a teammate. He battles and he battles, and the assistant doesn't know which way to raise the flag. They're all appealing for it. The referee's going to have to make a call here, and he's going to give the throw in to Fulham. but that was one of those where the officials just didn't know which way to give it.
I think they're quite happy Joe Linton went down, to be honest with you, because I don't think anyone had a clue. I think it was a Newcastle throw. I just want to mention Lewis Miley, he's been absolutely fantastic, hasn't he, the first start, obviously getting his run in the team, and I think even physically he looks an absolute monster now. For such a young lad, he's developed, and I know there'll be a lot of work going on behind the scenes. He's a really good talent, and it's great to see him get an opportunity and seeing him take it as well.
It's amazing. He seems, that name's been around for so long. Lewis Miley first broke through when he was 16, 17. He's still a teenager, doesn't turn 20 until May. What an asset Newcastle United have got there as Botman plays the ball across to Malik Chow, the summer signing from Milan. He'll give it over to the right wing to Jacob Murphy. Central again is Bruno Guimaraes. Newcastle United still inside their own half. 0-0 here. BBC Sports Extra for 5 Live as Murphy, that's a good ball to Bruno Guimaraes, who returned it, and again decision making, picking which pass to play at what time has just stunted Newcastle a little bit in recent minutes. He plays it in towards the corner flag. Murphy hadn't anticipated that, and Fulham regained possession as Bassi clears away, but not a good clearance. You can hear the roar of approval from the Newcastle fans. They know that was a miscue as the ball eventually goes out of play near the halfway line, and that is a throw in to Fulham. Newcastle United 0, Fulham 0.
Yeah, I think Newcastle probably just need to be a bit more patient that final third. They're playing through the lines really well. They just seem to be forcing that last pass. We've seen it a couple of times, once from Murphy, once from Bruno. And I think if they can just settle, gain a bit of possession, and then with the aerial threat of Voltemar, they try and get more quality balls in the box. I think they probably let Fulham off a hook in the last 5 minutes. Fulham slowly coming into the game, but the best thing about the Premier League is that Newcastle have been on top, and in a different game it could be 1-0 Fulham with the Jimenez chance, so keeps the game nice and alive and nice and open.
And Fulham attacking down the right hand side. Adama Traore running with his head up, looking in the centre all the time, seeing where his colleagues are. He eventually lashes in a right footed cross, but Kieran Trippier is able to propel it away. In League 2, Tranmere Rovers 0, Chesterfield 1. Also in that division, Harrogate Town 0, Newport County 1. And in the Championship, Derby County have taken the lead at home against Queen's Park Rangers. As Fulham have possession with the Iwobi midway inside Newcastle territory. Gives it into the feet of Sanderberg, who's playing alongside Sasa Lukic in the midfield today. Sends an ambitious ball very high out towards Adama Traore, who's got a stretch to jump and head it in field. And Fulham do give up possession now. It's a throw into Newcastle, taken quickly by Dan Byrne, controlled by Lewis Miley. Roar of a 10,000 Geordie voices screaming man on there. Oh, it's a terrible ball by Miley. He's given it away to Alex Iwobi, edge of the penalty area. Iwobi shoots left-footed. It's blocked by Chow. It's picked up by Smith Rowe. He tries to cut it back from the byline. Still Fulham have it inside the penalty area here. Played in by Iwobi, cleared away by Chow. Newcastle breathe again. Well, we've been praising Lewis Miley, but he very nearly landed his team in it there. That was a terrible pass of the teenager, and Newcastle have given it away again. This is Raul Jimenez, clever backheel edge of the penalty area, but it wouldn't sit up for Bassi, and Newcastle clear it away. But Newcastle, their own worst enemy at the moment, Rob Elliott.
Yeah, twice in a row there. I think Miley just got a bit worked up. He got the ball nicked off him, but got away with it. And then when it come back to him, he's rushed the pass, and then Fulham have jumped on it. And again, Voltemar are guilty that time, trying to switch the play when trying to be a bit more sensible in their defensive third. And Fulham they look a lot more lively. They're jumping all over Newcastle now, and they're getting a foothold into the game. So Newcastle probably need a reset.
Yes, Newcastle, a very good spell, hit the frame of the goal twice. Fulham have survived that, but now Jacob Murphy wins it off Calvert Bassi. He's into the penalty area. Murphy shot it off the post, and Newcastle United lead. 17 minutes played. Mistake at the back for Fulham, but how well did he take that? Jacob Murphy, his first goal of this campaign. He scored against Fulham the last time these sides met. That was at Craven College in February. And Jacob Murphy makes it Newcastle 1, Fulham 0 here today.
Yeah, talking about mistakes, Bassi gets caught on the ball. It's brilliant from Murphy, steals it off him, drives forward. It looks like Bassi's gets back and holds him off, and it takes a touch just outside the line of the goal, but a brilliant finish across Leno into the far post. Probably deserved from Newcastle. Maybe the last couple of minutes they were a bit untowards, but mainly from their own doing. But yeah, brilliant finish from Murphy. Someone who personally is sort of the unsung hero, I suppose, of the last few years. He's always in that team sheet. He's been absolutely fantastic. His contribution last year, as we saw with his link up with Isaac, and now this year he's stepping up again. Just absolutely brilliant from him.
Fulham are one of his favourite opponents, Jacob Murphy. That is the 4th time he has scored against Fulham in his career. He hasn't scored more than that against any other opponent. So Murphy gets his first of this campaign. Newcastle take the lead. But remember, this fixture last season, Newcastle went 1-0 up and they ended up losing 2-1 in the end. So no Geordie fan is going to be counting any chickens here just yet. That said, Eddie Howe will be very pleased at the incisiveness. I mean, he still had a lot of work to do, Murphy, when he picked that up. But it was accuracy rather than power with the shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was brilliant, Connor, wasn't it? The way he finished it, great composure just to settle himself, and probably from that angle against such a good goal, that's the only way he's going to score. And yeah, it was absolutely perfectly teed up.
So Murphy's goal, Newcastle in front. And I did say at the time the 17th minute because I looked up to the big stadium clock, but I'm informed that the stadium clock is slow. We're actually in the 19th minute, even though it says 17th minute. So for any pedantic listeners down there, the 19th minute is going to be the official time for that Jacob Murphy goal. Challenged by Lewis Miley on Alex Iwobi and Traore, I should say, and that is going to be a free kick to Fulham near the centre circle. Miley was quick smart to get away from there. He didn't want to be dragged into any conversation with the referee about any further punishment. He just kept his head down and went away, but you could hear the boos from the Fulham fans. A few boos as well from Newcastle fans who thought that Adama Traore was play acting a little bit there, but I think he was caught by Lewis Miley.
Yeah, he was. I think the second challenge is a fantastic challenge. I think that was from Byrne, the second one, but the first one was a foul. He gets pulled back. It's good refereeing, much to the dismay of the Geordies, obviously making their feelings known. But I think what I would say, I don't know if you agree, Connor, that I think the referees are letting a lot more physical contact go, and it's so much more enjoyable watching lads go at it. And you know, there's the physical side to the game that we don't want it to go over the top, but it's what you want to see as a fan and a spectator. You want to see a battle between two lads, and I think that's definitely what we've seen between Bassi and Voltemaier.
Here's Murphy trying to shoot again. This one cannons off the back of Calvin Bassi. Senderberger, one of the tallest players on the pitch, tries to head it away. I agree, Rob. I think it came in last season that they would allow it flow a bit more. 2 seasons ago things had got too strict. Any contact at all would seem to have been pinged for free kicks, but absolutely you've got to allow the contact, you've got to allow the game to flow. Newcastle have rolled up their sleeves here. They're enjoying the physical side of this battle here today. Some of the goals to bring you up to date with elsewhere in League One. There's an equaliser for Stevenage at home to Bradford City. 1-1 in that game now. As Newcastle get a free kick this time for a challenge on Malik Chow. But if you're just joining our coverage here, Jacob Murphy has put Newcastle United in front. Newcastle today looking for just their 3rd Premier League win of the season.
Yeah, no, they've started really well. Newcastle continued the form from Tuesday night, and I think that's the biggest challenge for them from a Newcastle point of view is can they maintain that form both in Europe and at home? In the Premier League, and definitely starting in the right way today. And
here come Fulham. Iwobi's ball into the penalty area, just too high for Raul Jimenez. It wasn't too high by much. He had got his stance ready. He was ready to spring, but then he realised he wouldn't get there. And Newcastle relieved to see the ball out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of this game. You know, Newcastle have been the better team. There's no doubt about that. I think Fulham haven't got going. A lot of changes, but Fulham still look a threat on the break because Newcastle being so aggressive, pressing man for man from goal kicks. There's a lot of space, and with players like Smith Rowe and Traore and Iwobi, there's always going to get chances.
That was absolutely brilliant for Bruno Guimaraes there. He needed physicality to hold off Sassalukic. Then he needed a little drag back round the world move to himself. Newcastle fans absolutely love that, even if their team ultimately did lose possession at the end of it. It's gone out for a throw into Fulham, but Bruno Guimaraes, that's what I love about him. He's got the strength as well as the Brazilian flair, so he can do the tricks, he can do the fancy stuff, but if he needs a shoulder barge or something, he's got that in his locker too.
Yeah, he has. He's adapted to the Premier League so well. He's become like a cult hero, and probably one of the first players, that group that first come, that's transformed this Newcastle team into a team that can compete in multiple levels. And
Newcastle leading Fulham 1-0. Cross from the right hand side. Adama Traore was off balance, but he still delivered a good ball in. Raul Jimenez was able to control it. Now Kenny Tete on the edge of the box gives it back to Sassalukic. Fulham trying to find the angle to get a shot in here, but there's so many bodies back behind the ball. Even Voltemaier back within 15 yards of his own penalty area here. Newcastle working hard to get back in those deep positions, and although Fulham have it, they've just gone from right to left. They're now trying to flick it into the penalty area, too far ahead of Sessegnon, and Nick Pope, wearing sky blue, sprints off his goal line and gathers possession.
Yeah, I think this is what Newcastle have got to be careful of, and what Fulham will probably bank on is that Fulham haven't been at the races in terms of the way they play and the way they usually flow. They're a good possession team, but it hasn't quite worked for them. But they probably need to take note. They've had 4 or 5 opportunities, haven't quite been clear cut yet. But my Newcastle hat on would be, the fear is that Fulham take one of these chances, and I think that's what Fulham have got to do: be a bit better defensively, and then make sure that when the ball does turn over, they've got to get a Newcastle straight away, use the space, and see if they can create a better opportunity than they have, because there's definitely some there for them, and I think that's what Newcastle have got to be careful of, get that balance right between attack and defence.
So Fulham, whose recent form has been disappointing, trail here at St James's Park, one of just 2 Premier League kickoffs at 3 o'clock today. Tomorrow, by the way, we'll bring you coverage of 5 games in the top flight across 5 Live at BBC Sounds. From 2 o'clock you can listen to Arsenal against Crystal Palace, that's on 5 Live. The Aston Villa against Manchester City game is on Sports Extra. There's also the choice to listen to Bournemouth against Nottingham Forest, that's on Sports Extra 2. And if you'd like to listen to events at Molineux, Wolves against Burnley takes place on Sports Extra 3. All of those games starting at 2 o'clock tomorrow. And the 4:30 game tomorrow is Everton against Spurs. And you can listen to that one on 5 Live. Here at St James's Park, it's a throw-in for Fulham. Ryan Sessegnon preparing to take it, 10 yards inside his own half. Emile Smith-Rowe runs and gives him short option. Sessegnon's taking an age over this throw, eventually gives it to Raul Jimenez, who's got Chow thundering right up behind him to unsettle. Fulham got to give up the ball here. Joe Linton will touch it back to Sven Botman. Botman stretching, picks out Bruno Guimaraes inside the centre circle. That looked like a foul by Sasa Lukic, and the referee blows the whistle. And that's a free kick to Newcastle, who are in good control here at the moment.
Yeah, the game settled down a bit, and Newcastle seemed quite comfortable keeping possession. They're turning the ball over quite quickly. I think it's more when Fulham have the ball deep in there with the goalkeeper, that they seem to be more of a threat, believe it or not, when they're going longer from distance. And Newcastle turning the ball back over again and coming out the other side, moving the ball really well and starting to settle into a flow.
Newcastle leading 1-0 here. There's a goal at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 1, Sunderland 1. Wilson Isidore has got an equaliser for Sunderland there, who, given what fodder newly promoted teams have been up to the top flight in recent seasons, what a great stab at things that Sunderland are making so far. Having gone behind against Chelsea, they're now back on level terms. This is Adama Traore for Fulham, near the halfway line, gives it to Sasa Lukic. Pressure from Gordon on him. Senderberger forced to retreat, and yes, you can see how Newcastle is hounding Fulham back there, all the way back to the goalkeeper Bernd Leno. He'll give it over to Sessegnon, who had no space with Trippier breathing down his neck. It's well controlled in the central area by Raul Jimenez, but Fulham having to work so hard here, Rob, and they're still inside their final third. Yeah,
it's a brilliant press from Newcastle. Like we said, the Jimenez does brilliant in terms of what we talked about before, going over the press, getting control, but Newcastle get back in numbers, and Fulham in control in Newcastle's half, but Newcastle with everyone behind the ball.
This is Sessegnon, plays a 1-2 with Emile Smith-Rowe, back to Senderberger. 11 men back behind the ball again for Newcastle. Sessegnon gives it to the feet of Smith-Rowe. Now out to Iwobi, 10 yards on the byline on the left-hand side. He's got Trippier in front of him, and he's threaded it accurately through to Emile Smith-Rowe, who sets up Senderberger. First shot on target from Fulham, saved by Nick Pope. Traore following up, lashes it across the face of goal and wide. 2 big chances for Fulham there. Senderberger's effort was going on target. It was too hot for Pope to handle. The ball ricocheted down to Adama Traore, and when he returned it back across the face of goal, he couldn't get it inside the post. But that is comfortably as close as Fulham have been to a goal in this game.
Yeah, good save, initial save from Pope. Takes a little deflection, pushes it wide, and then Traore, great bit of skill on the outside of Dan Burn, drags it across the goal. But like we said, Fulham I do feel like they've got a goal in them. I think with the way Newcastle are aggressive as they're being and the pace they've got, and I think all the good work we've seen so far has come from Fulham's left-hand side with the movement for Iwobi, Smith-Rowe and Sessegnon making forward runs, and I think that's where Fulham are going to need to make sure they're working Newcastle's right-hand side, because they just seem to be getting a bit of joy there. And like you said, the quality that this Fulham team have, it won't take long before one of these maybe troubles Nick Pope even more.
Well, in the Championship, Blackburn Rovers trail at Ewood Park. It's Blackburn 0, Southampton 1. In League One, Huddersfield Town are down to 10. Alfie May has been sent off for serious foul play. The second goal of the afternoon for Salford City away at Gillingham. Callum Casey has made it Gillingham 0, Salford City 2 there. here at St James's Park. 1-0 to Newcastle against Fulham. Adama Traore again squeezed. Dan Burn behind him. Anthony Gordon in front of him. The ball goes out of play. And Adama Traore, appealing that he'd been fouled there, is helped back up to his feet by Anthony Gordon. So Dan Burn has been spoken to by the referee, who did give the free kick there. Foul by Dan Burn and Traore.
Yeah, it's two big guys coming together there, isn't it? No, it's a good battle, that. Obviously, much like Tete and Gordon. To be honest with you, Fulham have done well to protect Tete a little bit. Gordon's not really had the opportunity to get him, but Traore, we all know about him. He's an absolute specimen. He's so quick and powerful. He's a good footballer too, and it's good that Burn's going to have a tough day on his hands. But like I say, Dan Burn been a brilliant story of this Newcastle team. England international, hopefully will go to the next major tournament, and should be a good battle.
Issa Diop, one of 6 changes of the Fulham team today, clears away. Last touch comes off Dan Burn. I thought it came off Dan Burn. The assistant said it's going to be a free kick to Newcastle. Raul Jimenez a bit perplexed by that too, but throwing for Dan Burn just down below us. And this, by the way, and this is a sure sign. I mean, you know that you go to the shops now and you can see they're starting to get Christmas stuff in. Sure sign winter's coming. This is the last weekend of the white ball. Next weekend it'll be the high vis ball in the Premier League. One swallow doesn't make a summer, but high vis ball definitely means winter. As Iwobi comes in the attack down the left-hand side here for Fulham. Good work by Jacob Murphy, staying goal side of him. Sander Berge has it, midway inside Newcastle half. He plays a 1-2 with Ryan Sessegnon. Newcastle set up so well organised today. There never seems to be much space for the Fulham attack.
No, they go into this sort of 4-5-1 block, cover all the lanes, and it is so hard to play through. The back four, Botman and Tao have been absolutely fantastic, and they really squeeze the space. They don't give the opposition anything. And now look, within that space of time, Newcastle winning the ball back in Fulham's half and on the attack again.
There's live NFL on Sports Extra tomorrow evening. Dallas Cowboys against at Denver Broncos. That's from 9 o'clock. You can listen to live commentary of the Mexico City Grand Prix. That's 8 o'clock tomorrow evening on 5 Live. And tonight, boxing on 5 Live. Wardley against Parker. It's from the O2 in London. We'll have all the reaction available on a 5 Live boxing podcast tomorrow. This is Chow for Newcastle. Good accurate ball up to the feet of Voltemade. He'd one early chance, the German, and he hit the post with it. He's actually not seen an awful lot of the ball over the last 15 minutes or so of the game, but here come Newcastle. Anthony Gordon stealing into the penalty area, left-hand side, gives it to the feet of Lewis Miley, trying to first-time flick off, that doesn't work. Adama Traore tries to dribble out, and he is fouled, and that's a free kick to Fulham. But that was a good attack from Newcastle, the way they worked it into the penalty area.
Yeah, I think finding Voltemade's feet again. When they can go through the middle and play off him, he's such a good board to use as such. They can really bounce off him. He brings people into play. Joe Linton, when Newcastle are playing, he tends to join the top line, and they found him in space. And Gordon had a chance to take on Tete, but it didn't come to anything. And Traore does well to win the foul on the transition.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra. St James's Park. Fulham behind, in danger of losing 4 in a row in the Premier League, but still plenty time to go. Marco Silva, who made the 6 changes, that was the emphatic declaration that he's not been happy with how the team has been playing. What does he do if they lose this one? Adama Traore to the byline. Unless he fouled by Dan Burn there, the referee says no. Corner. I have to say, we're surrounded by Geordies. There won't be many screaming there, but I thought that was a foul.
It was either a foul or a goal kick, and he's give a corner, so I think he split the difference.
Balancing it up, yeah.
It's one of them ones, and it's probably a bit, definitely it is a foul, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he knows he probably has to book Dan Burn if he gives it, and he obviously decided not to.
Not much in it, because it would have been a free kick very close to the corner flag anyway. But curious decision there. So Sasa Lukic is standing over it. Ryan Sessegnon has come across to talk to him. Plenty tall players across both teams. Look at the size of Issa Diop in there, Sander Berge. These are big, tall players. Botman back there for Newcastle, Voltemade. Joe Linton, who's so good in the air. Dan Burn, of course. Sasa Lukic raises his left arm as a signal to the teammate to the centre. Here he comes, short run up, right footed delivery, flashing header from Raul Jimenez, couldn't get it fully on target. Newcastle breathe again as Jacob Murphy should be able to clear. Oh, what's he done there? He's given it away to Sasa Lukic. Raul Jimenez tries to shoot. Botman surely will clear now. That was far too casual from Jacob Murphy, who tried to dribble his way out of the penalty area, and Newcastle got away with one there.
Yeah, they've sort of been the makers of their own their own problems, Newcastle. Everything that comes from Fulham, or the better chances that come from when Newcastle have just been a bit sloppy and not really sensed the danger. And Jimenez gets the first contact. I think he hits Dan Burn from the corner, and then that's when Murphy gives it away. But I think probably Fulham targeting, you got Kieran Trippier and I think Jacob Murphy in the front two zones, and the ball goes into that area. So it's probably something Fulham will look, if they get more corners, to be able to exploit. As they're not the biggest, them two.
Yeah, Newcastle in front, but can they build on the lead? It's been a while since Brent Lenners had to make anything like a save. This is Voltemat inside the centre circle. That's a very good ball to Anthony Gordon on the left hand side, running up against Kenny Tete. Gordon's left footed cross hits Calvin Bassey, hits his hip area. Few shouts more from the crowd than players that it might have been handball. Gordon didn't allow it go out for a throw in. He tries to take on Adama Traore. You don't want to be shoulder charging Adama Traore. Gordon just bounced off him there, and then there's a foul on Kenny Tete, and that is a free kick to Fulham.
Yeah, great play from Newcastle in terms of the counter-attack, and they switch it out again, going through Voltemat. They switch it out to Gordon, and Dan Burn previously made that run to support Gordon on the last attack, and I think he probably sort of took Gordon's space to be able to get a Tete, whereas this time he goes into the box. Gordon takes it on, but good defending from Fulham.
Newcastle United 1, Fulham 0. Dan Burn rolls it back to Nick Pope. Right-footed clearance from the goalkeeper, spirals high up into the air. Voltemat waits for it to come down. Looked like Issa Diop, and his arms wrapped around Voltemat there. But the referee, who was very close to that, says no foul and allows play to continue.
Yeah, I don't mind it, like we talked about before. Two big guys, aggressive guys going at it. I think, depends on, if you're a Fulham fan, you probably think it's a foul. Newcastle fan the same, and no, I like to see it. It's good. I don't think I think when it goes above and beyond, the ref's got it right, but that's just two big lads fighting for a long ball.
Time ticking on, 10 minutes now to go until the break. Throw in to Fulham, Kenny Tete. Thought he could have been given a ball a little bit quicker there. It was slow to come out of the Newcastle United dugout. Jason Tyndall sort of held on to the ball for an extra second. Calvin Bassey plays a long pass down the left hand side looking for Iwobi. It has come under the control of Emile Smith Rowe. Now he gives it on to Alex Iwobi. Fulham would love an equaliser ahead of half time. He's just outside the edge of the penalty area. Rolls it back to Sander Berger, more central. Now to the feet of Sasa Lukic. Good work though from Joe Linton to come out and give very little space to the Serbian international. Fulham hold on to possession. They have it with Adama Traore on the right hand side, still 10 yards short of the Newcastle box. Sander Berger back out to Adama Traore. Dan Burn comes out to greet him. Traore bursting towards the byline, but burst was the word because he's burst over the banks of the byline and he hit it too far. I mean, he's fast, but he wasn't going to get onto that. A miscue from Adama Traore, a few wolf whistles from Newcastle fans, and a goal kick for Nick Pope.
Yeah, I think we've seen probably all of Adama Traore in this game. He's been exciting. He's probably been the biggest threat. He's drawing fouls. He's done some brilliant defensive work, but probably just that last bit of quality that he's always probably found hard to come by, because he's got all the attributes and just runs out of play when really he should be getting the cross in. But better from Fulham, creating more chances. I think Sander Berger's been excellent in the midfield. Whenever he gets on the ball, he seems to settle them down and move the ball. Switch play and create things, but Newcastle just so aggressive now. The way Eddie Howe gets them playing, Fulham don't get a chance to breathe, especially in their defensive third. Newcastle all over them, pressing high, and I suppose the game's sort of quieting down a bit, I suppose, isn't it? It's just sort of got into the sort of more of a tactical game rather than that high energy we saw early on, which probably does suit Newcastle in terms of the bodies they get behind the ball and the pace they have on the counter.
It's the voice of Rob Elliott watching this game with us here on Fine Line Sports Extra. The goal from Jacob Murphy, which came in the 19th minute, and he's separating the teams here. Adama Traore comes on the attack for Fulham down the right hand side. He's done well to get away from Gordon. Now can he deliver? Right foot across, just too high for Raul Jimenez, and Kieran Trippier under pressure propels it high into the air. It comes down quite fortunately for Joe Linton, who's able to clear away. That was a decent cross actually by Adama Traore, and then Voltemat felt he was being fouled by Diop there, and the referee again says no, and this time there's more of a protest from the Newcastle contingent, but Fulham have possession. Sasa Lukic gives it to Sessegnon on the left hand side. Those protests turning into boos are continuing long and loud inside St James's Park. Lewis Miley regains possession, gives it to the far side. Trippier infield to Bruno Guimaraes. Now it's Newcastle who are having to work really hard to get out of their half. Fulham have definitely improved as the first half continued, but now there's a gap and Jacob Murphy's in again. This should be two. Good save. Was it saved or did he miscue? Jacob Murphy, that was easier than the one he scored. But Bernd Leno has made the save. It's going to be a corner to Newcastle. What a chance to make it two.
Yeah, brilliant play from Newcastle. Jason Murphy, clean away. Probably has to think about it more, which probably is why he misses it. And I say miss, as a former goalkeeper, I think the save from Leno is absolutely fantastic. He holds his ground, makes a brilliant block. Murphy does everything right other than put it in the back of the net, but it's brilliant play. Joe Linton into Gordon round the corner first time, and I think that's where Newcastle are so good at this moment in time. They get back and defend the numbers, they turn defence into attack so quick, and should have been two.
Corner to Newcastle. Eddie Howe will be disappointed his team didn't take that chance. We said Murphy did so well with the goal he scored. One of those that maybe he had too much time. He had quite a long run before he hit the shot. Here he is again. Jacob Murphy drills in a shot, comes off Emil Smith Rowe and goes out for a corner. Smith Rowe, who headed that, has just sort of bent down afterwards, and the referee, as quite rightly they should do, just making sure that Emil Smith Rowe is okay, that there wasn't a head injury problem there, as he sort of smacked him on the forehead. He's all right. Corner's going to be taken by Kieran Trippier on the left-hand side. Newcastle United 1, Fulham 0, 1-1 between Chelsea and Sunderland in today's other 3 o'clock kick-off of the Premier League. Corner's played in. Bernd Leno, right-fisted punch, clears it well outside the penalty area. He did well under pressure there, the German, and the ball goes out for a throw into Newcastle. Attacking position for them down the right-hand side. Right.
Yeah, good goalkeeper from Leno. Good spell. Comes with a cross. Deals with it really well. Top goalkeeper Leno is, and obviously Fulham captain now. But yeah, it's just becoming more and more Newcastle's game. I think Fulham are, they're sort of hinging on them opportunities they get on the break. But when Newcastle get everyone behind the ball, Fulham really having any ideas to break them down. But then Newcastle also to capitalise again and then hurting them on the counter. And I think, it's going to be a big team talk for Marco Silva, even with 5-10 minutes left, because they're not really showing anything, Connor, are they, that's really showing they're getting a real foothold in the game and creating chances to trouble Nick Pope, other than that one shot from distance.
A flurry of goals to bring you up to date with down the leagues. Peterborough United 0, Blackpool 1. That's an own goal just before half-time there in League 1. In the Championship, Sheffield Wednesday under pressure off the field and under pressure on it too. They trail 2-0 at home to Oxford United this afternoon. In League 2, Crewe Alexandra have taken a 2-1 lead over Grimsby Town as Adama Traore gets to the byline down the right-hand side for Fulham, pulls it back for Kenny Tete. High, spiralling delivery, maybe too high. Trippier underneath it for Newcastle, does well to clear away, but only as far as Ryan Sessegnon, who gives it on to Adama Traore. Fulham have looked dangerous down that left-hand side. Sanderberger plays a good ball in, but Joe Linton back in between the two central defenders, right on the edge of his own 6-yard box. He's able to head the ball away. In League 1, Wycombe Wanderers 1, Huddersfield Town 0. Wycombe taking the lead at home there, and Barrow are down to 10 men. There has been a red card for Williams there in League 2, as Fulham have possession back near the centre circle again, and with Issa Diop, one of the 6 changes in the team for Marco Silva today. Fulham, who were beaten at home by Arsenal last Saturday by a 1-0. Today they trail away from home by a 1-0 at Newcastle United, as Iwobi gives a pass up towards very closely marked Raul Jimenez, and then Trippier uses his body to shield, waiting for Nick Pope to come out and smother it.
Yeah, good experience. The two of them nearly sort of got muddled up, but Pope took control. Trippier does well. And yet again, we're just seeing the same.
They've given it away. Smith Rowe, chance to shoot. Good save from Nick Pope. Well, that's 3 times now today that Newcastle have lost possession on the edge of their own penalty area, but Fulham haven't been able to take full advantage. Good save from Pope.
Yeah, good hands from Pope. I think, like we talked about before, Newcastle being, all the major opportunities for Fulham have come from the turnover, and Newcastle breaking now.
Here's a counter-attack as Joe Linton pushes it in ahead of Anthony Gordon. Tete back goal side. Tete, who's on a yellow card, remember, to the byline, left foot across, took a deflection, guided it towards Calvin Bassey. His header away does the job, not fully though, as Dan Burn is able to get a touch, but he can't keep it in play, and that goes out for a throw into Fulham. Right full back position for them, and we've got 2.5 minutes to go until the break, plus the stoppages, of course, in a first half that has flown by. Just saw the replay of that chance for Emil Smith Rowe. He had time, he was really able to steady himself. I think he'll be disappointed he didn't tuck that in a corner. It was quite central, it made it savable for Nick Pope.
Yeah, I think of his quality, having that time to set himself up, he just hasn't got the connection, and you'd expect him to at least make Popey make a proper save. I think it's a comfortable catch for someone of Popey's quality. But again, it just shows that this 1-0. I think it's easy to say, and I think it's Newcastle have been the better team by far. Should be more than 1-0 up, obviously, by the chances. But it just shows the way this game's going, that Fulham have had opportunities, and it's mainly been through Newcastle's own doing. And yeah, I think for Fulham, getting into half-time at 1-0 at this moment in time, probably will feel they can get better. I think for Newcastle, probably need to go up another gear to finish this game off, and probably two sides that haven't had the best Premier League start, that don't have the best position in terms of points, that maybe the results have reflected, and a bit nervy from both.
We know that long throws have been so in fashion this season in the Premier League. This is an opportunity for Dan Burn to propel one into the box from out wide on the left hand side. He's taken a towel off a ball boy. He's got a dry ball in his hands. He arches his back, launches it in. Dan Burn, good distance on that towards Sven Botman, but when it comes down, Emil Smith-Rowe on hand to volley clear, and then it's an awkward bounce for Lewis Miley, and Raul Jimenez was able to nod it on, and this is Alex Iwobi breaking over the halfway line. Adama Traore's made a great run on the far post. Iwobi doesn't play it in yet. Here he is, low ball, disappointing for Fulham, gives it straight to Anthony Gordon, and they needed to do better there, the visitors, on the break. Joe Linton holds off Sasulukic, who wins the free kick for his team. So almost at half time here, and Newcastle still in front by 1-0.
Yeah, I think that attack summed up this game, to be honest with you. I'll be a bit disappointed if I was Marco Silva there. The Fulham have broken. By the time the ball's turned over 6 seconds later, Newcastle have got 10 men behind the ball, and Fulham only have 4 attackers. I think that's probably just shown that Newcastle want the game a little bit more. I think there's a bit more intensity to them, and yeah, I think that probably highlighted it the most. I'd be quite disappointed myself if you have an attack, an opportunity to counter like that, and yeah, you only have the team has 10 men behind the ball while we've still only got 4 attackers. I think that is probably the biggest. I think that's the biggest indication of the way the game's been and the sort of mentality of the two teams.
Just 1 minute being added on for stoppages ahead of half time. Norwich City have got an equaliser in the Championship. They are back to 1-1 away at Swansea City. Bristol City have taken the lead at home against Birmingham City. Sinclair Armstrong, the goal scorer there. Millwall are in front against Leicester City. They've taken the lead just ahead of half time in the Championship. And in League One, the third tier, Peterborough United, who were 1-0 down at home to Blackpool, they are back on level terms. It is now Peterborough United 1, Blackpool 1. Free kick to Newcastle here, 20 yards inside their own half. Nick Pope takes the free kick. All his outfield teammates up ahead of him, looking for the head of Joe Linton. Flicks it on towards Dan Burn. Looked to be a nudge from Adama Traore. Referee says play on. Voltemada settles himself to shoot, drills it into the heel of Ryan Sessegnon. Fulham relieved to clear away there. And again, you've mentioned a couple of times now, Rob, how the referee's allowing play to continue. That nearly worked in Newcastle's favour. They might have wanted a free kick, but because he played on, it became a shooting opportunity for Voltemada as the referee blows the whistle for half-time. So Newcastle will feel they deserve to be on top. Jacob Murphy, who took the goal so well, but had he taken his other chance, the arguably easier chance, well, then it would be a real cushion for Eddie Howe's team. As it is, Rob, we know that 1-0 can be a perilous lead in the Premier League. This one ain't over yet.
No, definitely. I think you've teed it up exactly how it is. I think Fulham now know they've been poor. They haven't really rose to the occasion, especially with the amount of changes that have been made. But it gives them an opportunity, it gives them a bit of a lifeline that it's only 1-0. And I think for Newcastle, they'll need to sort of reassess and make sure they start the second half just as well as the first half. So sets it up really nicely for us.
Jacob Murphy, who scored against Fulham the last time these sides met at Craven College back in February. He has got his first goal of the campaign. He won the ball near the halfway line. He charged onto the edge of the box. He drilled it low across the goalkeeper, in off the base of the post. Excellent finish from Murphy, and that is how it stands at the break. Newcastle United 1, Fulham 0. We'll be back for second half commentary from St James's Park, but during half time we'll catch up with the rest of the day's sport with 5 Live and Steve Crossman.
After the long throw, deep cross from Enzo Fernandez, looking for Garnacho. Clever little header from Hume, just nods it down, and Traore says, right, I'm going to take Acheampong on for pace, but Acheampong has got a long rangy stride, sticks with him. They were with each other there for about 10 yards, like they were bombing down a 100-metre track, and then Acheampong just held his man off, and Chelsea have the ball again. Fernandez on to Caicedo, late challenge on Caicedo, been caught on the right ankle by Isidore, and that'll be a free kick for Chelsea, and we've got 30 seconds left in what's been a really good watch in the first half at Stamford Bridge. 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the BBC World Service. Manchester United Brighton on the way at 5:30 on 5 Live this evening. Manchester United off the back of that win against Liverpool. Reece James's low cross into the Sunderland box, cleared to Xhaka on the edge of the area. Here's Reinildo. Reinildo chips one down the left-hand side. Chalobah will get there. Andy Madley's looked at his watch. That half-time whistle is coming any time soon. Reece James might play himself into trouble here. Very nearly did, and there goes the half-time whistle. Great run forward from Siddiqui for Sunderland to try and take it off Reece James, and that, Steve Sidwell's been a really closely contested half of football. Chelsea got in front early, Sunderland with the equaliser, 1-1.
Well, the Chelsea goal come from a breakaway, didn't it? A real good counter-attack, and that's where they've looked dangerous. Other than that, when Sunderland have got behind the ball, they've struggled to really break them down. As you said there, that sort of, that one maverick, that bit of inspiration to try and sort of undo their defence has been forthcoming, really. But as for Sunderland, on the front foot, well and truly in this game, and they're looking to go on and win this game.
Yeah, two teams level on points at the start of this game, and pretty level in the game so far as well. Certainly in terms of the scoreline, Chelsea 1, Sunderland 1. Steve.
Half-time whistle's just gone at St James's Park. Lee Blakeman.
Newcastle 1, Fulham 0. Jacob Murphy with the goal following a Bassi error at the back. Murphy with the finish, in off the post, really well taken. Murphy hit the post before that and had a one-on-one effort saved by Leno after that. Voltemade hit the post in the first 5 minutes. Guimaraes fired one wide from the edge of the area too. For Fulham, Smith-Rose had a shot well saved by Pope, as has Berger. Traore putting the follow-up to that one wide. So loads of chances, just the one goal. Newcastle 1, Fulham 0.
Let's go to Wembley Stadium. Australia well in control in the Rugby League Ashes. Sharon Shortall.
They absolutely are. 55 minutes gone now. England 0, Australia 14. England had a good chance with a 40-20 kick that set them up in a great position, only for George Williams to knock the ball on from 10 metres out. It's all Australia, though, that deserve this lead. England 0, Australia 14.
Sharon, thank you. You can watch that one right now on BBC One. 166 and out for the brilliant Jess Fishlock, who has just come off in the final moments of Wales versus Australia in that women's international. It is Wales 1, Australia 2. The great international career of Jess Fishlock has come to an end. Have we reached half-time at the Riverside in the Championship, Chris Coles?
We have, and Wrexham lead Middlesbrough by a 1-0. All relatively comfortable for the visitors against a surprisingly flat Middlesbrough. The goal from Josh Windass, shooting from outside the box, zipped off an outstretched leg, which saw it rocket past goalkeeper Sol Bryn. Middlesbrough lacking intensity, just 3 attempts with a small A, all off target. Big improvement needed from the home side. Middlesbrough 0, Wrexham 1.
Whatever happens today, Middlesbrough will be second in the Championship, but Millwall can go just a point behind them. Half-time in their match with Leicester at the Den, Emily Herbert.
And it's Millwall who lead. It's Millwall 1, Leicester 0. It's Leicester who started the brighter. Fatawu causing all sorts of problems for Millwall's back line, but Millwall soon finding their rhythm, and it's the man in form, Femi Aziz, controls the ball over the top, bursts through the defence and lashes it into the roof of the net. His 4th goal in 4 games. What a run. Millwall are on. Half-time, Millwall 1, Leicester 0.
Below them, Bristol City on course to go 4th. Half-time in their game with Birmingham. Molly Stevens.
Yes, absolutely. Bristol City 1, Birmingham City 0 at half-time, and what a pretty even first half until the point where it looked almost certain that both sides would be heading down the tunnel to face some stern words from their managers, but Sinclair Armstrong made sure that wasn't the case for Bristol City. A crucial goal from him, struck well, right-footed, low and into the bottom right-hand corner just before the break. It lifts the home side up to 4th in the live table, and will this have turned the tide for more goals in the second half? We shall see. Bristol City lead Birmingham by a 0-0.
Only goalless game in the Championship so far is Hull Charlton. Half-time there, Betty Glover.
Oh, that's unlucky for me. Hull 0, Charlton 0. Not a lot separates these two. Came into this level on points. Remember, Charlton just ahead in the table thanks to goal difference. It has been end to end. Lots of half chances. Tyrese Campbell looked the most likely to score for Charlton. He had 1 shot saved and a couple off target. Hull have got into some great positions themselves, but have just lacked that quality with the final touch. Hull 0, Charlton 0.
Odd day at Hillsborough for Sheffield Wednesday fans. Half-time in their game with Oxford United. Shojo.
Sheffield Wednesday 0, Oxford 2. Oxford led early on through Will Lancashire, stooping low and heading in from close range. The second, a long-range free kick from Cameron Brannigan, low and accurate from almost 30 yards out. In between those goals, Wednesday's 2 best chances fell to Bailey Kadamatari. The first one flashed wide as he was off balance. The second parried by the Oxford keeper. Half-time, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Oxford 2.
Other half-times for you. Derby 1, Queen's Park, Rangers 0. Carlton Morris with the goal there, ending a run of 7 games without a goal. Swansea won, Norwich City won as a half-time scorer as well. Zan Vipotnik scoring his 7th of the season for Swansea. Into League One, Stevenage, Bradford City, Mark Webber.
Where it's Stevenage 1, Bradford City 1. Bradford City opened it up 3 minutes in. The Stevenage defence unusually napping to allow Neil Byrne to slot home on the right. But Stevenage were up for the equaliser, so it was 18 minutes in. Harvey White hoovering up a rebound to slam it home. The top of League One as congested as the nearby A1M in rush hour. Stevenage 1, Bradford City 1.
Stevenage, one of the teams hoping to end the day top of the table, as are AFC Wimbledon at home to Burton. Charlotte Richardson.
Wimbledon 0, Burton Albion 0 with little opportunity in open play. The Dons ruining, not making the most of their golden chance from 12 yards out when they were awarded a penalty. Omar Bugle placed the effort low into the left hand side. It was parried into a busy 6-yard area by Brad Collins. The follow up effort hit the post before eventually being cleared, and that the biggest moment of what has been a scrappy half of football. These sides occupying positions at opposite ends of the table, but nothing to separate them. Wimbledon 0, Burton Albion 0.
What about that game right at the bottom? Peterborough Blackpool, Jonathan Ledyard.
It's good to be here. Peterborough will wonder how they're not well ahead. They had more chances, but they then had to chase the game because they were caught cold by Blackpool's first shot on target after 34 minutes. Josh Bowler's shot deflected in by the United captain Peter Chioso, who was once on loan at Bolton under the new Blackpool manager Ian Evatt. However, home frustrations calmed by Matt Garbett just before half-time. From long range, it's 1-1 at the stadium where Peterborough and Blackpool are hoping to climb near from the bottom.
Other half-time scores for you: Barnsley 0, Rotherham United 0 in that South Yorkshire derby. Leyton Orient 0, Lincoln 0, Northampton 0, Luton 0. Also goalless in the game between Reading and Doncaster Rovers. Wickham lead Huddersfield by a goal to 0. Huddersfield down to 10 as well because they had Alfie May, the striker, sent off on 25 minutes. Into League 2 next. Earlier full times, the leaders Walsall lost 1-0 at Cheltenham. It finished Fleetwood 2, Accrington 1. Half-time in the game between Crewe and Grimsby, and what a game. Tom Gale.
Crewe 2, Grimsby 2. Visitors led early on. Walker unmarked in the box, firing low past Booth. Crewe's equaliser came from a short Grimsby back pass. O'Reilly found Tesgal, who found the opposite bottom corner. The Stoke City loanee then bagged his second corner, not cleared, and Tesgal slotted home from the penalty spot. And it was Walker again with Grimsby's equaliser in stoppage time, finishing off from a cutback from the byline. 2 men on for a hat-trick. Half-time, Crewe 2, Grimsby 2.
So as it stands, MK Dons are going top of League 2 this afternoon. Rushden Hepburn Murphy on the score sheet for them. They lead by a goal to 0 at Bromley. Other scores for you: there's been a red card in the game between Barrow and Barnet. It is for Barrow, but they do lead by a goal to 0. Gillingham 1, Salford 2, Harrogate 0, Newport 1. It's Notts County 0, Cambridge United 0. Also goalless in the games between Oldham and Shrewsbury, Swindon and Colchester. Tranmere 0, Chesterfield 1. What about the game between Crewe? We've just done that, sorry. Bromley and MK Dons. Let's get the details. Sam Ashu.
It's Bromley 0, MK Dons 1 at half-time. Steve, the Dons continuing their fine form, this time through a Rashaan Hepburn Murphy tap-in after fine work on the left-hand side from Nathaniel Mendes-Lang. We had a 10 or so minute break in play following a clash of heads between MK keeper Craig McGillivray and Bromley's Nicky McCamber. Both players are okay, but both were forced off. Bromley came close through top scorer Michael Cheek, his header coming back off the inside of the post. He thought it was in, he was wheeling away to celebrate, only to be disappointed. Bromley's unbeaten home record is under threat. MK on for 5 wins in a row. Bromley 0, MK Dons 1 at half-time.
Half-times in the National League: Braintree 0, Altrincham 0. Altrincham playing their first game since the departure of now former manager Phil Parkinson. Eastleigh 0, Morecambe 0. Forest Green lead Boreham Wood by a goal to 0. Truro are 2-0 up at Gateshead. Hartlepool United moving into the top half as it stands, leading Solihull Moors at Victoria Park by a goal to 0. Scunthorpe United going second at the moment. They lead 2-1 at half-time against Aldershot. Southend 0, Brackley Town 0. Also 0-0 in the game between Woking and Rochdale. Yeovil are 1-0 up against Carlisle United, and it is Wilston 1, Sutton United 2. Into the Scottish Premiership: Dundee United 1, St Mirren 1 is the half-time score. Dundee lead by a goal to 0 at Falkirk, and Livingston lead Motherwell by a goal to 0. In the Scottish Championship, the league leaders St Johnstone absolutely flying, 4-0 up at half-time at Morton. Airdrieonians lead Arbroath by a goal to 0. Queen's Park are down to 10. They're drawing 0-0 at half-time against Ayr United. Also 0-0 in the game between Wraith Rovers and Partick Thistle. Ross County lead Dunfermline by 2-1. Games for you going on right now in Scottish League 1. We've got Alloa 0, Stenhouse Muir 0. Stenhouse Muir top of the table, 3 points clear of Inverness, who are currently drawing 0-0 at Peterhead. It is Montrose 0, Cove Rangers 1 and Kelty Hearts 0, East Fife 1. No games in Scottish League 2 today, so you are right up to date on 5 Live Sports. Second half commentary to come from St James's Park on Sports Extra and Stamford Bridge here on 5 Live after the news with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Prison sources have confirmed an asylum seeker who was mistakenly released from Chelmsford Jail yesterday was directed by staff to the train station. A delivery driver says Hadush Kabatu, who is serving a sentence for sexual assault, seemed very confused and returned 4 or 5 times to the prison before being sent to the station. The Metropolitan Police says the 41-year-old, who's from Ethiopia, travelled to East London. Our news correspondent Graham Satchell has been following the police inquiry.
They say that they have been examining CCTV footage and now can confirm that Kabatu got off the train at Stratford station, so he didn't make it all the way into the centre of London. And they're now looking at more footage from there, from further afield, including the transport network. They say they're not going to give a running commentary, but they have asked members of the public, if they've seen Kabatu, to contact them to call 999 straight away.
The left-wing independent candidate Catherine Connolly is expected to become Ireland's next president. Her only challenger, Heather Humphreys from Fine Gael, has conceded defeat in the election.
I just want to thank all of the people who have voted for me. I want to congratulate Catherine on becoming the next president of Ireland. Can I just say that Catherine will be a president for all of us, and she will be my president, and I really would like to wish her all the very, very best.
Labour Party members have elected Lucy Powell as their new deputy leader after Angela Rayner's resignation. She beat the Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson with 54% of the votes. The former US Vice President Kamala Harris has not ruled out running for the White House again. She's told the BBC she's confident there will be a female president one day. The full interview is on Sunday with Laura Koonsberg tomorrow on BBC One at 9 a.m. And Lord Taverne, a founding member of the Liberal Democrats, has died aged 97. He was also MP for Lincoln between 1962 and 1974. The leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, has called him a passionate, principled and thoughtful colleague.
On Radio 4, the more you listen, the more you see.
It feels like Mad Hatter's Tea Party.
I'm Amanda Nucci, and this is Strong Message Here, where we stress test political buzzwords and phrases.
Ordinary people are slightly related to the Westminster bubble in the sense that they're not in it. And it's very, very burstable.
Every week, along with guest writers and comedians, we'll cut through the waffle.
Like something out of the thick of it, innit?
Strong Message Here, decoding the doublespeak of politics. Listen on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
And you're very welcome back to St James's Park. I'm Conor McNamara. Newcastle United leading Fulham by 1-0 at half-time. And the sides are back out here for the second period. We're about to get underway with Newcastle attacking the Gallowgate end. It was the goal from Jacob Murphy after 19 minutes that has Eddie Howe's team in front. Fulham making a substitution over the break. They have brought on Kevin, who's come on in place of Emile Smith-Rowe, who had one very good chance after a Newcastle defensive error. Presented him with a straightforward opportunity to shoot, but he scuffed it a little bit straight at the goalkeeper. And Marcus Silva has taken off Smith-Rowe to bring on Kevin. So that is another attacker on. And it'll be interesting to see. At the moment, he looks like he's lining up on the left-hand side of the Fulham attack. Just waiting for the signal from the referee to get back underway here. With Chelsea and Sunderland 1-1 in the other 3 o'clock game in the Premier League today. Commentary of that is available on 5 Live right now here on Sports Extra. We're going to stick with events here at St James's Park through to the completion of the 90 minutes. Then we'll be going for commentary of England women against Brazil, which is coming up at tea time here this evening. But there's the whistle from the referee Lee Harrington to get us back underway. And Kevin, who has come on in place of Emile Smith-Rowe, who was starting a Premier League game for the first time this season, and Rob Elliott's alongside me. I think that'll be a disappointment to the Fulham fans that they've only had 45 minutes of Emile Smith-Rowe on the pitch today, Rob.
Yeah, I think that looks he looked like that was the case, didn't he? You know how much quality he's got, and you know when he had that opportunity at the end of the first half, you sort of expect him with the quality he has to make a better contact. But you know, hopefully it's just his first start in coming back and getting his match sharpness back. But yeah, Iwobi looks like he's joined Jimenez up front, and Kevin being left out on the left. Like we did mention, it was their sort of biggest threat, wasn't it? Fulham down the left, they had some good play with Sessegnon, so Newcastle have to be wary.
Kevin, transfer day signing from Shakhtar Donetsk, yet to start a Premier League game for Fulham. This is the 6th time he's come on as a sub. Voltemada is fouled inside his own half by Bassi. It's been a real tussle between Voltemada and the central defenders Diop and Bassi today. I think to their credit, actually, the two Fulham defenders, neither of them have got a yellow card yet, but they've just been just about staying on the right side of the law in their tangles with Voltemada, who did hit the post in the first half. Murphy, who had another really good chance as well as the goal that he did score. And the only slight negative from an Eddie Howe point of view, I'd probably wish he'd team it more than one on the board here. Here comes Iwobi, nutmeg on the defender Botman. It's a little bit too far for the Sassalukic to really struggle to get there ahead of Joe Linton, but he did. Now, this is Sander Berge more central to the left-hand side to Sessegnon, who at full stretch tries to shoot, come cross with his left foot, but he's off balance and it spins away into the crowd, much to the joy of the Newcastle United fans. So still Newcastle 1, Fulham 0.
Yeah, Fulham started the half well, been on the front foot like you'd expect. Imagine Marco Silva probably didn't mince his words. I don't think Fulham were poor, but I just don't think they were great. You know, I don't think they really showed loads of intent. Probably started the game a bit more intensity, a bit more aggression, which you want to see from them, because you know, from Fulham's point of view, you know, they know they can be better, but they did have chances. So you know, they know it's there for them if they do get it right.
And match of the day coming up this evening, BBC One at 10:25, where you can watch all of today's action from the top flight. There are only 4 Premier League games today. Chelsea 1, Sunderland 1, getting underway for the second half in London. Manchester United against Brighton is a 5:30 start. You can listen to that game on 5 Live. Liverpool are in action this evening. They're away at Brentford. Brentford against Liverpool starts at 8 o'clock in the top flight this Saturday evening. But a lot of the action is tomorrow, and you can listen to all the games across 5 Live and Sports Extra on Premier League Sunday. Now this is Sessegnon back to Calvin Bassi, 10 yards outside his own half. Fulham playing from right to left as we look down. Still very bright sunshine in the northeast this afternoon. Newcastle have got Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Malik Chow, Sven Botman and Dan Burn in the defence, Joe Linton, Bruno Guimaraes and Lewis Miley in midfield, and then Jacob Murphy, Nick Voltemada and Anthony Gordon in attack. The Fulham team with Bernd Leno in goal, back 4 of Kenny Tete, Issa Diop, Calvin Bassi and Ryan Sessegnon, Senderberg alongside Sassalukic in the midfield. Then there's a line of 3 with Adama Traore on the right hand side, Alex Iwobi and Kevin, and they're all behind Raul Jimenez, the Mexican, who plays up front. Bernd Leno has possession at his feet, rolls it out low to Issa Diop. High press from Newcastle here, but Fulham looked to play through the press. Adama Traore looked to be fouled by Dan Burn. Again, the referee, well, he indicated initially he was going to play on, and then after just waiting a moment to see what happened, he blew the whistle to give the free kick to Fulham. It's almost like no one's happy with that outcome there. Fulham wanted the free kick given quickly. Newcastle didn't want it given at all. Boos all around. Who'd want to be a referee?
Yeah, it probably is a foul. I think Burn just catches Traore, you know, from the Fulham's point of view. There's the early booking for Tete, and that probably Big Dan Burns' 4th or 5th foul. So I think that was the complaints at half time from the Fulham staff. But yeah, good start to the half. It just shows how much of a knife edge this game's on. Sort of quite interesting that both teams, when they're in their flow, are good, but also very nervy considering the start of the season they've had. Yeah, hopefully sets up for a good second half, and Fulham definitely more aggressive in their press and their energy.
Yes, it's an aggressive pressing game as Newcastle win it back here on the edge of the Fulham penalty area. Murphy into Bruno Guimaraes. Was that a foul by Calvin Bassi? It was. Free kick to Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes is hurt. Could be within shooting range here too for the home side, as the referee comes across to see if Bruno Guimaraes is going to need some treatment here. But both teams rolling up their sleeves and getting stuck in at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I think everything's come from mistakes, hasn't it? I think it's been high press from both teams, and especially in the second half, the ball's turned over and Newcastle doing the same and getting the free kick. Bassi obviously made the mistake from the goal, but he's aggressive. You know, he's going to be on the front foot, and there are a lot of fouls being given in this game, and I think the referee's got the balance right, to be honest with you. I think you could argue from a Fulham point of view, I think Dan Burn's lucky not to have been booked, but I think overall it's been a good game, and yeah, I think the next goal is crucial. As obvious as that is, it really is crucial.
The angle here you would think would favour a left-footed strike of the ball. Kieran Trippier standing over it now. It looks like he's going to cross it. Leaves it for Jacob Murphy. Took a deflection, nearly fell for Voltemade. That was almost presented on a plate for the German as Kevin's got away with one there. Looked like he was going to lose possession, but he skips up to the halfway line. Alex Iwobi, cross-field drill is behind Raul Jimenez. The Mexican does get possession, but much of the momentum has been lost by the angle of pass there. Fulham have it with Sander Berge. Fulham playing from right to left as we look down. All in green today. Their change trip against Newcastle in their magpie black and white. This is Kenny Tete on the right-hand side. Gives it up to Adama Traore. Just seemed to check his run a little bit to stay on side. Then he dances over the ball, gives it back to Sander Berge. There's a little bit of space here. Can he get it onto his right boot? Clips it in towards the centre. Sven Botman diving, is able to clear away, and then Diop fouls Voltemade, and that is a free kick to Newcastle, 10 yards or so outside their own penalty area. Rob Elliott.
Yeah, another bundling foul, and I think Voltemade there just finally gets one. I think after 4 or 5 go against him. But yeah, no, it's a good start. There's not really been a settled flow to this game. It's end to end, and like we say, Fulham now really need to push for that equaliser. Iwobi's been really effective, moved more central, and it was a good run from Kevin early on the counter attack. Maybe a slight handball in it, but gets Fulham up the pitch, and they look a lot more aggressive and a lot more effective now.
Yeah, it's an enjoyable game, this one. Newcastle will feel they're on top with just 1 goal between them. Fulham still very much with an opportunity to get back on level terms here. Still a long way to go. We've only played 52 minutes. Elsewhere this afternoon in League 2, Shrewsbury Town have taken the lead away at Oldham, as Newcastle give it out to Anthony Gordon here on the left-hand side. In the Championship, Hull City are in front against Charlton Athletic. This is Joe Linton just outside the penalty area. Back to Lewis Miley. Miley wants to keep it out on that left-hand side, so he gives it to Gordon once again. Dan Byrne ran as a decoy. Miley now, edge of the area, does give it to Byrne the second time. Here comes the cross, too close to Issa Diop, and his clearance goes more up than away, and Dan Byrne tries to control the edge of the box, but Adama Traore should clear here. Under a lot of pressure though from Joe Linton, so the ball goes out of play for a throw into Newcastle, and Eddie Howe's team remain on the attack. In League 2, Harrogate Town 0, Newport County 2. An own goal from Bobby Faulkner doubles Newport's lead away from home there. And AFC Wimbledon are behind at home in League 1. Burton Albion have taken the lead there. This is Sessegnon trying to break out of defence, but the whistle is going to bring him back. And that is a free kick to Newcastle, who are winning a lot of the physical one-on-one battles at the moment.
Yeah, I think Sessegnon's a bit hard done by there. I think he obviously gets the foul, but I think he defends well against Murphy. I think he's been good, Sessegnon, start of this game. But Newcastle another chance to put the ball in the box, and I think just before that phase of play, Dan Byrne eventually gets to cross him, but I think Voltemade, if the ball's not put in early for him, Bassi and Diop are really swallowing him up and not giving him any room. So I think when they do get the ball wide, Newcastle, the ball needs to come in a bit quicker to give Voltemade a bit of chance, because Diop and Bassi, other than Bassi's obviously mistake for the goal, they defended the box really well.
Here comes the Newcastle free kick, played in by Kieran Trippier. That's a really dangerous delivery, but Sander Berge gets underneath it, all the way back to Trippier on the halfway line, who will turn and roll it all the way back to the goalkeeper, Nick Pope, away to our left-hand side. Pope, who to make one good save to deny Emile Smith-Rowe in the first half. Most of what else Fulham have thrown at attack has been off target. Calvin Bassey's under pressure here. Jacob Murphy on the back of him does really well, tried to stab it back for Dan Byrne. That was a really good attempt from Murphy to pick out an assist there inside the penalty area. Fulham are relieved that they can play the ball out of the box, and this is Kenny Tete on the right hand side. So in the Premier League at the moment, Chelsea 1, Sunderland 1. Here at St James's Park, Newcastle 1, Fulham 0. Manchester United host Brighton at 5:30, and it's Brentford against Liverpool at 8. In the Scottish Premiership this afternoon, Dundee United 1, St Mirren 1. Falkirk trail at home. They are 1-0 behind it with Dundee in town, and Livingston in front against Motherwell. In the Championship this afternoon, Coventry are ahead, Ipswich Town, Stoke in front, Southampton are leading away at Blackburn, Bristol City are in front at home against Birmingham City. As a cross on the left-hand side from Kevin, nearly sat up, but the flag is raised on the far side anyway as the ball goes out, and that is going to be possession back to Newcastle United again. Elsewhere in the Championship, Derby 1-0 up at home against Queen's Park Rangers. Hull lead with Charlton the visitors. It's Middlesbrough 0, Wrexham 1. Millwall in front. They're 1-0 ahead of Leicester City this afternoon. Sheffield Wednesday 2-0 down at home with the Oxford United the visitors, and it is 1-1 between Swansea and Norwich. We've got England's women's international game against Brazil to come here on Sports Extra later on this afternoon. In League One at the moment, Bolton 1, Cardiff 0. It's Mansfield Town 1, Wigan Athletic 1. Wimbledon 0, Burton Albion 1. Scoreless between Barnsley and Rotherham. It's also 0-0 in the games between Leyton Orient and Lincoln and Northampton and Luton. There's a 1-1 draw at the moment between Peterborough and Blackpool. 0-0 between Reading and Doncaster. 1-1 between Stevenage and Bradford. Here's a chance for Fulham. Sasa Lukic tries to prod it over the line, and he does. It's an equaliser for Fulham. Newcastle couldn't get it away. They're appealing there was a foul on Sven Botman. He's still down on the ground. But it looks like this goal on-field decision is given. Video assistant referee will be looking at it. The ball bounced up ricochet, may even have come back off the crossbar, but Sasa Lukic could prod it in, and now Fulham will feel they're rewarded for hanging on in there when they seem to be dwindling out of the game. It needs to be signed off by VAR, but for now, Newcastle 1, Fulham 1. Sessegnon's cross on the left-hand side. It does come back off the frame of the goal. Pope diving to his left. It came back across the goalkeeper, and it was Kevin's cross in. Well worked Fulham goal, but Newcastle will be disappointed. Now, is there any case that Botman is fouled as the ball comes back in? We're just waiting to see a clean replay on it. I don't think so. I think as Lukic jumps for the ball, yes, he's jumping with the opponent, but I can't see any clean challenge from the replay we've been given, albeit just from one angle so far, Rob Elliott.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's Botman that heads it in or Lukic. I'm not sure if obviously Lukic is getting some treatment to his head, so he's obviously clashed heads.
That would imply that there was a collision, right?
Yeah, so the only thing I'm thinking is if this is looked at by VAR, whether they see it as a foul where he heads, I think he's headed Botman's head, who's then headed the ball in. That's the only hope Newcastle have of it not being allowed. It seems like it's going to be allowed. It doesn't feel like they haven't announced that it's being checked. But brilliant bit of play from Fulham, who started the second half really well. Kevin on the left again, they find him through Iwobi down the centre, a brilliant ball in. And then I think it's Traore at the end, with the far side with a volley. It's an unbelievable save from Nick Pope initially, and then obviously, like we said, this collision here it's a bad collision because both players are still getting treatment. There's a lot of blood and bandaging, so he's just trying to see whether how their interpretation is, whether they are looking at this from a VA point of view.
I mean, there's no doubt they will absolutely be looking at this. The game isn't going to restart because Botman is still getting treatment inside the goal mouth. The referee, Tony Harrington, his on-field decision is goal, but as we all know, there could be a few little twists and turns to go. The fact that Sasa Lukic has had such obvious bandaging to his head, that takes away any sort of suggestion that there isn't a firm contact, or the very suggestion that Botman was somewhat exaggerating that. There clearly has been a clash of heads, so does it deem to be a mitigating factor that would cancel out the goal? This could take some time to sort out because they're still working on Botman inside the goal mouth away to our left-hand side. So Newcastle fans, they're not quite sure yet. Fulham fans assuming, they're full of voice now. They believe they're back at level terms, but this has not been rubber stamped yet.
No, the ball's on the centre circle. The teams look like they're ready to kick off, but I think when you do review it and look back, it does seem that it's it could be a bit controversial. I don't want to say to make it seem more than it is. I think it's one of them ones where, I think seeing on the replay there, actually from this different angle, we've been given a different angle, it does look like Lukic does get the header, and it is just a clash of heads between the two of them, honest challenge. It does look like Lukic gets the touch.
It's almost simultaneous. They clash heads as Lukic is heading the ball, so there is no foul there. He's trying to head the ball, Botman's trying to head it away. They're both trying to occupy the same space. If anything, on that most recent replay, it's that Botman, the back of Botman's head goes up into the head of Sasa Lukic. Having seen those angles, I'm more convinced now that this goal is going to stand. There's still all sorts of remonstrations, as you can imagine, going on down in the technical area. Looked like there could be a substitution coming as well. Harvey Barnes and Fabian Schär are getting ready to come on. Schär, who hasn't played in a long time, but that goal for Sasa Lukic, his first in over a year and a half. How crucial it is for Marco Silva's team, who now feel they are not just right back in this, they might be able to rattle Newcastle and go and win them games themselves. Marco Silva's team, who've lost their last 3 Premier League games in a row. So triple change coming from Eddie Howe now. Tonali's going to come on as well. Botman will be replaced, so that head injury has him off. We haven't heard the last of this. This is going to dominate the post-match interviews, I'm sure. Botman goes off with a bloody head. Fabian Schär on in his place. Tonali and Barnes will come in to the midfield. Barnes is going to replace goal scorer Jacob Murphy in attack, and Tonali's going to come on in place of Lewis Miley. So Schär for Botman, Barnes for Murphy, and Tonali for Lewis Miley, and a big roar from the St James's Park crowd. And they know their team needs to step up again now, Rob Elliott. Goals been given, 1-1.
Yeah, I think it's a wake-up call. I think Fulham, like we said, they weren't going to be as poor as they were in the first half for their standards, and they get the goal, and it's a really brave header from Lukic. Obviously Botman's come off worse. Looks like he's had a real nasty bash to the back of his head. Newcastle allowed to make the substitution and bring Schär on, but Lukic has to stay off, so that's an interesting one. Fulham aren't happy, but Fulham will be really happy with the way they've started the game, and I think it's going to be an interesting next 5 minutes. I think the substitutions Newcastle are able to make with the quality of Barnes, who scored 2 at the week, and Tonali, obviously we know what a brilliant player he is. It's going to be an interesting way to see how this pans out.
Yeah, Lukic has just been invited back onto the field, and he's complaining about the delay, but those are the rules. It's a 30-second delay before you come back on again if you leave the field because of a head injury. So Fulham back to 11, the game back to 1-1. This is interesting now in the sunshine at St James's Park. There's a half an hour of this game to go, and it's become a game that could go either way. Fabian Schär, who is making his first appearance since mid-September. It is the 200th Premier League appearance of his career for the Swiss international. And Anthony Gordon sets off on a sprint down the left-hand side, but he pushed it too far ahead of himself, and Issa Diop was able to intercept. Then it went off Diop, off Gordon, back off Diop again and out of play, so it's a Newcastle throw. Taken quickly into Voltemata, inside the penalty area, gives it back to Gordon. Bruno Guimaraes heads off target. Oh, you'd have put your mortgage on him scoring there. 6 yards out, central location, no defender near him. Bruno Guimaraes has got to hit the target. He's put it wide.
Oh, what a goal this would have been. I mean, yeah, but how Bruno's missed the header from there, I don't know, but the throw by Gordon, he throws it quickly into Voltemata in the box. An unbelievable bit of skill. He holds 2 players off, flicks it up and lofts it back to Gordon over the defenders, who puts in the first time ball. Brilliant ball to Bruno, and Newcastle should be 2-1. Brilliant again from Voltemata. He's turned out to be a superstar for the first few games we've seen him, and I suppose great response from Newcastle, but it should be 2-1.
1-1 it is, and Murphy and Lukic both scoring their first goals of this season. For Sasa Lukic, it's only the second Premier League goal he's ever got in his career. Adama Traore here sprinting across the field, absolute diagonal from right to left there, gives it on to Kevin. Fulham definitely now with new momentum, having scored that equalising goal. By the way, some team news coming in from the Manchester United-Brighton game, which is coming up at 5:30. You can listen to it on 5 Live. Ruben Amorim making 2 changes from the win against Liverpool and Anfield. Yoro and Šeško come back into the team. Harry Maguire's not involved, not even on the bench. And Mason Mount is the other one who drops out. Brighton make 1 change for the team that beat Newcastle. De Kuyper comes in for Gomez, who drops to the bench. You can listen to that game coming up in just over an hour's time. Throw in for Fulham, taken by Sessegnon. Newcastle been able to clear it away. Great determination. Bruno Guimaraes actually outpaced Adama Traore in a sprint there. That's no mean feat, but he doesn't get a free kick, and the play continues. Iwobi crosses in. Scher's head is uncertain. Kevin down for Raul Jimenez. Shot on target, well saved by Pope. And there's some real quality in the game now. Chances at both ends. Good acrobatic skills from Raul Jimenez, but Nick Pope got down to make the save. 1-1.
Yes, the game's flipped on its head. No, Fulham looking dangerous every time they come forward.
Anthony Gordon, left-hand side, outfoxed by Kenny Tete, who, having won the ball, just waited for any collision at all. When it came, he fell to his knees. Referee gave the free kick. Anthony Gordon's discussed it, but you see that all the time. Free kick to Fulham, right full-back position for them.
This is the Fulham we're sort of used to seeing, isn't it? The very front-footed, very attacking, dominating the ball. Kevin's made a huge difference on this left-hand side. We said it was a problem for Newcastle in the first half, but it's definitely been the second half. He looks lively. He's had a great touch. Brilliant skill from Jimenez now, teeing himself up for over a kick, which was comfortable for Pope in the end. But yeah, I think Newcastle just have to be wary. The crowd's starting to groan and get into the game. The referee's decisions frustrating everyone, and I think for Newcastle they've got to probably think that the majority of the game they've been excellent, and not get too frustrated and lose lose their momentum, whereas Fulham now on the front foot, looking very aggressive, and I think the switch from Silva at half-time has really worked for them, and they deservedly have got that goal from the start of this second half.
Some updates to bring you from elsewhere in League 2. We told you that Barrow had gone down to 10 men. They've now lost the lead as Barrow 1, Barnet 1. Elsewhere in the fourth tier, Harrogate Town 0, Newport County 3. A third goal for the visitors in that one. In the Championship, Sheffield Wednesday were 2-0 down at Oxford United. They've got one back, so Sheffield Wednesday 1, Oxford United 2 there. Free kick to Newcastle. They can't take it quickly enough here. Trippier tried to play the ball. Neither Kevin or Iwobi moved away, and it's a yellow card, certainly for Kevin. Is there going to be a yellow card for Iwobi too? Just going to confirm. I only saw him show the yellow card to Kevin, but free kick to Newcastle, and I think that is just the one yellow card there, even though they both seem to be delaying the restart of play.
The ref seems a bit flustered at the moment, the pace of the game, Obviously he's doing some serious yards getting up and down, because the play's not slow, is it? It's going back to front very quickly, and the ball kicked off of Iwobi, booked Kevin and then changed his mind. But no, it's a bit tetchy as well. You can see from sort of the crowd's reaction that everyone's a little bit nervous in St James's, and Fulham probably trying to take advantage of that.
Newcastle trying to attack down the right hand side, but Trippier can't find his pass. Kevin, who I have to say has been a breath of fresh air since coming on. Oh, he's done really well there. Trippier tried to foul him, but Kevin kept going. He's picked out Iwobi just outside the penalty area, tries to crack in a shot. Malik Chow is able to make the interception. That was brilliant from Kevin, I have to say, as Tonali takes up the charge, and the end-to-end nature of this game continues. He's picked out Anthony Gordon, level with the edge of the penalty area, the Newcastle attack. Gordon has outfoxed Tete here, but the cross is terrible, way too high and long. Having done so well to get into position, groans from the Newcastle fans, and this game is still at 1-1.
Yeah, what a game we've got. It's been absolutely brilliant second half. Newcastle fans, they're roaring the team on as the ball was overhit from Gordon, but what we talked about Kevin already, and he's made an instant impact, gets away from two, great ball inside to Iwobi, whose shot's blocked, could have gone to Traore possibly, and then straight away the ball's turned over to Tonali. Brilliant run through the middle as he's done, it's become his trademark. Plays Gordon, who's he started giving Tete a difficult time, which he wasn't able to do. He started off brilliantly, wasn't able to get in the game the rest of the first half, and I think this game hinges on the wingers, because they seem to be the ones causing the problem in the wide areas.
1-1 here at the moment. Groans from Newcastle fans as Fabian Schär is given possession away. In League 2, Crawley Town are having a good afternoon. They've doubled their lead at home against Bristol Rovers. In League 1, Leyton Orient 1, Lincoln City 0. And in League 2, Barrow 1, Barnet 2 now. So that's 2 goals in quick succession for Barnet against 10-man Barrow. In League 1, Reading 0, Doncaster Rovers 1. Billy Sharp still banging them in, has given Doncaster Rovers the lead there. And you're up to date on Sports Extra. Another goal just coming in to tell you about, which is Barnsley 0, Rotherham 1. Cian Spencer scored the goal for Rotherham there in League 1. Here at St James's Park, Fulham of possession inside their own half. Sander Berger gives it to Kenny Tete. Great hunger there from Bruno Guimaraes to try and win the ball back again for Newcastle, and they do get it. Dan Byrne into Malik Chow with the bright orange boots. He'll play it across to Fabian Schär. Back to Chow once again. Chow has shown good flexibility here, because Schär prefers to play on the right hand side. Malik Chow had started this game on the right hand side of the two central defenders. Since Botman's gone off, he's moved into that position, so he's now playing on the left, but he looks very comfortable regardless of the position.
Yeah, brilliant signing. He's sort of, Eddie Howe does this really well. He knows when to put players in teams, and Chow, since he's come in, has been absolutely fantastic. But one thing, Botman's been outstanding, and he's unlucky to get injured, but one thing Fabian does offer Fabian Schär is his composure on the ball. Hopefully will allow Newcastle to get a bit more of a foothold and control and possession. But again, Fulham really aggressive with their press, high up the pitch.
Good attempt of a pass, trying to set Dan Byrne away down the left-hand side for Newcastle, but Kenny Tete made an important interception. Newcastle getting it back. Gordon rolls the ball in front of Harvey Barnes. Not sure if he would have been onside, but Kenny Tete gets there anyway. Now, the way Tete got that, he slid onto the ground, and some Newcastle fans thought he might have handled it inside the penalty area. Referee says play on regardless. VAR will look at that in the background as Iwobi accelerates away from Tonali and gives it to the bright Kevin on the left-hand side. Kevin into the penalty area. Trippier backs away from him. Outside of the right boot, cross to the Brazilian. Hits Trippier in the face and goes out for a corner to Fulham. And we have got 20 minutes plus the stoppages to go here. Newcastle 1, Fulham 1.
Yeah, I think Iwobi and Kevin, really, the link-up play between them has been excellent. Iwobi drifting over to the left side. He's playing alongside Jimenez, but he just seems to be drifting off to Fulham's left, just to link up with Kevin, and they're causing a lot of problems. Good defending that time from Trippier, but yeah, Newcastle need to maybe have a think about how they're going to stop him, because if he keeps going, I think he's definitely going to be causing more problems. But I can't see it staying 1-1. I don't know about you.
Yeah, Kevin has made an impact. Marcus Silva would probably love to bring on someone else to make a similar kind of boost here. There's no Harry Wilson for Fulham today. He was injured on international duty with Wales. There's also no Joachim Andersen. The corner comes in by Sasa Lukic, the goal scorer the last time, but this particular set-piece delivery is straight to the gloves of Nick Pope, who bowls it out like a basketball pass into the path of Bruno Guimaraes. Newcastle up to the halfway line. Fulham defenders sprinting to get back into position. Harvey Barnes is going to be outflanked here. That's great persistence and endurance from Raul Jimenez to try and get there, and Harvey Barnes is slow to get back to his feet. The wind taken out of him there. Really robust challenge from Raul Jimenez, but the referee said it was fair. Here's Anthony Gordon, 10 yards outside the box, tries to give it to Trippier on the right hand side. Kevin makes the interception. He's fouled surely by Bruno Guimaraes. That's a free kick to Fulham, and the referee wants to have a word with the Newcastle number 39.
Oh, he's lucky not getting to book there. I don't know about your thoughts, Connor, but you'd expect that to be a booking anywhere else. Fulham again not happy, but just a bit of quality's gone out the game in terms of the pace, and the action's been fantastic, but just that final pass, Newcastle 2 or 3 times, same with Fulham, when they're getting into their final thirds, just that little bit of quality. I think the game's, it feels rushed, and I think the players are feeling that anxiety as well, and probably suits Fulham more at the moment. I think they've been excellent this second half, and especially this man on the ball, Zander Berger. He's really dominated the midfield and kept Fulham ticking over.
Yes, there's an anxious anxiety around St James's Park. Neither team really comfortable here, both believing they can go and win it, both making mistakes though regularly. This is Iwobi on the left hand side after Newcastle lost it in the midfield. Sasa Lukic, pocket of space for him, 15 yards outside the penalty area. It's miles out, sort of dummy to shoot. He was never going to crack in the shot from there though. Gives it to Traore on the right hand side. Little dancing feet again from Adama Traore. Looked like he had actually done well to get in across the position there, but he decided not to do it. This is Zander Berger just outside the penalty area that Fulham attack. He's got Sasa Lukic to his right hand side, onto Adama Traore now. Lovely touch back from Iwobi, but well won back for Newcastle by Bruno Guimaraes, and he should be able to clear it away here. Gives it short to Anthony Gordon, taking on Kenny Tete. Has to be careful, that early yellow card in the match. Gordon very persistent there, plays on. He clearly had been fouled, but he didn't go down, and he's done really well to release it to Harvey Barnes down the right hand side. Trippier's on the overlap, Barnes into the penalty area. Too many step overs, he left the ball behind him. Calvin Bassey said thanks very much. That's a real mistake from Harvey Barnes there. Kevin to the halfway line, Barnes sprinting back trying to remedy his error. Good crossfield ball from Kevin, picks out Adama Traore in loads of space. Now can he deliver a final product here? Runs into the penalty area, Adama Traore low ball towards Iwobi, and it's repelled by the Newcastle defence again, and Bruno Guimaraes is roared at by the supporters to get it down the other end. Gives it to Voltemada, across to Trippier on the right hand side, back into a central location to Harvey Barnes, who's fouled by Sasa Lukic, and that's a free kick for Newcastle inside the centre circle, and there's 17 minutes of this game remaining.
Hey, the best thing about this game for everyone at home is that you're commentating the whole time because it's in both boxes. I think we spoke about it in the first half. Fulham there again. They've countered on Newcastle brilliantly well. Bassey wins it back. Kevin runs forward, switches the play to Traore. There's still only 4 attacking players, 6 players sitting behind the ball. I think that's probably where Newcastle do have the edge, is that when they go forward, they all go forward in numbers. And the game's there for Fulham if they want, and Newcastle need to react, but they need more bodies running forward, sacrificing themselves, because they just won't have the numbers otherwise, not against this Newcastle defence. It's so lean.
The misplaced passes across both teams there, which very much sums up the mood of the moment. You feel there's an error in either of these defences that could lead to a winning goal for the other team. Tonali's trod upon by Alex Iwobi there. Tonali, who Eddie Howe in the press conference yesterday said was not 100%, that's why he didn't start today. Eddie Howe is preparing to make a change here. He's got Anthony Elanga ready to come on. 1-1 at St James's Park as Raul Jimenez stretches to control, but he can't keep possession. He's beginning to look tired, actually, Raul Jimenez. I wouldn't be surprised if Marcus Silva considers making a change there. He's given the ball away the last 3 times he's had it. Fabian Schär launches a really ambitious crossfield ball there. As some passes, Anthony Gordon collects it. That must have travelled 75 yards, high in the air as well. Came down exactly where he wanted it to. Then it's played into the penalty area. Joe Linton back to goal. tees up Bruno Guimaraes, and the shot is just off target, and that's as close as Newcastle have been in the second half to recapturing the lead. 1-1 it remains for now.
Yeah, Connor, that's what we talked about with Fabian Schär, what he can offer the team. Unbelievable diagonal pass from Newcastle's right to Gordon on the left, right on the touchline. Turns out I think that might be Gordon's last action. But yeah, does brilliantly, great touch, takes on Tete, and then gets a fantastic ball into Bruno, who turns and just drags it wider than the near post from the edge of the box. But that's much better from Newcastle, and like it's like I don't even know what to describe the game as, to be honest with you. I mean, simple passes going awry. Newcastle, you maybe think a bit of fatigue from the game on Tuesday and that high emotion of the Champions League game. I'm not sure. I can't really describe it. You'll be a lot better at it than me.
I think there's definitely a sense that Fulham, after a slow start, have grown into this game more and more. They got their equaliser, that's helped their belief. It's far from a perfect performance from Marco Silva's team, but they are battling hard, and that is visibly unsettling Newcastle here as Josh King comes on for the visitors. So we've had a flurry of changes in quick succession there, but Josh King is on to try and add a little bit of extra bite into the Fulham attack as the clock continues to tick on here at St James's Park. It was Adama Traore who went off for King. Elanga has come on in place of Anthony Gordon. So Harvey Barnes will move over to the left wing. That's sort of his preferred position. And Elanga will be on the right-hand side. Now those two wingers have got Voltemade in the middle. Can Newcastle grab the winning goal in the final 14 minutes plus stoppages that remain in this Premier League fixture at 3 o'clock here on 5 Live Sports Extra? 1-1 for now.
Yeah, I think Josh King's fantastic player. I was looking at him and Kearney, who probably can come on and add a little bit of control in that attacking third for Fulham, who can get hold of the ball and manipulate it a bit better, because it does seem to be sort of very direct. But I suppose we'll need to see how he can impact the game. And Elanga again had a mixed start for his career so far. You know how much ability he's got, and probably matches Traore in pace, but need to see if he can get himself going.
Free kick to Newcastle, attacking position on the right hand side. Good opportunity this. It's not a shooting position, but it's very much a crossing platform, and Trippier walks away from it to allow Sandro Tonali to take this one. So land of the Giants awaiting this inside the penalty area. Sander Berge, Voltemade, Dan Burn, some of the tallest players in the Premier League awaiting this delivery from Sandro Tonali on the right hand side. All square at St James's Park at 1-1. The Italian plays it in, not the best delivery, and Sessegnon was able to head away for Fulham. Trippier gets it, but under pressure from Josh King turns and rolls it all the way back to Nick Pope, who launches long as Fulham tried to step out. Newcastle had to get out as well, or they'd be offside. Joe Linton controls it, gets it down on the deck, but then the ball is put out by Raul Jimenez, out for a throw into Newcastle on the far side. And we have got some 12 minutes plus the stoppages to go.
It's a great example of how you come to St James's by Fulham. Every time there's a free kick or a throw-in, one of them knocks the ball back into play just to slow it down. They're in front of the ball, just trying to stop that momentum that we saw from Newcastle in the first 30 minutes, where they probably weren't able to. But Fulham definitely at the levels that we'd expect them to be, and I think Marco Silva will be a lot happier with this second half than he will be in the first half. And like we said, I'll be shocked if this stays at 1-1, but it just comes down to who's going to be able to get that next goal.
Fulham have already had 12 shots in the game. That is higher than their average per match in the Premier League this season. So if Marco Silva was hoping for improvement with the 6 changes he made to the starting 11 today, well, he's got it in terms of efforts. They're level here at 1-1 away at St James's Park, which we know is a difficult place to go. Can either of these teams go and force a winner between now and the end of the match, as Iwobi gets the ball back from Sasa Lukic on the far side? This is Kenny Tete along the halfway line to Sander Berge. Fulham, who could do with a spell of sustained possession here, you feel, in a game in which there's been such a high turnover of possession throughout. No one in this second half feels like they've had more than 3 or 4 passes in a row. Bruno Guimaraes goes like, what a pass that is to pick out Anthony Elanga. That was every bit as good as the Fabian Schär one a moment ago. Elanga just outside the penalty area right hand side, finds a little bit of space for himself. Now he thought he did the right thing there. He rolled it just in front of Bruno Guimaraes, but the Brazilian had checked the run just as the pass came, so it looked like it was a really poor pass. I don't actually think it was from Elanga. Newcastle win it back in the midfield anyway, and Joe Linton gives it to Harvey Barnes up against Kenny Tete. Good acceleration from Barnes, the Dutchman trying to keep up, up with him. Gets to within 10 yards of the byline. Still he's going here. Harvey Barnes into the box now. Can he deliver the cross? Elanga! Saved by Sessegnon in front of the goalkeeper. Cleared, not quite on the goal line, but just in front. Here is Tonali. It deflects into the gloves of the keeper. Bernd Leno makes the save. That was really dangerous from Newcastle, but it stays 1-1. And now Newcastle have got to come back as Fulham come on the attack once more. Rob Elliott.
Yeah, it's non-stop, isn't it? Brilliant from Barnes. Tete done really well since he's been booked, but Barnes managed to get the better of him down the outside, pulls it back to Elanga. Great connection on the volley. I suppose he does everything he can. He keeps it down, and I think the defender just blocks it in front of Leno. But yeah, this game there's some pace, and like we said, this will be the most boring. Well, say most boring. This will be the most sort of undervalued 1-1 you'll ever see, because it's been absolutely fantastic. And Elanga there, passing the ball back to Bruno. You want to see him like Barnes did there, take him on. 1v1 situations. Use his pace, use his ability as he does now.
Elanga had a brilliant opportunity a moment ago. Out muscles Calvin Bassey to hold on to possession. Gives it into Voltamala. Looks like Elanga was fouled in the aftermath. Referee says play on because Newcastle still have possession. Bruno Guimaraes is going to lose it. Now Newcastle are furious. They weren't given the free kick, but you can't have it both ways. You can't have the advantage and the free kick. Not when it goes on that long. Tonali to Trippier, bit of space. Kevin was slow to react there, so it's 2-on-1 down the right hand side. Elanga steadies himself, sends in the cross. Oh, Bruno Guimaraes has taken it away from Harvey Barnes, who might have been better positioned to shoot. Still Bruno Guimaraes into the area, into Tonali, who tries the back heel, comes back to him again. He's got such good close touch control, Voltamata, but he's just crowded out of it there by Fulham defenders. And then Raul Jimenez, whose first touch in front of Burn was good, but now Chow even better, wins it back for Newcastle, and here they come into the penalty area. Harvey Barnes 1-1 at St James's Park. Cross, awkward height for Ryan Sessegnon. Clears away with his less favoured right boot. Newcastle come again. Harvey Barnes heads it into the penalty area. Issa Diop isn't taking any chances. Controls by the byline, does well to ensure that it doesn't go out for a corner kick. Fulham feel a little bit penned in here as Newcastle have just raised the temperature on them in the last few minutes. 8 minutes to go. Newcastle want a big push now.
Yeah, you can hear the roar. They've been absolutely brilliant the last 5 minutes, and again Elanga coming.
Here comes Elanga, just outside the penalty area, running against Sessegnon. Cross comes in, it clipped the toe of Ryan Sessegnon, and that guided it ever so slightly closer to the goalkeeper, and Bernd Leno is able to make the save. Fulham are preparing to make a change. Tom Kearney is getting final instructions from Marco Silva down below us. Kevin wins a flicked-on header, but that's not near a teammate, and Newcastle are going to get possession back, and they have it just outside their own penalty area.
Yeah, Newcastle really stepped on the last 5 minutes or so. Probably should have scored 2 or 3 chances in quick succession. Ball getting out to Elanga, and now Barnes really stretching the back four of Fulham. I think, like we talked about there, I think Kearney could be an inspired sub, because I think he's got so much quality and control. What Fulham have lacked is that final pass in the final third and that bit of quality which Kearney brings. So Newcastle got to be aware of that, but both teams absolutely going for it, leaving space. It's a fantastic game, and it just comes down to whether Newcastle can overpower Fulham, whether Fulham can create something on the break like they have done most of this second half.
Goals elsewhere. Reading 1, Doncaster 1. That is an equaliser for Reading. Newcastle on the attack with Anthony Elanga. He's been really good since coming on. Gives it to Bruno Guimaraes just outside the penalty area. Stands on the ball to turn direction quickly. Elanga gives it to Trippier. This is all very intricate. Great ball in. Joelinton at the back post. Heads the ball into the side netting. The net bulged. Half of St James's Park thought that was in, but the header from Joelinton hit the outside of the side netting, and this match remains at 1-1. You don't get much closer than that.
No, it's a fantastic ball by Trippier. He hangs it up at the back post. He can't do much else, and Joelinton does brilliantly. Gets above, I think Tete, but Tete does well, puts enough pressure on. There's just not enough angle to put it in, and Newcastle really pushing for this winner now. I think with everything that's gone on this second half, the substitutions of Tonali and Barnes and Elanga, they've really added a spark, and Fulham feel like they've gone from trying to go on to win the game to now hanging on as Kearney comes on.
I mean, you never want to lose any Premier League game. This match, if either of these teams lose it, it'll sting and it'll hurt even more, because they both know it's on a knife edge. They both know it could go either way. I mean, you can leave the field, lose 3-0, and you know you weren't the better team. Neither of these will feel they've been outclassed today. Trippier, was that a push by Kevin? Minimal contact, he went down quite dramatically. Free kick is given to Newcastle. Kevin's got to be careful, actually. He tried to barge Trippier the aftermath to get the ball. and he's already on a yellow card. That'll be the sort of silly thing that could produce a red, that could tip the balance one way or the other in this game. We're into almost the last 5 minutes now. There'll be stoppages to come too. We've had the woodwork hit several times today. We've had a goal each, Murphy and Lukic. There was a bit of controversy about the Fulham goal because it happened simultaneously with a clash of heads inside the 6-yard box. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about that, but the goal did stand. Joe Linton over the top for Tonali. It's too wide, surely to shoot. Oh, what a shot! Brilliant save from Leno. That was an incredible shot by Tonali. Off balance, he sliced it with enormous bend from a tight angle. I don't think anyone's expecting him to shoot there. That would have been a special goal from Tonali, but Bernd Leno, full of concentration, was able to react and push it away.
Yeah, brilliant save from Leno, a bit like he did at Murphy. Sort of a cross shot from Tonali.
Elanga's cross into the centre. Bruno Guimaraes isn't able to control. Tom Kearney, who's come on as a sub for Fulham, is able to control. Newcastle now getting ready to make a substitution of their own as Kevin comes attacking down the left-hand side, and the ball goes out of play off Kieran Trippier, and that will give the break and play that Newcastle need to bring on William Osula here. So an attacker coming on for an attacker. Osula replaces Nick Voltemada. Didn't see much of the ball today. Dangerous when he was in possession, but Eddie Howe wants something different here.
Yeah, he's been excellent, Voltemada. He hasn't had much in the way of chances. I think definitely through the two centre-halves at Fulham have been excellent defensively, other than Bassi giving the ball away for Murphy's. Sola adds that pace on the counter, and like you see there, straight after the ball, putting Fulham under pressure.
Barrow back on level terms at home against Barnet, 2-2 there after an own goal. Elsewhere in the Championship, Swansea City 2, Norwich City 1. Swansea turning it around to lead there. Here at St James's Park, 1-1, Newcastle in possession. Bruno Guimaraes 10 yards outside the box, gives it to the right wing. Elanga kind of lost it between his own feet there, tried to recover, but it's not a good pass. Chow is going to work hard to hold on to possession for the home side, and Newcastle still have it. Back out to Elanga with the pink boots on the right hand side, into Bruno Guimaraes, rapid little flow there, pass, looking for space. Dan Burn, central location, gives it short to Sandro Tonali, back across to Bruno Guimaraes on the right hand side. Trippier takes it off the toe of his teammate and back to Malik Chow, and now Fulham are having to really bed in here. All of their players are within 10-15 yards of the penalty area they defend. Joe Linton gives it back to Dan Burn, and back to a little bit of space for Fabian Schär, who plays like a quarterback, swinging it out to the wide receiver Kieran Trippier. First touch for Elanga, the cross in, Osula is close, Joe Linton was close, Harvey Barnes keeps it in play by the byline, still inside the penalty area. Dan Burn's little flick, Bruno Guimaraes, no space to shoot, he's Malik Chow, he does shoot, but it's miles off target. Malik Chow, who's looking for his first ever Newcastle United goal, and he wasn't threatening the target there.
No, it's brilliant from Newcastle again. Fantastic ball in, I think, from Elanga. Osula, who's been brilliant since he's come on, just flows himself at the ball, smashes into Bassi, I think it is. They both miss it, and it goes through to Barnes, and then comes to Tao on the edge, who has the shot. Not convincing, really, was it? He wasn't ever going to score from there. Probably needed to play out to Trippier to cross the ball again. I was going to say before that, Tao has been absolutely fantastic. I think, probably wouldn't highlight many players in terms of having a poor day, but I think he's been exceptional. He's slotted into this Newcastle team since he's moved brilliantly, and
good control there by Raul Jimenez, tries to play the ball in front of Josh King. Excellent defending from Malik Chow, who's probably a contender for player of the match actually. He's been brilliant today, the Newcastle United central defender. Dan Burn here plays it up towards Harvey Barnes. Kenny Tete lunges in, well-timed tackle. Ball goes out of play on the far side. In League 2, it's been a close game between Notts County and Cambridge United, but Notts County have just taken the lead. Notts County 1, Cambridge United 0. Crawley Town at 3-0 up at home against Bristol Rovers. In League 1, Northampton Town 0, Luton 1. And also in League 1, Wycombe Wanderers have got a second at home against Huddersfield Town. They lead there by 2-0. In the Championship, Blackburn Rovers 1, Southampton 1. League 2 sees Bromley back on level terms at home against MK Dons. Bromley are down to 10, but they've got back on level terms. As elsewhere in the Championship, Middlesbrough get a late equaliser. They've been trailing for a long time at home against Wrexham, but that's now Middlesbrough 1, Wrexham 1. Here at St James's Park, 1-1 between Newcastle United and Fulham. Josh Murphy has scored in the first half. Sasa Lukic, who scored in the second. Groans around St James's Park as Newcastle give it away cheaply. Calvin Bassey to Sessegnon. Oh, it's been stolen back. Brilliant from Elanga. And now William Osula has got two teammates in field of him. He's got to pick the right pass here. Osula, where's he going? Shot on target. Save. The follow-up. The goal. Bruno Guimaraes puts Newcastle in front in the 90th minute. It's his third Premier League goal of the season. It's a bit of a smash and grab. What a lightning fast fast counter-attack. For a moment I thought Osula had taken one touch too many, but when his shot was saved by the goalkeeper, Bruno Guimaraes, where does he get the energy? Following up to score the rebound, and Newcastle get the lead back again. Newcastle 2, Fulham 1. Brilliant game here.
Oh, what a fantastic goal that is. Osula, since he's come on, his energy and his counter press has been absolutely fantastic. He chases that ball down 30-40 yards, wins it back, and then sets off on the counter down the line. He cuts inside into his left. Like you said, he looked like he overrun it, managed to get a good shot off into the bottom corner, which Leno can only parry straight into the middle of the goal, and then Bruno's there on hand to tap into the back corner, send St James's wild.
Wow. As the board goes up to tell us 6 minutes are going to be added on. Wow. Bruno Guimaraes, the grit, the determination, the work rate, all rewarded there on a counter-attack when you want your pacey strikers, and they've got the likes of Harvey Barnes on the pitch and Elanga. It's Bruno Guimaraes. Look at him, arms outstretched like the Christ the Redeemer statue, taking the acclaim from the Newcastle United fans. Boy, they love him. And Bruno Guimaraes with a really important goal, which puts Newcastle United on the cusp of only their third Premier League win of the season. Fulham are about to make a double change here. It kind of feels like the horse has bolted, but Kenny Tete is going to come off to allow on Castagna, and Alex Iwobi is going to depart the field as well, so that Samuel Amisa can come on. It's Jonah Kusa Asare, who's only 18, but he's really tall. Look at him, 6'5" tall 18-year-old. But it all feels a little bit like the horse has already run and now you're bolting the gate.
Yeah, I think the next 5 minutes obviously going to be hectic. Fulham not going to mess around this going forward. It's going quick. Obviously the big man's just come on. The young lad wins the first header but goes straight to Pope.
Newcastle United, who know they've been in a game today, but that goal from Bruno Guimaraes has it Newcastle United 2, Fulham 1.
I think the goal sums up the difference, between the two teams. I think over the whole 90 minutes there hasn't been a huge difference. I would argue Newcastle maybe just edged it, but Fulham definitely improved in second half. But we talked about the numbers committing to going forward, and when their shot comes in, Bruno, Tonali and Barnes all in the final third, and I think that's just that extra 10% from Newcastle. When they've gone forward in numbers, and when they've defended in numbers. It's probably looks like it might just be the difference, just that extra 5-10%, the extra bit of work to really commit to the attack, and then obviously get behind the ball when they lose it.
Well, that is it, the narrow margins, and we mentioned when the game is at 1-1, this is a stinker of a game to lose because it's been so tight. I tell you, Marcus Silva's going to come under pressure now. If it stays like this, 4 Premier League defeats in a row, his stock of course is high at Fulham, but any manager is going to feel the pressure of a run of results like that. And yet, having been here inside the stadium, Robin, watching the game, it's not like Fulham have been a million miles off the pace. Trippier has done well to win the ball off Kevin. Kevin stays down injured. Newcastle have just got to see this through now, full of concentration, nothing silly, and they will take the 3 points today. Trippier on the right hand side holds the ball under his studs. It's a sort of calming motion that Newcastle need now. Just let a bit of fizz out of the bottle. Of course, Bruno Guimaraes has no intention of that. He's drumming up the crowd, waving his arms to the fans looking on. Newcastle get the throw in down the right hand side, the lead 2-1.
Yeah, Bruno does love to get the crowd involved, but he must be tired because that was half an effort, because he's covered every inch of grass on this pitch. He's been absolutely tremendous, as he always is.
Elanga loses out down by the corner flag. Kevin looked to be fouled by Trippier. The assistant gives that, waves his flag in the air, whistle blown by referee Tony Arrington. Free kick to Fulham, but down the wrong end of the pitch from where they want to be. I was a little bit surprised when Voltemada was taken off to bring on Osula, given the run of goals that Voltemada's been on lately. But Osula really played his part, that pace which led to the counter-attack for the goal. Eddie Howe will be feeling really satisfied about the way he dealt with that. Fulham look rattling now. They put in such a brave performance this afternoon, but Bert Leno couldn't cope with the press upon him there. He's kicked the ball straight out of play. They're penned in, Fulham. It feels like the visitors' race is run.
Yeah, it really does. Fulham look so deflated from that goal, and I think it just shows Newcastle there. If you're thinking you go 2-1 up, 5 minutes left, you sit back. They haven't. They've pressed. They've gone after Fulham even even now going man for man at the back, and yeah, it's been a fantastic performance and a reaction. I think the substitutes from Eddie Howe really have made a huge difference to this game.
Elsewhere at the moment, Hull City 1, Charlton Athletic 1. That's a really late stoppage equaliser for Charlton away at Hull this afternoon. And in League 2, Oldham Athletic 2, Shrewsbury 2. That's an equaliser for Oldham in the 95th minute from Joe Gardner to level things up there. Still playing. In League 2, Tranmere Rovers 1, Chesterfield 1. A stoppage time equaliser for Tranmere at home. And Crawley Town just stretching their legs at home against Bristol Rovers. They've added a fourth goal before the end in League 2. Oh, what about this for a score? Chelsea 1, Sunderland 2. Taibbi has scored for Sunderland. And Chelsea, who led 1-0 from very early in that game. Alessandro Garnacho's first goal for the club. What about that? Sunderland turning it around to lead late on. So far, it's a good afternoon for the clubs in the northeast in the Premier League as Fabian Schär clears away for Newcastle here, who lead Fulham by 2-1. And we have played almost the 6 minutes that were due to be added on. There is probably at most 1 minute to go here. Sanderberger across to Tom Kearney, just a few yards inside Newcastle territory. Are Fulham going to get one last chance? They might as well throw the kitchen sink at it now. Sanderberger under immense pressure. Look at his arms outstretched. He's frustrated. There was no easy pass there. He had to go back to the goalkeeper. Bernd Leno pumps it long. Header straight up in the air from Fabian Schär. Goes again the second time Schär. Down to Bruno Guimaraes, who protects it well. Joe Linton back to his fellow Brazilian Bruno Guimaraes. Good calming ball back to Dan Burn. Newcastle appear to have the wherewithal to see this through now. Dan Burn launches it down the left wing. Probably needed a more cultured pass than that, but at least it pins Fulham back in as it goes out, and Castagna takes the throw, and the time is up, but we play on. It's at the referee's discretion now. Mistake pounced upon by Osula. Diop has given it to William Osula. Could have gone down on the edge of the area. Plays on, tries to shoot from a tight angle, gets a corner. That's all Newcastle needed. That should run the clock down now, and Eddie Howe is ready to celebrate.
Yeah, Will Osula's got his hands on his knees as if he's played 90 minutes. But ultimately, I think it's because, I mean, he creates the goal, he then creates the press there. He has not stopped sprinting since he's come on. And, you know, he's a young lad, he seems like a very big character, but I think, you know, he's learning from these Newcastle players, from the likes of Joe Linton and Bruno, that to play for this club, to be the number 9, that's what you've got to do. And it's created the goal, it's created the winner, and now looks like it's created the last pattern that's then won the game for Newcastle. And, you know, very deserved from the young lad, because he keeps getting bit appearances here, and he's made a real impact today.
The pressure growing and growing on Fulham. This run of defeats is beginning to look nasty now, but Newcastle, having played so impressively in the Champions League in midweek, are hoping there's no late twist to the tail here. Raul Jimenez stopped in his tracks as he tries to take on Fabian Schär. Throw into Fulham. This is going to be the last chance now. Raul Jimenez wants to take it himself. Castagna's coming forward to offer the throw-in responsibility. They're only wasting their own time here now. Fulham. Sessegnon has decided he's going to take it. Every outfield player has gone forward into attack for Fulham. Last chance saloon. Sessegnon, did it slip from his fingertips a bit? Flick on header. Referee blows the whistle for a foul on Trippier, and that should be that.
Yeah, I think the goal just creeped into the stoppage time, didn't it? And I think, oh, here we go.
All over. And after losing at Brighton last weekend, this has become a good week at home for Newcastle. Winning against Benfica in the Champions League here on Tuesday, and now winning a fiercely competitive game in the Premier League today against Fulham. The goals, they came in the first half. Jacob Murphy giving Newcastle the lead. Sasa Lukic was to equalise for Fulham in the second period, but a quite brilliant goal from Bruno Guimaraes late on secures the 3 points for Eddie Howe, as Fulham now slump to a fourth league defeat in succession. Over the years, Fulham, who've won more games, they've won more Premier League points against Newcastle than any other side in their Premier League history, but it's just not happened for Marco Silva's team today, and Newcastle will take extra satisfaction from winning this one. Can it be the propulsion now for Eddie Howe's team to get them back up into the top half of the table and start moving towards the European positions again?
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant win in a great manner for Newcastle. A top week where they've had an important Champions League win, then to I think the biggest thing if you want to compete on both fronts is that you have to then follow it up in the Premier League, and they've done that. Obviously Fulham made it difficult for them. They get a brilliant winner at the end and were probably deserved winners, I think, overall. But don't take it away from Fulham. Although they started poorly in the first half, they were excellent as it went on, and I think they'll be absolutely fine as the season goes on. I think when you're down there, you've lost 2 or 3 in a row for Fulham. It does seem to not go your way, but they'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, brilliant victory from Newcastle. It just shows that the club's going from strength to strength, and I think credit to Eddie Howe. We haven't spoken about him much today, but the substitutions made the difference and really impacted the game, and it's a great win and a fantastic game. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Top stuff, Rob. Great to have Rob Elliott alongside us here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra this afternoon at St James's Park. It finishes 2-1 to Newcastle. You will get a full rundown of all the scores from up and down the land in Sports Report, which is starting in 3 minutes' time on our sister station 5 Live. 5 Live will also have commentary of Manchester United against Brighton from 5:30. But right here on 5 Sports Extra, it's the Lionesses against Brazil from the Etihad with Vicky Sparks.
Second in the Premier League. Chelsea 1, Sunderland 2.
Remarkable victory for Sunderland. Much more to come on that during Sports Report. There was late joy for their northeast rivals Newcastle as well. Lee Blakeman.
Oh, Steve, what a second half this was. What a second half. Newcastle 2, Fulham 1. Bruno Guimaraes with a 90th minute winner. A Sewler's shot, well saved. Guimaraes was there with the follow-up to send St James's Park crazy. Newcastle led early on through Murphy. Lukic equalised just before the hour mark. Both teams had loads of chances to win it before Guimaraes did. 5 wins from 7 in all competitions for Newcastle. 4 straight defeats for Fulham. Final score, Newcastle 2, Fulham 1.
Into the Championship all over at the Riverside. Chris Coles.
Middlesbrough 1, Wrexham 1. Wrexham's first half, Middlesbrough's second. The visitors in front early. Windass deflected shot. Moore missed a great chance for 2-0. His header hitting the crossbar. And soon after, Borough equalised. Hayden Hackney's header. Far from their best, but Borough remain unbeaten at home this season. Middlesbrough 1, Wrexham 1.
So Middlesbrough second, 3 points behind the leaders Coventry, who beat Watford 3-1 in one of the early kick-offs. Millwall are behind Borough in third after victory over Leicester. Emily Herbert.
And Millwall make it 4 wins on the bounce. Millwall 1, Leicester City 0. And once again, it's that man Femi Aziz who delivers 4 goals in 4 games for the man of the moment. Latched onto a ball over the top from Casper Denor, broke the line and rifled it into the roof of the net. Leicester suffer back-to-back defeats for the first time this season, while Millwall continue to pile the pressure on the top 2. Full-time, Millwall 1, Leicester 0.
Bristol City flying as well. Full-time at Ashton Gate. Molly Stevens.
Yes, Bristol City get their 3rd win in 7 days to propel them to 4th in the Championship, thanks to Sinclair Armstrong's right-footed shot into the bottom right-hand corner moments before half-time. Gerhard Struber will be wiping his brow though, as it certainly wasn't comfortable viewing for him in the second half. Birmingham the more dominant. The Robins though, they have 3 league wins in a row for the first time since December 2023. It's finished Bristol City 1, Birmingham City 0.
The latest drama in the Championship this afternoon came at Hull. It's finished in their game with Charlton. Betty Glover.
Hull will be so incredibly disappointed with this one, Steve. They were on track for their 4th straight defeat. They took the lead at the start of the second half through Joe Gelhardt. Charlton were pushing for an equaliser though, and it eventually came in added time. 90 plus 1 minutes. A Luke Berry diving header. These two came into this game level on 18 points in the Championship. Nothing separates them again today. Hull 1, Charlton 1.
Sheffield Wednesday stay on -6 points. Full-time at Hillsborough. Shojo Saka.
Sheffield Wednesday 1, Oxford 2. Despite losing, Wednesday were applauded off by 27,000 fans for the spirit they showed. After getting one back through Sean Fuzaya, Sheffield Wednesday excellent for the last 35 minutes. So unlucky not to get an equaliser. Oxford, though, win it with their 2 goals in the first half. Full-time, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Oxford 2.
Other scores, Southampton are now 20th in the Championship after a 2-1 defeat at Blackburn Rovers in a game they did lead. Carlton Morris's goal made it Derby 1, QPR 0 at full-time, and it finished Swansea 2, Norwich City 1 in League 1. Full-time in Stevenage, Bradford City. Mark Webber.
Stevenage 1, Bradford 1. Neither side could topple Cardiff from the top of League 1, but they did give it a go. Bradford City's Neil Byrne slotting home 3 minutes in. Stevenage's Harry White scoring the equaliser 15 minutes later. That made it Stevenage 1, Bradford City 1.
What about AFC Wimbledon, Burton Albion, Charlotte Richardson?
Wimbledon 0, Burton 1. Moments to find matches as close and scrappy as this one. The hosts could have gone top with a win. Lefteru Omar Bugles missed penalty first half and a sleepy start to the second. Alex Hartridge nodding home a pinpoint free kick. Wimbledon 0, Burton 1.
What a start for Ian Evatt at Blackpool. It's finished in their game at Peterborough. Jonathan Ledyard.
2-1 to Blackpool. Ian Evatt's first game as manager earns Blackpool's first away win of the season after 6 straight defeats. Substitute Scott Banks curled in the winner from the edge of the area, only their second shot on target. Peterborough punished for not taking their chance. His own goal from Peter Kiosi gave them the lead. Black cancelled out by Matt Garbett, but come the final whistle, Blackpool are off the bottom of the table.
Great game between Crewe and Grimsby Town is finished in League 2. Tom Gale.
Crewe 3, Grimsby 2. Emery Tesgal grabs the headlines. His second hat-trick of the season. A 4-goal face-off and then his 87th minute match-winning header. Crewe moved to within a point of the playoff picture. Grimsby down to 6th after just a second away defeat of the season. Full-time, Crewe 3, Grimsby 2.
MK Dons missed the chance to go top. They lost 2-1 at Bromley. Your views on all of the day's football on 606 with Chris Sutton and Aaron Paul. You can book your call now, 08085 909 693. 2 Premier League matches still to come tonight. Brentford, Liverpool at 8. Manchester United, Brighton in full at 5:30. That follows Sports Report, which is next.
Welcome to the Wayne Rooney Show.
It's your big birthday. This is a slightly special episode because we do want to celebrate your 40 years so far.
Talking about boxing for my wedding with Joe Calzaghe.
Yeah.
You don't. But you know it's good. That's it.
He got his Joe Calzaghe out.
He goes, all right, Joe, good to have you. Joe's just sort of stood there, easing. To the ribs. I seen him, he was a bit vulnerable, he'd had a few drinks. I reckon his first defeat. The Wayne Rooney Show. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Good afternoon from me, Steve Crossman. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live at just after 5 o'clock, and this is Sports Report. The headlines this Saturday tea time. Sunderland are second in the Premier League.
Robbie turns, lays it back. Talby with his right foot. And Sunderland have scored in added time at Stamford Bridge. It could be a famous win. The players are going wild.
Chelsea led, but Sunderland won by 2-1. Bruno Guimaraes scores an injury time winner for Newcastle as they beat Fulham. We'll bring you Manchester United against Brighton live at 5:30 with correspondent John Murray.
Yes, it's been an unusual week for Manchester United, one of positive publicity. But next, it's Brighton, the team that's won here 3 seasons running, and United's Anfield match winner Harry Maguire is out injured.
Coventry City win a club record 6th straight league game. They stay top of the Championship by beating Watford. Second place Middlesbrough draw at home to Wrexham. One day into administration, Sheffield Wednesday lose at home to Oxford United. League One leaders Cardiff City lose at Bolton but stay top. The League Two leaders also lose, but they are still on top of the pile on goal difference from Swindon. England's Lionesses are about to return to action after their Euros win. Katie Smith.
Serena Wiegman's taken the chance to mix things up a bit at the back. Yara Keating makes her debut in goal with Hampton out injured. Maya Letitia starts with Kira Walsh captaining the side with Leah Williamson recovering from surgery.
Meanwhile, Jess Fishlock retires from Welsh international football as her team lose to Australia. Australia win the first match of Rugby League's Ashes with a 26-6 victory over England. Australia's cricketers thrash South Africa in the Women's World Cup. Aidan O'Brien completes a 1-2-3 in the final big race of the flat season, Hawke Mountain winning at Doncaster. We'll get reaction to as much of the day's sport as we can before commentary from Old Trafford, and we will bring you all of the day's football results in the next half hour too. So the 2 full times in the Premier League so far today: Chelsea 1, Sunderland 2, and Newcastle 2, Fulham 1. We must start at Stamford Bridge. And Ali Bruce Ball, I'll say it one more time, Sunderland are second in the Premier League.
It's amazing, Steve. We are already running out of superlatives for Sunderland, just 9 games into the season. This surely their best win of the season so far, and actually you sort of felt it coming the longer the game went on. Alejandro Garnacho put Chelsea in front in the early stages. Wilson Isidore equalised after Chelsea failed to deal with the increasingly popular long throw strategy, and then in the second half it just toed and froed until the 93rd minute. Substitute Brian Brobby was released on the break for Sunderland. He did so well to hold it up and wait for the cavalry. Leading that charge was Shemsteen Talby, and he perfectly side-footed the ball into the bottom corner to win the game. 3 at the back worked a treat for Regis Lebris. Xhaka and Siddiqui were a tireless, vibrant combination in midfield. Isidore with his 4th goal of the season as well. but actually invidious to pick out individuals. To a man, Sunderland was superb.
Steve Siddall was watching alongside Ali. The thing is, Steve, it wasn't even a smash and grab. Sunderland were brilliant and calm, even at 1-0 down.
They were so calm, even under pressure when they was playing out from the back. They wasn't just getting the ball and smashing it into touch and regrouping and just trying to waste time. They tried to play out with patience and precision, really, and they deserved the win. I have to say that Chelsea overall, they tried to put a stamp on the game, but they just could not break down the Sunderland red and white wall, and it literally was a wall. But it wasn't just the back line, it was every single player. There was a game plan to stay narrow, to stay compact. When crosses come in, get your head on the ball. The work ethic was there, and then when there was a chance to break away, they had a few in the second half to do it, and then they got their rewards with the last 2 minutes of the game with a superb finish.
The irony is as well that Isidore scores the first goal, and if the whole back and forth with Mark Guiu hadn't happened between Chelsea and Sunderland, he probably wouldn't be starting, but he's their top scorer and he's on the mark again.
Yep, and he took his goal really well, a poacher's goal, and it was the long throw that we've seen so many times this season, just caused a bit of chaos to everyone. No one knows how to deal with it. As you know, with the long throws coming, you have to get first contact. If you don't, you need to get on the second to get bodies in the ball. But when you've got a striker in Isidore that can not just score the goals he done today, he held the ball up really well as well, led the line. I think it was about an hour mark where his body language looked to sort of tire, but then great substitutions from Sunderland. They read the game, they read what they needed to do, and again the players that come on read the game again, made an impact and fit in easily.
Steve, Ali, thank you very much indeed. So Sunderland second, if I hadn't mentioned it already. Chelsea 7th in the Premier League table after that defeat at Stamford Bridge. Newcastle not quite back into the top half of the Premier League, but an important win over Fulham, one late on, Lee Blakeman.
Both teams, Steve, with question marks over their league form. The big question was, who had the answer today? Well, it was Newcastle, because they won by 2-1 against Fulham. Newcastle led through Murphy early on. Lukic equalised from close range on the hour mark. Both teams had chances to win it. Newcastle hit the frame of the goal 3 times across the 90 minutes, and it was the 90th minute when Bruno Guimaraes stepped up to win it. Brilliant from the sub, Willasula in the build-up. He put in the shot. Leno made the save. Guimaraes followed up, and St James's Park went wild. 5 wins in 7 now for Newcastle in all competitions. For Fulham, that's 4 defeats in a row. It's ended Newcastle 2, Fulham 1.
Of course, you'll get all the highlights tonight. Match of the day, 10:25 BBC One with Gabby Logan, Ashley Williams and Michael Carrick, who's with us now. Afternoon, Michael.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Bruno Guimaraes is some player, isn't he?
Yeah, he pops up in the big moments, doesn't he? He's done it for a bit of a decent period of time now, and he's the man they look to, really, and not always the end product. Sometimes it's just more that leadership and the talisman, really. You see him winding the crowd up and creating that extra bit of energy in the stadium, and he had a couple of chances before his goal, really, to make the difference. He had one header and one shot, and then in the end, he pops up right last minute, and it's a big goal for Newcastle.
You're obviously a Wallsend Boys Club graduate, like so many top former players have been from the North East over the years. What's it like for you watching Newcastle, especially when it's a game when they really need to dig it out at the end?
Yeah, well, I grew up watching them and supporting them as a young lad, and got a lot of friends and family who go to the games, and so I get a real sense of the feeling around the place, and I actually went to the Benfica game during the week and watched that, and they finished strong and against Benfica, and the subs made a difference, and it was similar today, actually, how they finished the game, finished really strong. Lads coming off the bench making a difference, give them the extra push, and in the end they found a way to win.
Last season, of course, as a manager, when you were at Middlesbrough, you came up against Regis Labrise, the Sunderland head coach. I'm not sure anybody, even the most staunch Sunderland fans, and there's 1 or 2 in the office, could have expected them to have started like they have.
No, I don't think so, and I think anyone who's honest enough would probably say that. But full credit to them, it's to accumulate the amount of points they have already, and it's give them an unbelievable start, and it's something they'll want to build on, and just watching a bit of the game today to see how they went about it. They look quite comfortable for long periods and quite calm, and then look dangerous, and to get it's textbook away win. You know, it arguably a bigger team to go there and to weather what was a little bit of a storm at certain points in the first half, to go behind and then to come back into it like they did. Full credit to them. And I think probably the confidence that they've gained before today, you know, with the points they've had, helps them going into the later stages and being calm and composed and keeping that belief. And they got the win as well, which is a huge goal for them.
We've obviously got Man United Brighton coming up in just over 15 minutes' time, and you've been involved across the board there, obviously as a player and then on the coaching staff and then taking over as manager for a few games. So you've seen it all. They've got their 2 wins in a row at last. It is all about momentum. What do you think about them under Ruben Amorim at the minute?
Yeah, momentum is huge, you know, and little things can change momentum in such a big way in the end. And last week felt a really, really big one. Probably the biggest, if not one of the very biggest that the manager's had since he's been at the club, and for different reasons, you know. But certainly going back-to-back wins and being at Liverpool and getting a late goal, it felt like it was the perfect kind of platform to build something from now. And tonight rather is a really interesting game. It's intriguing to see how it goes. You know, Brighton, dangerous, got a good record in recent times, but United, you know, going in full of confidence and looking to carry this run on.
Top man, Michael, have a good one later.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you.
Take
Cheers.
care.
That's Michael Carrick with us on Sports Report. He's with Ashley Williams and Gabby Logan for Match of the Day, BBC One, 10:25. At 5:30, the Lionesses kick off in their first match since successfully defending their Euros title. They're playing Brazil in a friendly at the Etihad. We knew there was going to be a debut in goal, but who's it come for, Katie Smith?
It has come for born and bred Manchester star Chiara Keating, who plays her football for Man City. I just watched her have a very big pep talk with the goalkeeping coach, a massive hug for her as well, for Hannah Hampton, who's watching on from the sides today, out with an elbow injury. So she starts in goal. She becomes the first black goalkeeper for England's Lionesses, making her debut today. The other question mark, Steve, had been around whether Sarina Wiegman was going to tinker with the back line. This is the first time it feels like in ages that England have been playing a game that doesn't have much riding on it, but we are still just 20 months out from the next World Cup, which will be held in Brazil, so perhaps time to have a bit of experimentation. Leah Williamson is out injured still, so Maya Letitia, the Man United captain, who's been playing really well in the WSL so far this season, gets a call up. Sarina Wiegman has confirmed she'll play at right back, so we've got Esme Morgan and Jess Carter in the centre of defence, and then Alex Greenwood out on the left hand side.
Former England defender Lindsay Johnson also at the Etihad for us. It's a strange one, Lindsay, because the World Cup feels both an awful long way away and not that far away, and it is the only thing Sarina Wiegman will now be thinking about. Forward, not back.
Of course, yeah, like you say, it's 20 months away, which sounds a lifetime away, but it's not. It'll come round in a blink of an eye. So obviously now that this homecoming tour is about celebrating the success of the Euros in the summer, but also it's about what's next, and that's the World Cup. And you know, who better to play against but the host of the World Cup in Brazil.
This game is sort of the start of a new cycle, even though there are quite a lot of players from the second successive Euros win who'll be late 20s, early 30s. And then there is Lucy Bronze, who is going to be 35 when the next World Cup comes around. It's been her week being named England Player of the Year. There is no part of most fans, I think, Lindsay, who thinks if she's not fit, she won't be there.
Yeah, 100%, and what a way to possibly end your international career, by winning the World Cup. But you know, she'll probably still go on after that as well. But yeah, if she's fit, which I would very much say she will be, knowing the player that Lucy is, and she'll be in that squad and on that plane to Brazil.
Thank you very much, Lindsay Johnson there and Katie Smith. There's commentary, England versus Brazil, 5 Sports Extra at 5:30. One of the women's football line as well, Jess Fishlock, played her 166th and final match for Wales this afternoon. She came off in stoppage time, as you can imagine, got an absolutely fantastic reception. They were beaten 2-1 at home by Australia. Here are the results then from the Championship this afternoon. In the early kick-off, Coventry City were 3-1 winners over Watford. That means that they are top of the Championship, 28 points. No other game in the Championship was decided by more than a single goal. Only Coventry running out comfortable winners. So Middlesbrough stay second. They drew 1-1 at home to Wrexham. Bristol City are fourth. They got another win, 1-0 over Birmingham. Third place, sandwiching them, are Millwall, who cannot stop winning. 4 in a row from them. They beat Leicester by 1-0. Other scores, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Oxford United 2, Portsmouth 0, Stoke 1. Big win for Ipswich, beating West Brom by 1-0. Southampton lost 2-1 at Blackburn. Derby, thanks to Carlton Morris, beat QPR by 1-0. And Swansea City put more pressure on Norwich City with a 2-1 victory at the Liberty Stadium. But the story of the day is Coventry yet again. They cannot stop scoring. 34 goals so far this season, 6 wins in a row. Here's Frank Lampard.
We've been clinical in the right times this season as well, which is, I think, a culmination of work. The boys are doing great at the top of the pitch and scored at really good times today. Obviously, it's a difficult game for us today and we were clinical and they were less so. But, it's another win for us in a very tough match. It's a good opponent, Watford. And, we win again and we've got to keep our feet on the ground and keep moving forward.
You can't be caught this weekend, so you'll remain top of the table. Is it now keeping sort of expectations down? Because everyone, if you go into any debates now, it's Coventry are definitely being promoted. How do you go about doing that? Because you don't want to get too carried away, I guess.
No, I don't have to because I work at the rough edge of it, and I've watched Watford today, and you pound for pound look at their team. They're a team that could string results together, let alone parachute teams, let alone teams with big squads, and financiers and good teams in and around us. Respect to the teams that are not parachutes, they're up and around it. So there's not much in it at the minute. People just want to talk and they can talk on the outside. We have to absolutely understand that it's a very, very good start and it's becoming a little bit more than a start, so we just have to continue because this game, as much as you go on these runs of winning, when it turns it can be difficult, so we have to guard against that.
So they are now 3 points clear at the top because of Middlesbrough's 1-1 draw at Wrexham. The first ever meeting between the two teams. Is this dropped points for Borough or one earned, Chris Coles?
I suspect it's one earned for Middlesbrough, Steve. Take the point and move on. Not exactly the afternoon expected from an expectant home crowd, so used to watching their side win at the Riverside, but they were off it today. A flat first half in which Wrexham deservedly led. Josh Windass deflected shot from range, and such were Borough's struggles, the lesser spotted quadruple half-time change made by Rob Edwards, and it worked. His side much brighter after the break, but as so often happens in tight 1-0s, there was a moment, and that moment was Kiefer Moore's close range header hitting the crossbar for Wrexham. That probably would have won it. Instead, Hayden Hackney equalised with a header of his own 10 minutes from time. Middlesbrough's unbeaten home record remains intact, just as does their hold on second place in the Championship.
A big win for Oxford United this afternoon. They are 3 points clear of the relegation zone after winning at Sheffield Wednesday, but inevitably in the week they went into administration. A lot of the focus on the home side. Shojo Saka.
Yes, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Oxford 2 is how it finished at Hillsborough. 3 valuable points for Oxford, but for Sheffield Wednesday fans, this wasn't really about the result. After boycotting their match in midweek, more than 27,000 showed up today. Wednesday played so well in the second half and created so many chances that they were applauded off the field. Supporters here know that a points deduction will almost certainly see them relegated, but today was about celebrating the rainbow that is the prospect of new ownership. Who knows if there's a pot of gold at the end of it, but at least for them it feels like it stopped raining.
Thank you, Shojo. Other scores then, Blackburn 2, Southampton 1, Derby 1, QPR 0 and Swansea 2, Norwich 1. Interleague 1, Cardiff City were beaten at Bolton in one of the early kickoffs, but they stay top of the league. The sides below them not able to take advantage, including Stevenage, who drew 1-1 with Bradford City. Those are the teams in second and third. The big winners of the day were Stockport County, who are now just 1 point off the top of the table. Full scores for you then. So Mansfield 1, Wigan 1, Barnsley 0, Rotherham United 1, Leyton Orient beat Lincoln by 1-0. It was Northampton 0, Luton 1. That's a first win in charge for Jack Wilshere. Reading 1, Doncaster 1. Wycombe beat 10-man Huddersfield by 3-0. AFC Wimbledon 0, Burton 1. And Peterborough United 1, Blackpool 2. So that is victory for Ian Evatt in his first game as Blackpool manager, and it lifts them off the bottom of the table at the expense of Peterborough. In League 2, the leaders Walsall were beaten in one of the early kickoffs. They lost 1-0 at Cheltenham. Swindon Town as second in the table. They also drew 0-0 against Colchester. Tranmere and Chesterfield finished level at 1-1. Oldham 2, Shrewsbury 2. Notts County were 2-0 winners over Cambridge United. Newport won 3-0 at Harrogate. That is a massive victory for Newport, but they are still bottom of the table despite that 3-0 win. Gillingham won Salford 2. Crawley beat Bristol Rovers by 4-0. Tom Lockyer made his return to football in that game. Barrow and Barnet drew 2-2. Fleetwood beat Accrington by 2-1. MK Dons missed the chance to go top. They lost 2-1 at Bromley, and it finished Crewe 3, Grimsby Town 2. Rugby League, England, well, the start of their Ashes series against Australia and Sharon Shortall, it couldn't have gone much worse.
No, it couldn't. First blood to Australia in the first Ashes test in 22 years. They've won by 26 points to 6. And even though England got off to a decent start, Australia just showed patience and they gradually took control. Reece Walsh, he was a star. He got the first try after 21 minutes for the Kangaroos on his debut. But England did have chances in the first half. Jake Wardle almost getting Mikey Lewis in. But generally, they were a little bit too wasteful with possession. A Nathan Cleary penalty gave Australia an 8-point advantage at the break. But after starting the second half at another level, they soon pulled away. Angus Crichton scored twice. Reece Walsh went in for his second after causing problems all afternoon and picking up the Man of the Match award as well. Well, when England scored with just 5 minutes to go through Darrell Clarke, it was just a mere consolation. Here's coach Shane Warne speaking to Tanya Arnold.
You said at half-time we need to end our sets better and put pressure on it, and until that very end you didn't, did you?
No, absolutely not. Our ends of sets were poor. I thought the best team won, Australia. They made, I don't even a line break score. We made line breaks, didn't score. We weren't clinical enough. But the positive thing is we can create that. You know, we'll have a tough week this week. But I do feel we undersold ourselves today. We can be miles better than that, and that's what we aim to do.
It's such small margins, isn't it? In a game like this, you can't drop a ball, you can't miss a tackle.
International sport, that's it. That's what I've learned from coaching in Super League. You can't make errors. If you get a chance to score, you have to score. We didn't do that today. We weren't clinical enough, but it's something we can fix. I thought our physicality was good. And our efforts were good, but finishing our ends of sets, the way we kicked, all of the things that have a huge effect on your energy.
And what will you be focusing on? What are the particulars that you'll take, the positives from it, but the focus for you going forward to Everton?
Well, we made line breaks, not enough, but we made line break. But when you turn the ball over on play 3 and 4, making extra tackles, and then all of a sudden you're gassed and you can't attack the same. It's tough. Your ends of sets, you know, making them defend every play is so critical at the set level.
John, thanks for your time.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
England head coach Sean Wayne there speaking to Tanya Arnold. Into the Scottish Premiership. Remember, big game tomorrow. Hearts versus Celtic. We'll keep you up to date with that during Premier League Sunday. Today's results: Dundee United 3, St Mirren 1. Dundee United then are third in the table above Falkirk, who were also winners this afternoon, 2-1 over Dundee. And the other game finished Livingston 1, Motherwell 2. So Livingston stay bottom of the table, a point behind Aberdeen. In the Scottish Championship this afternoon, the leaders St Johnstone 4-0 winners at Morton. They are 3 points clear now of Partick Thistle, who slipped up. They were beaten 2-0 at Wraith Rovers. Adrionians beat Arbroath by a goal to 0. Queen's Park 0, Ayr 0, and Ross County beat Dunfermline by 3-2. Scottish League 1, the leaders are Stenhousemuir. They drew 0-0 at 10-man Alloa. Finished Kelty Hearts 0, East Fife 3, Montrose 0, Cove Rangers 3, and Peterhead 0. Inverness 1. In the National League this afternoon, FC Halifax and York City drew 1-1 in one of the early kickoffs. The leaders are still Rochdale after a 0-0 draw at Woking. Yeovil 1, Carlisle 1. Wealdstone were 4-2 winners over Sutton United. Scunthorpe are second in the table. They're a point behind Rochdale. They beat Aldershot by 2-1. Southend were 2-0 winners over Brackley Town. Finished Gateshead 2, Truro 2, Forest Green 2, Boreham Wood 1 is a full-time score. Eastleigh were 2-1 winners at Morecambe, and it finished Braintree 0, Altrincham 0. That's the first game after Altrincham sacked manager Phil Parkinson, which leaves us with Irish Premiership: Carrick Rangers 0, Cliftonville 1, Crusaders 2, Glentoran 3. Dungannon beat 10-man Glenarvan, Linfield 2, Ballymena 1, Portadown 0, Coleraine 2. There's a 5:30 kick-off, which is Larne versus Bangor. And in the Welsh Premier, Connors Quay 3, Haverfordwest 3, Ballatown 0, Barrytown 0, Colwyn Bay, despite despite playing with 10 men, beat Britain Ferry 2-0, Pennybont 0, Carnarvon 2, and they're underway in the game between Cardiff Met and Flint Town, and it is 0-0. We've got 3 minutes to kick off at Old Trafford. Manchester United versus Brighton in full follows the news with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Steve. And police have given us an update on the search for the convicted sex offender Hadish Kabatu, who was mistakenly released from Chelmsford Prison yesterday. Met Police Commander James Conway has made a direct appeal to him.
We want to locate you in a safe and controlled way. You had already indicated a desire to return to Ethiopia when speaking to immigration staff. The best outcome for you is to make contact directly with us by either calling 999 or reporting yourself to a police station. We would ask any member of the public who sees Mr. Kabatu to call 999 immediately.
Well, Commander Conway says Kabatu made several train journeys across London after leaving Chelmsford, asked for help from the public and station staff, and is believed to have access to funds. And sources have also confirmed Kabatu, an asylum seeker from Ethiopia, was directed by prison staff to the train station when he was released yesterday from Chelmsford and seemed very confused. We'll bring you any further updates when we get them.
This is 5 Live Sports.
Sports Report.
We'll be at Old Trafford shortly. Manchester United versus Brighton in full on the way. Rugby union results for you in the Prem. Bath 40, Bristol 15, Harlequins 52, Newcastle 14, Exeter beat Gloucester 39-12. Leicester Sale is just about to kick off. In the cricket, Australian spinner Ilana King took best ever figures at a World Cup. Australia hammering South Africa. She got 7 for 18 as the Aussies bowled them out for 97 in 24 overs. In the end, they won by 7 wickets. But the Aussie men on the other end of a thrashing, lost by 9 wickets to India in an ODI in Sydney. More live sport to come tonight. Practice for the Mexican Grand Prix will be on Sports Extra 2 from 6:30, qualifying live from 10 o'clock. We've got live boxing tonight on 5 Live. Former heavyweight champion Joseph Parker takes on Fabio Wardley live from the O2 at 10 o'clock. Let's get some reaction to Newcastle's late 2-1 win over Fulham. Here's Eddie Howe.
Obviously I'm biased because we won, but I thought it was end to end. It was 2 teams really going for the win. 2 good teams actually. I thought Fulham played well, but I thought the last 15-20 minutes we stepped up a gear. Our subs made a big impact, and delighted to win late.
When you mention your subs, it wasn't just one, was it, who had an impact? As you say, there were a few. Are you noticing the strength that you've got now compared with, say, 2 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think today we're able to call on Sandro Tonali, an outstanding player and just recovering from illness, and I thought he made a difference to our midfield and gave us that dynamism that we needed in that moment in the game. Harvey's off the back of scoring 2, Will sets the goal up, so I think you need that depth, and the ability to win late obviously gives you the points today, but it gives you momentum and that feeling that you're never out of game.
That's Eddie Howe. England versus Brazil. The women's international from the Etihad is live right now on 5 Sports Extra. We'll have reaction to all of the day's big stories at half-time at Old Trafford. Manchester United versus Brighton in full in the Premier League with former England goalkeeper Paul Robinson and correspondent John Murray.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Fun and football and rugby union. Good afternoon, I am Colin White. The only 2 Premier League matches this afternoon at 3 o'clock are ours. Newcastle Fulham and Chelsea Sunderland. And I will remind you about this later on as well. But there are online options to listen to our commentaries today as well. Sunderland are on the BBC Sounds app as well as being on DAB and Freeview today. Newcastle United you can listen to on our FM frequencies, but also via the football page on the BBC Sport website and app as well. So if you are out and about today, then you've got ways to listen to both of our commentaries. But let's get straight to it, shall we? We'll start at Stamford Bridge and say good afternoon to Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett.
Afternoon, Colin. Hello, Colin.
Hello. Let's have a chat about whether it's going to be a back 4 or a back 5 and where does Hertrauda play. Your feeling, Nick, is that he'll be in a defensive 3. Is that fair?
I think so. I think had Alderete been fit, he would have gone with 3 at the back. And I think if that was the thinking, if that was the planning, and if we're right in thinking that Alderete picked up a concussion in training rather than in the game against Wolves last week, which seems the most likely scenario, if the game plan was 5, I think they'll stick with that game plan and Hertrauder will come into the back three. The other part of that thinking is that if he played 4, both Ballard and Mukiele are right-footed. So I think for balance sake as well, Hertrauder coming into the back three makes sense. Reinildo, he likes him as a left wing back, likes him as a left full back, likes the fact that Reinildo gets forwards. Hume, we know, likes to get forwards. He can cause problems around the penalty area, gives them an attacking threat on the wings. So my instinct is to say he's going to go with 5.
Is that also your instinct, Benno? And if it is, are you happy?
Yeah, he's going to go with 5. It's a case of where Hertrauder plays. Does he play as a third centre back, or does he play as a wing back? And Trey Hume goes in as a centre back. He's got options. Reinildo will play as a left wing back, and it's just a case of who actually plays alongside Mukiele and Ballard.
Yeah, interesting. I hadn't pondered the idea of Hume being part of that back three as well, if that's what it ends up being.
I mean, he could, but he's certainly leaving Chelsea guessing. I mean, that ultimately is Regis Debris's aim, isn't it? Because Reinildo plays centre-back as well as midfield for his country. So, that he has got plenty of options in that sense to keep Chelsea guessing. I just think he'll want to keep Hume, in his natural position as a full-back. I think he does like to try and keep changes to a minimum where he can. And Hume, we've seen him play as a right wing back already this season. I know he plays centre back for Northern Ireland, but as Sunderland he tends to be seen as a full back rather than as a centre back, although he has dropped into the back three last season. So one way or the other, I think it's a 5. We'll know at kick-off in exactly what positions, but I think the one thing to ascertain, or the one thing to rubber stamp actually, is that whichever formation or in whichever order they play those players, they're all more than capable to carry off the plans that Regis Debris wants them to execute.
Yeah, and that's the thing today, Gary, isn't it? Execution, because this is probably by a distance the toughest task for Sunderland so far this season.
Yeah, it's going to be a test, and it's interesting to see how Chelsea have lined up, and it looks as though they're going to play like a 4-2-4. They're going to play with 2 wide men, which is Neto and Garnacho will play wide, and they've got 2 out-and-out strikers. Mark Gui will play, and that's also Pedro. But the other side of that as well is that you're looking at the likes of Reece James. He's going to play in midfield. Caicedo is going to play at right back. But also, I think they've come and they've set themselves up to compete with Sunderland physicality as well from set plays.
Which I presume you say that because that's a compliment.
It is a compliment, and and you're thinking, yeah, they've gone with 2 strikers, but also, from set pieces, they most probably want the likes of them back to defend.
I think it's sorry, Colin. I think it's interesting that in terms of matching up, I've had a couple of conversations at lunchtime with reporters here about the way that Sunderland have started the season, and they've all largely said they all had Sunderland down as finishing the season 20th, and they're all readdressing this whole summer's predictions because of the way that Sunderland have started. And one thing I did say about this 8-game run that they're on, or the 8 games that they've played coming to the 9th game today, is that we keep saying that if you're going to stay up, you've got to beat the teams in and around where you are in the table. Chelsea are in and around where Sunderland are in the table.
Yes.
So so I think you have to take a step back in one sense, say they're there on merit. They're there on 14 points, as are Chelsea, having both played 8 games. So there shouldn't be this sort of argument or this debate about a Chelsea favourites, so they're at home and they're a top 4 team. They're both there level on points because they've both made a similar start to the season. And 1 or 2 people here have said they're so random, Chelsea, at the start of the season. This is probably a good time to play them.
Yeah, because some people will look at the 2 respective fixture lists so far and go, well, Sunderland haven't played anybody in the top sort of 7 or 8, whereas Chelsea have. But then you look at who Chelsea have beat. Chelsea, of the big names, really, they've only beaten, I say only, they've beaten Liverpool. They lost to Brighton, they lost to Manchester United, they drew at Brentford so far this season. So yeah, nothing to fear, Gary. Is that the mentality?
There's nothing to fear. I think, again, it's a free hit for Sunderland. Everyone's expecting Sunderland to get beat here. So what we've got to do, and we keep saying this week in, week out, especially the start of the game is very important. We cannot afford to concede early doors. Again, that will breed confidence, especially into Chelsea. But as the longer the game goes on, I think Chelsea will get a little bit frustrated. But I think we still can cause them problems.
It's interesting because you mentioned those games that Chelsea have played this season. Their opening game was a 0-0 draw here against Crystal Palace. Sunderland went to Palace and got a 0-0 draw. They went to Chelsea went to Brentford and drew 2-2. Sunderland beat Brentford. Chelsea went to Manchester United and, like Sunderland, lost at Manchester United. So when you're sort of trying to say, Sunderland have had a fairly benign start to the season, so have Chelsea, but they've not taken advantage of that in the same way that Sunderland have. So I think this afternoon, I think the key for me, as it was at Old Trafford actually, and we both talked about this in the build-up, we all talked about this in the build-up, is that they can't concede early. They can't afford to concede an early goal against Chelsea. That's going to be the key today.
Yes, plenty of time for you two to discuss more between now and 3 o'clock as well, but thank you for the moment, Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett. Then a reminder that Sunderland this afternoon on DAB Digital Radio and on Freeview channel 711 and on BBC Sounds as well this afternoon. So if you normally listen to Radio Newcastle through your phone or the computer or a tablet, whatever it is, via BBC Sounds, then you will get the Sunderland commentary that way this afternoon as well. But on FM and on the BBC Sport website and app, Newcastle United against Fulham. Let's say good afternoon to Matthew Raisbeck and to John Anderson.
Hello, Colin.
Or at least Matthew
Afternoon,
Raisbeck.
Colin. How are you?
That's the main thing. That is the main thing. Run us through that team again, first of all, Razor.
One change, Colin. It's in midfield. Joe Linton starts. He appeared as a substitute coming on in the 63rd minute against Benfica, and the player he replaced the other night, Jacob Ramsey, is the man that he replaces today. So Joe Linton in for Ramsey, the only change, which means it's Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Burn, Bruno, Miley, Joe Linton as the midfield three, and good to see Miley get another opportunity after playing so well the other day. Murphy and Gordon wide, and Voltemada through the middle. The bench is Ramsdale, Cher, Tonali, who is fit enough to be a replacement but not fit enough to start after illness. Barnes, Kraft, Osula, Elanga, Willock and Ramsey. And before we bring Ando back in, I'll just give you the Fulham team. They've made 6 changes. They've got a couple of players out through injury. Joachim Andersen, centre back, Harry Wilson, the wide player, also without fullback Anthony Robinson, Rodrigo Muniz and Samuel Chukwueze, who they signed from Milan, who scored against Newcastle for Milan in the Champions League a couple of years ago, knocked Newcastle out of Europe, but he's not playing. They've got Kenny Tete fit and starting at fullback after a problem, and Sasha Lukic is available after a groin injury. He comes in midfield. So Fulham, Bernd Leno in goal, Kenny Tete, Issa Diop, Calvin Bassey and Ryan Sessegnon at the back. Sander Berger, Sasa Lukic the midfield two, Adama Traore on the right. He'll be running at Dan Burn, so that'll be an interesting battle. Emil Smith-Rowe, first Premier League start of the season for him, Alex Iwobi and Raul Jimenez up front.
Just before we talk about the midfield then, Ando, talk to me about Adama Traore against Dan Burn.
Quick, very powerful.
What about Traore?
Sorry. But look at he's faced wingers who are quick before. The only concern would be if Fulham hit those diagonal balls from their left over the top of Dan Burn into space for Traore to get onto. In a foot race, there's only going to be one winner.
Something Benfica did the other night.
Benfica did it a few times the other night, caused us problems. But Traore is exceptionally quick and he's direct, and he's a big strong boy, you know, he's a powerful lad. So it'll be an interesting one, that. Look at it, but I don't see the game being won and lost there, to be quite honest, Colin.
Burn always sticks to the task, doesn't he? And as you say, he's come up against
he's honest,
pacey wingers. Well, pretty much every time you play out there, that's often one of the main attributes of a wide player. Traore is one of the quickest, but it's not really I don't know if he still has the impact that he had when he was at Wolves a few years ago.
He blows a little bit hot and cold, and I think the tank runs out after 50 minutes as well. It starts to empty out a little bit. He doesn't have too much left after that.
Just because you said you don't think that's where the game will be won and lost, I have to ask you where you think it will be.
I think the three wide boys are the three front boys again. Voldemar has had an exceptional start, and he's only got better game by game. Murphy was exceptional the other night. I thought the ball for Gordon's goal was brilliant, but not only that, the quality of ball that he put in, he put some great little balls into that real danger area. So deserves to start. And obviously Gordon was unplayable the other night, but he needs to take that form into the Premier League. We've seen it in the Champions League, we've seen it at international level for England as well, but he needs to replicate that now in the Premier League. And I just think that if those three are in the form that they were in the other night, it could be a long afternoon for Fulham.
Let's see how it pans out. Thank you to both of you then for the moment, Matthew Raisby. No, Matthew, you were going to play some audio, weren't you? This is me producing on air and having a terrible memory lapse because you wanted to mention the fact that Fulham beat Newcastle twice last season, essentially. Quite right.
Well, I know we've got a lot to pack in before kick-off, but let's hear a little bit from Eddie Howe now, Colin, because look, Fulham are below Newcastle in the table. Newcastle, you'd say, have had a mixed and probably not great start in the league. Fulham have lost 3 in a row after a reasonable enough opening first few weeks of the campaign. But despite that, I think this is a difficult fixture because they've had problems with Fulham before, and as you mentioned, 2 of those were when they last met each other. But expanding on what Ando said there about Gordon taking European form into the Premier League, that's what Newcastle United need to do themselves as a team, play like they've done in their 3 Champions League games in the Premier League to start improving their form. Eddie Howe knows that they've got to keep the high standards that they had against Benfica again today against Fulham, who took 6 points from his side last season.
Well, I think the very best performance, I think you go back to last year, 2 disappointing results against Fulham, so I think we know the qualities of their team, and Marco's done a brilliant job there. So I think these are difficult games for us, and we felt that returning from the Champions League, always the high emotion of the Champions League games, the energy that those games bring you, they're night games, it's a totally different feel back to the afternoon kickoff in the Premier League. Big mental challenge for us, and we have to rise to that and grow from the experiences that we've had previously. This will be a tough game.
Just on that point, Ando, briefly, as someone clearly who's never played football at a high level, I don't see why it is difficult to mentally to move from a Champions League night to a league game, because it's still 52,000 people at St James's Park. But why is it? Why does Eddie Howe say that?
I'm not sure, but it is. Whether it's you're coming down from a very, very high and back to normality, I suppose. It's a little bit like when you see teams that play on a Thursday night in the Europa League or the Conference League having to play on a Sunday, Colin. For whatever reason, the majority of them seem to struggle. Now, why I do not know. As I say, whether it's because you're coming back down from a very, very high, the emotions, the atmosphere, and look, I think the atmosphere at games, especially under lights and Champions League nights, is different to what you get in the Premier League. It always seems to be a little bit more special, a little bit more noisier, and that emotion gets to you, and you're up there, and it takes you a little bit of time to come back down to normality again, I suppose. But look, we're not the only side that have found this out. I think you look at an awful lot of sides who have been in Europe, and you can say exactly the same about them, and you go, well, why do they actually struggle when they come back to a Premier League game? And nobody up to now, in all the years it's been going on, seems to be able to find the answer out.
No, maybe today's the start of the answer. We'll find out later on. John Anderson, Matthew Raisby, thank you very much indeed then. That Newcastle United match on FM and via the BBC Sport website and app this afternoon. I will remind you of that again before we split in about 7-8 minutes time. Non-league football wise today, we'll come to rugby union in just a minute, but non-league football in the National League, Gateshead at home to Truro City this afternoon. Yes, Truro of Cornwall, the longest journey in English Football League history. and it's a 920-mile round trip. Bearing in mind Gateshead have got to go and do it later on in the season as well, but don't envy Truro City this afternoon. South Shields still unbeaten this season, 1 week away now from playing Shrewsbury in the first round of the FA Cup next weekend. They are at Macclesfield in National League North this afternoon. That will be a tricky trip as well. It's the first round proper of the FA Trophy. It began last night with a derby, Dunstan against Hebburn, and Dunstan beat them by 1-0. Will Shaw with a great finish towards the end of the first half. It finished 1-0 to Dunstan. We'll hear more reaction to that in the local football roundup later on today. Dunstan into the second round for the first time in their history. Hebburn were trying to do the same thing as well. Morpeth are away at Bradford Park Avenue in the first round this afternoon. But our featured non-league game is in the NPL East Division. Blythe Spartans, who have not had their troubles to seek in the last couple of years, but in the last couple of weeks have put some good performances together. They're at home to Ossett United this afternoon. Watching on will be Paul Dixon. Good afternoon, Dicka.
Good afternoon, Colin.
Can we call them resurgent yet?
I think if they win today or they don't lose today, they're absolutely delighted that they got a point against Emley, who are in the top 6. Matlock on Tuesday. 220 Blythe fans to see a fantastic performance like that. Never been known. I hope that's doubled today, even though Newcastle are at home. But if they win today, they can go like mid-table. That's the way the league is. I think what I've just learned there, Colin, is that the 3 lads from Gibraltar are back and ready to play this afternoon. They're internationals. There's not many teams in the northeast got 3 Gibraltar internationals for them. They're all at Newcastle Uni, and they're all playing for Blythe Spartans this afternoon. So that's quite exciting for the Blythe fans.
It is indeed, yeah. Jeremy Pereira, the latest of them, and a goal scorer in the last few days as well. A quick word on Dunstan, though, because obviously they're the division below Hebburn. There's not necessarily a huge amount between all of our northeast teams, but they play in a division below, and it's brilliant for a club like that to get further than it's ever gone. They're not going to win the FA Trophy, but there is prestige and money comes with a win like last night.
Well, it was a great game last night, Colin, it was. There was over 500 there. There would have been more, but it was a treacherous night, as you know, lashing down the rain. But both teams played well. And as you've said about Will Shaw, the goal was just special. It really was. And, yeah, great club, both great clubs. But you're right, someone's moved on to the next round. Looking forward to the draw on Monday. I think South Shields come in on Monday, but I think Gateshead are the round after that. So that's some exciting ties at the minute, Colin.
There are indeed, yes. You're right about South Shields coming in the next round, and we hopefully Morpeth will join them this afternoon as well. Paul Dixon, thank you very much indeed for the moment then. The other games in the NPL East Division this afternoon: Consett at home to Bridlington, Heaton Stannington away at Garforth, Ashington away at Grimsby Borough, and Blythe Town away at Matlock. We've just talked about Blythe Spartans beating Matlock earlier on this week. But Blythe Town, bottom of the table as it stands, away at Matlock, who are second. We'll do our local football roundup as always at 5:45 today, but we will finish with rugby union for this part of the programme. Newcastle Red Bulls still looking for the first Prem win of the season. They're away at Harlequins this afternoon. Dean Gray and Tamara Taylor will be your commentary team. Good afternoon, Dean.
Good afternoon, Colin. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
How are you and how are the Red Bulls looking? Because
I'm thoroughly average for an old man, and the Red Bulls are looking a lot better than they probably were a couple of weeks ago against Sale. The performance against Saints at the on Friday gone was one where for 60 minutes, to be honest, they were the better team on the park. But ultimately, the scoreline reflects the fact that they didn't finish chances they created and couldn't play for half an hour against a side that lost a player. So yeah, they are definite signs of improvement.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the back line as well, because a couple of those that performed well, Liam Williams and Buta Chamberlain, both missing today. Stephen Coetzee makes his first start, and Elliot Obertimbo is always exciting. So there's pros and cons to those changes. Yeah,
absolutely so. Liam Williams popped a rib apparently, so he was in quite a lot of pain throughout a lot of the game. Managed to stay on the field, and I understand a hamstring injury was the reason for Buta Chamberlain not appearing. So, or a strain anyway. So yeah, it's a good side. They're missing Sammy Arnold. There's a number of players still not arrived in the squad as well. We've got to bear that in mind. But it's a good looking squad. Harlequins having a difficult time at the best of times, but they're having a really average season. They've won one game against Saracens. They were humbled last week against Exeter by 38 points to 0. The Sale have beaten them. Gloucester have beaten them as well, so it's the second worst points difference in the table. So if Newcastle ever had an opportunity to turn over one of the big sides in English rugby, this is probably it today, to be honest.
And it's funny because that, yes, presents itself as an opportunity, but also if that kind of thing is in the minds of the players and the coaching staff, it just puts more pressure on yourself.
Absolutely so, yeah. And with Newcastle Red Bulls, the sort of theme has always been, this is development, this is consolidation, this is moving forwards. We're going to have players arriving, we're going to have new recruits coming in. This isn't something that's going to happen in terms of success on the field within a season. It's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 years even before we start to see that come through, and that's partly going to be the academy players that come through being kept within the environment of the Red Bull setup. So it's really interesting, but we haven't beaten Quins, I think, if my maths is right. We've beaten them once in 25 years, and Tamara Taylor's just arrived with a plate full of food that looks lovely. I haven't got any.
By my reckon, you and her, if she does share, I've got about 15 minutes to devour it before you start your build-up. So Dean, thank you very much then for the moment. Dean Gray and Tamara Taylor will take you through full commentary of that game, Harlequins against Newcastle Red Bulls, this afternoon on the BBC Sport website and app. If you click on the Rugby Union page, then you can find the commentary on there as well. We'll get an update from Dean at half-time and hopefully get an update from Tamara at full-time as well. A couple of other bits and pieces before we head back to the football. No basketball for the Newcastle Eagles, men or women, this weekend, but in ice hockey, Whitley Warriors 7 o'clock tonight against Hillheads are at home to Kilmarnock Thunder in the Scottish League now. That's where Whitley Warriors play. It's the European Championship darts this afternoon as well. A couple of our players in third round action. Chris Dobie gets underway against Michael van Gerwen later on, but Ryan Joyce is currently in action against Martin Schindler of Germany. It's first to 10 because it's the best of 19 legs. Ryan Joyce leads 7-5 in that one. We'll update you on that at half-time as well. And in cycling last night, another successful night for Great Britain at the Track Cycling World Championships. There was gold in the points race for Josh Tarling, but gold as well for Josh Charlton in the men's individual pursuit. Josh is from Durham. I realised they're both called Josh. Josh Charlton is from Durham. He won gold in the men's individual pursuit. We'll hear from him at halftime in the football as well. And speaking of football, some early results, not in the Premier League, because there's no early game in the Premier League today, but across the other divisions, the games that are just about to finish. Stoke lead 1-0 at Portsmouth. Ipswich through Jack Clark are 1-0 up on West Brom. Coventry lead Watford 3-1. Those are the games in the Championship. In League 1, Bolton have beaten Cardiff and Mansfield and Wigan have drawn 1-1. And in League 2, Cheltenham are just about to beat Walsall by a goal to 0, but an own goal in the 92nd minute, the difference there. And Fleetwood 2, Accrington Stanley 1, deep into injury time as well. And finally, I promise it's finally, in the National League, York City have drawn 1 all away at Halifax this afternoon. We were talking about long trips. Truro coming up to Gateshead today. Carlisle have gone to Yeovil this afternoon, which is not far off the same kind of distance. We'll let you know how they get on this afternoon as well. But football-wise, it is time to focus our attentions then on Newcastle United and Sunderland. Two different ways to listen to them. If you want to be listening to Newcastle United against Fulham in the company of Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson, that one is on our FM frequencies or on the BBC Sport website and app. But if it is Sunderland's game at Chelsea that takes your fancy, Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett are available on DAB Digital Radio, on Freeview Channel 711 and on BBC Sounds. Now is the time to take your pick.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
We're just talking about how to survive a horror film. Colette, will you please know, Gary's been in touch.
Hello, Gary.
He says anyone who wants to survive a horror film needs to change their name to Gary. Because horror villains only attacked people with heroic sounding names like Caleb. And Caleb's such a horror name. It's like, oh yeah, Caleb's been done by the killer. Yeah. Nobody wants to hunt a Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Bruno and Leno, the two skippers today in the centre circle with the officials, and a team of mascots in black and white. And those youngsters now sprint over to the near side of the pitch having had their photograph taken, and Bruno and Leno do the coin toss. His coin toss record, I'm going to jinx it here, aren't I, has been good this season. I think he's might have won them all, or most of them anyway. And he's won the latest one, Bruno. So they're going to shoot towards the Leazes end up the hill in the first half, Newcastle. Fulham, Leno in goal, Tete, Diop, Bassi, Sessegnon, Berger, Lukic, Traore, Smith Rowe, Iwobi and Jimenez. And United, Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Murphy, Gordon, Voltemada. 4 in 5 in the Premier League for Voltemada. 5 goals in 9 appearances across all competitions for Newcastle United. Fulham to kick us underway here on BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sport website and app, and the Newcastle United website and app. It's a huge afternoon, isn't it, Ando, because they need to win in the Premier League. Simple as that.
Yeah, need to start winning. As I said earlier, need to start winning more games in the Premier League. 2 wins so far this season, but we need to start winning games and climbing up that table.
Referee Peter Banks is ready. And this is a designated Premier League no room for racism campaign match, so the players take the knee before the whistle is blown to start the game. And we're underway with Fulham kicking off, and a diagonal ball high up the left wing towards the corner that Newcastle managed to push clear, and then it's sent forwards again by the visitors, and Nick Pope goal kick from that second ball. Walks it across his penalty area to the 6-yard line.
Yeah, Traore on this right side.
You're interested in how that's going to work, aren't you? Traore up against Byrne, who's gone forwards here, Byrne, to try and help on the goal kick. Fulham lift it clear. Botman's got it inside to Chow, middle of Newcastle's half. Obviously the pace of Traore could be an issue for Dan Byrne, as well as he does at left back, often against quick players. This is Jimenez for Fulham, edge of the area with a shot that hits his teammate Smith Rowe after he tried to play him in at the edge of the box. Came back to Raul Jimenez, the Mexican shot against an offside Smith Rowe. Newcastle free kick, but yeah, Byrne against Traore.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you don't want to do is get them isolated, that's for sure. Traore's got pace to burn, and he's a strong boy as well.
Ball at the back still for Newcastle. Pope to the left, Sven Botman, Lewis Miley, first time ball to Byrne, up the line looking for Joelinton. It's actually come to Gordon off Tete, and the Fulham fullback has fouled Anthony Gordon. Quickly taken free kick, Bruno to Voltemada, and he was being pulled by Bassi, and the referee saw that. Whistle goes, free kick about on halfway left of centre.
There's three free kicks already inside the first 2 minutes.
They were all fouls though, weren't they? Maybe the referees received your feedback.
Hasn't worked then, has it?
No, well, not early on. Here's Gordon shifting it, going on the outside of Tete, and Gordon for the goal line. Gets past his man who chops him down. Free kick right next to the side of the penalty area. Yellow card for Kenny Tete inside 2.5 minutes. And he's going to have Anthony Gordon running at him for much of the rest of the afternoon. But Gordon got away, and he did this a few times against Benfica. Great pace, and his touch was heavy. The ball was probably going behind, but Tete stopped Gordon from chasing after it. Free kick, yellow card, close to the goal line, next to the left-hand side of the box.
I'm going to be really interested to see he gives any more yellow cards for tackles like that.
Marco Silva, the Fulham manager, is unhappy, making his feelings clear to the fourth official, while Newcastle prepare to take the free kick. Kieran Trippier is with it. Gordon is close to the corner of the box. It could be rolled short to him. Voltemada around the back post. Chow there also. Byrne right in the middle in front of the goalkeeper. Trippier clips it in, back post. Voltemada! Oh, it's at the post! It dropped for Voltemada, and he has cannoned an effort back off the post. St James's Park was ready to rise and celebrate another Nick Voltemada goal, but somehow it stayed out, and it's been scrambled behind for another corner.
So unlucky. His reactions are great. Ball just drops, and he just long right leg comes out and smashes off the post.
Bit of pushing and shoving as the ball comes in. Oh, it's a flat one towards the near post. Jacob Murphy's controlled the clearance and got it back out to this near side. Gordon and Trippier and Bruno trying to get after this. Sander Berger dispossessed by Joelinton, edge of the area, and now Voltemada gets it back from a loose pass from Iwobi, brought down. Bruno takes on the effort. Referee let it run after Voltemada had been seemingly fouled. Advantage played by Peter Banks. Bruno just wide, low shot at the near side.
Yeah, just dragged it wide, didn't he?
But his footwork and his ball, the way he moves the ball, Voltemada, was so impressive again. But it's no surprise that we say that every time. Trippier closes down the Fulham pass up the left-hand side, and a throw at left back for Sessegnon to take. They haven't really left the defensive part of their pitch. 0-0 here, should be one up. Voltemada off the post. Meanwhile, in West London, Chelsea 1, Sunderland 0. Alejandro Garnacho the goal scorer. Free kick for a foul by Voltemada over on that far side of the pitch, played back by Calvin Bassey, the centre half, to goalkeeper Leno and Issa Diop, the giant defender. Long sleeves and gloves for Diop today. Lifted up the near side, out for a Newcastle throw. Miley gets away from Smith Rowe and receives it back from Bruno and plays in Trippier. Good football in the build-up. Murphy gets it from Trippier, corner of the penalty area, under pressure from 2 or 3 green shirts. Murphy makes a run and gets on the end of Bruno's pass. Murphy's hit the post. Looked like a cross from Murphy, but it hit the post on the near side, and then Burn over to Gordon, left wing. It's gone out of play.
He was never scoring from that angle though, was he? I mean, he's just smashed it and it hits the outside of the post. Not scoring from there. Some strike.
Well, that's twice they've struck the frame of the Fulham goal. But it remains Newcastle United 0, Fulham 0. On BBC Radio Newcastle. Strong challenge from Joelinton on Raul Jimenez. Looks like he's hurt himself a little bit in making that challenge. It's out for throw on halfway. This near side, Fulham's right. Cheered on today by about 1,700 away fans. They've got it with Bassey. And Smith Rowe back to the goalkeeper. Newcastle blocked his route forwards. Voltemada goes to close down, as does Murphy. It's with Bassey in the box. Whipped up the far side. Iwobi, heavy touch into the middle, collected by Joelinton onto Voltemada. And wide right to Murphy. Trippier on the outside. Murphy goes for the cross to the back post for Gordon.
What a ball.
Referee's got a decision to make here. He's given goal kick despite Newcastle appeals for a corner. I don't really think he knew who got the last touch.
Didn't have a clue, did he? What a ball this is. I think he's right, mate. Don't think it touches anybody on the way through. It's into a great area again, isn't it?
It's been a good start.
Has been a very bright start, yeah.
Long from Leno, Botman, big header, away. Oh, Voltemada might get in behind here, making life difficult for Fulham defenders. He's won it back, edge of the area. It's superb play. He's still got it. Strong challenge comes in, and 2 of them it took. Lukic and Diop to get the ball back into the hands of the goalkeeper. They couldn't live with him there.
Yeah, poor defending by Diop. He's let the ball bounce. Number 1 rule for a centre back: don't let it bounce. Let it bounce, you're in bother.
Dan Burn here climbing on halfway, heads it forwards. Gordon backing into Tete. Joelinton helps out, and both off Joelinton's touch had just gone out of play next to the Newcastle bench. Fulham are awarded a throw. Their 2 wins this season have both been at home, against Brentford and against Leeds. Joe Linton's got a problem again. It was from that earlier challenge on Jimenez. He's holding his right ankle. Physio is off the bench. They're in communication, but no treatment is needed. Just brought back into the team today, and the only change made by Eddie Howe, Joe Linton for Ramsey. Have to keep an eye on him and that situation. All the way back to the goalkeeper from Fulham. And Iwobi comes deep into middle of midfield to receive it, facing his own goal. Back to Bassi, long ball, Chow's header. Joe Linton getting onto this, helps it
Nothing
forwards.
wrong with that ankle.
He moved all right there, didn't he? He helped it on, but it's straight to Bassi. And Berger now to Lukic behind Adama Traore. Burns throw to Miley, who's moved it to the feet of Joe Linton in space. Bundled over by Lukic just past the halfway line. And the whistle's gone. Chow, foot on the ball. Up it goes to Bruno. Played it in behind for Murphy, who held his run. Ball didn't, hasn't got enough to go out for a goal kick, just seen behind by Sessegnon. They've sent Jacob Ramsey out to warm up. Joe Linton is certainly running fine. Short goal kick out to this near side. Diop swings it away. Tete tried to lift it around Gordon, whose touch took him backwards. Then he's played it through the legs of Jimenez, back to Pope. High ball into the Fulham half. Header away by Diop. Miley stretching, that touch has gone backwards. Botman gets in front of Jimenez. Shielded it well, used it well by finding Miley, who moves it on to Gordon, halfway up the pitch, inside to the feet of Bruno. Square to Chow. No goals yet, but Newcastle have hit the post twice. Voltemada deep in midfield, out to Trippier, in towards Miley in the centre, but intercepted by Smith Rowe. Miley makes a challenge to stop Smith Rowe getting away, but Lukic for Fulham passes it to Iwobi on the left wing, blocked by Miley. And Iwobi has to come back to Berger. Newcastle, everybody behind the ball. Fulham in possession next to the centre circle. Inside from Berger to Diop, and Tete, fullback who almost joined Everton in the summer, passes it back to his centre halves. Now Berger left side in his own half. Iwobi looking for the run of Sessegnon, tries to take it around Botman, has managed to find Jimenez in the area on the turn, and turns again, and a scooped shot which goes wide. Was there a touch?
Just hasn't got a clue, this referee.
Didn't
wasn't
have a
sure
clue
what it was.
and has given a corner. Not really many appeals from either team, but Newcastle with Jimenez twisting and turning, causing problems. Very relieved to see that go wide.
Yeah. Sessegnon makes a great run. Good little ball in, twists and turns.
Corner kick to come in from the left. Raul Jimenez is 34, still a very effective Premier League striker. It's a packed 6-yard box, and it's a corner to the near post, which is headed by Joe Linton. Newcastle push up, Gordon furthest player forwards, but there's 3 back for Fulham. One of them, Iwobi, sends it in again. Another Joe Linton touch, but he doesn't head it. Instead, this time chests it down for Bruno near the centre circle, and Bruno onto Murphy. There's 6 back for Fulham, only 3 in the Newcastle attack, and he tried to switch it for Gordon. Tete's then run into Joe Linton. Oh, he's recovered brilliantly, Tete. Come away with the ball having lost it. Now stopped by Miley and Joe Linton, and that should be a Newcastle throw. They've got no idea, once again, they've got no idea, the officials, who got the last touch. Referee's given it Newcastle's way. And then the assistant taking his lead from referee Peter Banks. Eddie Smart on the near side. Puts the flag in his left hand, points it towards the end Newcastle are attacking. Well, Tete got in a tangle twice there.
Yeah, he had no support, did he?
And last touch was off him. Joe Linton doesn't seem confident in the ankle. Needed a moment or two to get back up and feel that it was all right following that challenge. Back to Botman, 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Sunderland 1-0 down at Chelsea, the only other 3 o'clock Premier League match. Bruno to Miley and Voltemada. Trippier up the line to Murphy, inside to Bruno, that's nice, but Murphy gave it but then held his position, and Bruno played it as if Murphy had made the run. He's caught up with the ball, but Sessegnon's got it in the corner, cleared up the line, Iwobi and then Bassi away, out into the... has that gone out?
No,
kept in. As a now off Botman, looked like it had gone out. Fulham throw bang on halfway. The way Murphy played it inside was nice, and Bruno obviously expected him to continue his run there, Ando.
Yeah, he just gave it, just played it first time, didn't he? Expected it, Murphy to keep going, he didn't though.
Diop back into the penalty box. Leno for Berger, wide right to Diop. Bruno and Gordon closing down, Tete inside to Berger, and they've played their way around the Newcastle pressure. Up this near side, first chance for Traore to run, but Joe Linton and Gordon are back there. Traore, that's a good cross into dangerous area, but no one in green close to it. Trippier away. Voltemada, they're saying he's being held, and the referee says Voltemada was holding Diop instead.
Two of them were at it, weren't they?
Supporters not happy, referee happy, play on. 16th minute. Diagonal ball for Traore, he's kept it in with a header, then Gordon wins a throw from Tete, about 25 yards up from Newcastle United's goal. They've taken it quickly, Miley under pressure, just released it in the nick of time. Oh, and then he's played it straight to Iwobi. Alex Iwobi on the edge of the penalty area, now into the box. They block the shot. Smith Rowe cuts it back towards Jimenez. Forced away from goal by Botman. Then Iwobi's cross. Chow gets a vital touch to divert it out wide. Gordon's kept it in. Takes his time up to Voltemada. First touch from Voltemada, then a misplaced pass. And it's a bit messy and scrappy from Newcastle. Rare that Voltemada gives it away.
Copy, isn't it?
And having seen Miley play the ball straight to Iwobi, Voltemada then gave it to a Fulham shirt, trying to lift it across to the other side. Just need to take a bit more care, don't they?
Yeah.
But also, in some cases, not delay the pass, because Miley almost got caught, and then the next pass he gave away.
Yeah, it's a big Keystone Cops back there.
Still goalless. Bassi under pressure and has lost out to Murphy, who can take it all the way into the box. Murphy off the post and in. Jacob Murphy won it back from Bassi and drove on into the penalty area. A low shot off the base of the post and into the back of the net for his first of the season. Jacob Murphy delivering once again for Newcastle United, who lead Fulham by 1-0 in the 18th minute.
That's a great finish. I mean, Bassi, you got to ask questions what he's doing. Centre backs who think they can play just nipped it away from him, didn't he? Still had an awful lot of work to do, because the angle's tight. He goes across Leno, hits the inside of the right post, in essence in the back of the net. But Bassi's
such an accurate finish, isn't it? It has to be across the keeper, right side of the box, cut across it. He was close with a couple, wasn't he, the other night?
Keeper gets something on it, actually. Pushes it onto the post, but not enough.
Ball just lifts up, doesn't it? Skips along the turf. Keeper then gets a hand, or not a hand really, a fingertip. Can't deny Jacob Murphy and Newcastle United their opening goal. Diop back to Leno. Fulham have got it in their own penalty box following the kickoff. Iwobi's making a run into the centre and then he sprints beyond Botman, who's just keeping a close eye on the movement of Iwobi. Jimenez has pulled out to the left and Botman backpedaling, heads it for Miley. That's a beautiful first time touch and pass from Miley to Trippier on the right. Murphy then back to Miley on halfway. Fulham players getting back, shuffling into position. Miley to Bruno, to Voltemada. Nick Voltemada, edge of the penalty area, looked for Bruno with a flicked pass. It was blocked. Dan Burns then tried to take out a Fulham player. And having got a piece of him with the first challenge, referee Peter Banks let it run. Byrne then made what appeared to be a clean challenge second time. And the referee brought it back for the first foul.
How long do you let it go? I mean, he's let it go, and then Bourne slid in. He's won it clean as you like. Can't have it both ways.
15th position at the start of the afternoon. They're up to 11th in the current standings. If they were to get another goal, then they would go ahead of Brighton, who play Manchester United away at 5:30. Still congested in that middle part of the table.
Oh, they've given it away again.
Lost it to Newcastle again, and it's Murphy onto Bruno, having a look and having to turn and find Murphy again, lining up another shot. This time Bassi blocks it. Berger with the header. Miley to Bruno off his thigh. It's come forwards to Gordon, who protects the ball. Did well. Played it back to Chow and Trippier to Botman, and United have possession. 21 minutes gone. Byrne to Botman. Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall having a good long chat about things as Botman plays it to Bruno. Gets it back. Malik Chow away from Emil Smith-Rowe, who's had a tug at his shirt and the whistle's gone. This is Chow's 10th appearance. He's hardly put a foot wrong. He's keeping Fabian Schär out of the team. And they won that free kick from Smith-Rowe, but Newcastle on the near side lose the ball. Traore to Smith-Rowe, and Iwobi left wing, taking on Trippier, instead just lifts it in and it's beaten everybody. Gone for a goal kick. Botman covering at the back post. Newcastle 1, Fulham 0. Equaliser for Sunderland at Chelsea through Wilson Isidore. 1-1 in that match. That's the commentary you're looking for, and you don't want to continue listening to Newcastle. Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett, DAB, Freeview Channel 711, or BBC Sounds. Bruno, with some incredible skill after a run through the middle of midfield. A couple of turns. And, well, they loved what they saw from the captain there. It's actually gone out for a Fulham throw. But Bruno's work prior to that was very impressive, easy on the eye. Diop on to Tete, and now Traore. Gordon and Joelinton supporting Byrne. Traore's cross, Trippier with a header, and they haven't been able to get it clear properly, Newcastle. Tete to Lukic, 5 yards outside the area, central position. Fancied the shot there, but then thought better of it. They go back towards the middle of midfield. Only Voltemada up ahead of the ball. Sessegnon wide to Iwobi, looks for the return. Nick Pope gathers. There's no long throw option, no quick one this time, like Barnes the other night. It is an overarm throw, but it's a relatively short one to Trippier. And outside on Newcastle's right of the pitch. Bruno with it and just returns it to Trippier. Murphy on his bike. Could have been played in behind, but Trippier comes back to Chow, and now Botman, and Dan Burn drifts into the forward line. Anthony Gordon drops in, gets into the space on the near side. Botman brings it forwards, goes out to Gordon. He's not happy, wanted it earlier. Has to go back to Pope.
Yeah, ball was behind him.
Chow, long ball which was intended for Joe Linton. Voltemada trying to make something of it, but Diop's come across. And then Murphy sliding tackle to stop Sessegnon getting away at the expense of a throw. But Murphy stayed down there. And that's not like him. He's just beating his fist off the floor. Don't know what the problem is. Just came across. Sessegnon, did his studs just catch him? Maybe.
Just looked like he just caught his Achilles. No intent or nothing.
He's had an Achilles problem this season. Not sure on which leg, but hopefully that's just the pain of the impact. Murphy is back up, thankfully. And it's Newcastle 1, Fulham 0. 25 minutes played. Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Miley, Joe Linton, Murphy, Gordon, Voltemada is the team. No one back from injury today. Tonali after illness, a substitute again like the other night. Foul on Bruno next to the centre circle, left side. Describe the performance so far, Ando.
Yeah, it's been decent. Better tempo about it.
Murphy to Voltemada, and then back, and Bruno and Miley combine and play it to Chow. He chips it over to Byrne, who rises and takes it on his chest. Back to Botman, a back-pedalling Nick Pope wants it, and they start again with the goalkeeper. Played out to the feet of Trippier. Murphy inside looking for Bruno. It's a ball that's found its way to Diop. Fulham have almost lost it. Now Traore with 3 black and white shirts on him. They're not just doubling up on Traore, they're tripling up on him. It's normally Joe Linton and Gordon. There it was Joe Linton and Miley. Dan Burns, they're not allowing him to be isolated wherever Traore is on the pitch with it.
Oh, well played.
Jimenez followed all the way by Botman towards his own box, held it up, found another bright green Fulham shirt. Diop for Lukic, picked up a useful position in between Newcastle midfield and defence. They're on the left side now. Sessegnon to the giant Sander Berge. Started every match for them this season in the league. The Norwegian up to Smith Rowe, his first Premier League start of the season. Smith Rowe's got it again. Back to Berge, lining up the shot. Pope pushes it out. Traore across goal and just wide. Traore with skill, dropped his shoulder, went on the outside, drove it across the face of goal. Nobody able to get a touch in the middle, and wide of Pope's right hand post from Traore after the Newcastle goalkeeper made an important save from Berge.
Yeah, it was a good hit, wasn't it, Berge? Got strong hands on it. Pope pushes it away. Traore just drags it wide, doesn't he?
28 minutes on the clock. A few supporters watched that, exhaled, and then got up and decided to go inside, possibly for a drink. That was a key moment in the match, a nervy moment for Newcastle. They have the advantage. They hit the woodwork twice. Voltemada with a shot, Murphy with what seemed to be a cross that hit the outside of the post, and then Murphy opened the scoring. Here's Joe Linton. Oh, he's done very well on the left wing, but a good recovery by Lukic to dispossess him and pass it back to his goalkeeper. Bassi returns it to Leno.
Oh, Bassi doesn't want it.
And the goalkeeper's chip up to halfway goes out off Dan Burn. Traore off Gordon. The referee, Peter Banks, sounding his whistle there quite frantically. He's having a word with Dan Burn. Burn's not happy about something. Referee's put his hand on Burn's back. Fulham have been awarded a free kick. Was that Gordon on Traore?
It was Burn on Traore.
Burn on Traore, sorry. Gordon was next to Traore and helped him to his feet. Bassi there. Traore was free, wanted the diagonal, but Newcastle just blocked it off in the nick of time. And that's the ball that you said that they want to avoid Fulham being able to. They want to prevent Fulham from playing. Leno. They've gone back to their goalkeeper, Diop and Tete. And get into a bit of a muddle in the corner. It's up the line. It's a Newcastle throw. Raul Jimenez didn't agree. Stopped them taking it quickly. Burn picks the ball up. Bruno flicks it inside, but straight to Berger. And they've lost possession. Iwobi. Sessegnon running beyond. 25 yards out, left wing. In it comes to Berger. There's nobody in the box for Fulham. They are stationed on the edge of the area, some of their attacking players, and the ball's been moved back now to halfway. Bassi square to Diop. Gives it to Berger and has it returned to him. Now Bassi at the back for Sessegnon. Smith-Rowe dropped in deep, played it against a black and white shirt. Murphy to Voltemada, back towards Miley. They've recovered the ball, Newcastle leading 1-0. Trippier and now Chow, bit of space. Played it across Jimenez to Burn. Gordon here from Burn's pass, straight back to the big defender, inside to Botman. Closed down. Chow with it, up to the feet of Voltemada, holds it back to Bruno, and then lifted off to Joelinton. That's nice from Newcastle. Can they make it count? Joelinton's pass to Gordon on the move into the penalty area. Anthony Gordon, Miley, first time ball to Joelinton, cut out by Fulham, and Bruno adjudged to have fouled Traore. Bruno is frustrated by the referee's decision there. Stopped the Fulham counter-attack, and he's got a free kick. Gordon did well, but then it was Miley's pass that was stopped, and that allowed Fulham to win it back. And that's a foul in your view? Yeah.
Just blocked them off, didn't he?
Sessegnon towards Jimenez. Tries to get a return pass from Iwobi. Into a challenge with Botman. Botman ended up on the floor. Referee didn't give anything. Lukic in midfield for the away side. And Traore. Gordon sprinting back to help Burn out. Using numbers on Traore again. He's gone for a step over. Gone on the outside. And it's been awarded a corner when it looked, if anything, Burn got man and not ball.
I thought that was a free kick. He's cleaned them out.
Didn't get any of
and the linesman's looking at it.
It's right there.
Well, it's gone absolutely nowhere near the ball.
Free kick for Fulham on 33
Bad
minutes.
referee.
When it corner kick for Fulham on 33 minutes when it ought to be a free kick. Right on the line of the box, but it's on the near side. An outswinger from Lukic. Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall have brought all 10 outfield players into the box to defend. Lukic. And a header from Jimenez, which is blocked in the centre of the penalty area. Jacob Murphy has it. Oh, it's tackled by Lukic, tried to go around him. Jimenez blocked, and now they can potentially get it clear this time. Botman to Gordon. Gordon is tripped by Sessegnon. Free kick in the corner. Almost created problems for themselves there when Murphy went for skill rather than just getting rid.
Just put your foot through it.
Free kick taken short by Burn to Botman. Chow to Pope, onto Bruno's come short to get it, edge of the area, back to Chow. Trippier on the touchline, on for Bruno. That's a good ball, and there are options for Bruno. Gordon could have it if he switches it. It's instead to Baltamada. He plays it into the feet of Gordon, who can take on Tete. Gordon on the outside, and the cross blocked by Bassi. Some appeals that maybe it hit his arm. Play continues with Gordon on the left wing, trying to get around Traore, who's used his strength and then won a free kick from Gordon. And now Tete's gone down. It's another decision for Fulham. Newcastle still lead 1-0.
It's just a fussy referee.
Bassi to Leno. They're playing it short. Now long from the defender Calvin Bassi. Was on the bench for their last game. Brought in one of 6 changes today. Back to Pope. That's a huge kick from the keeper. Baltamada. Well, they're saying he was being held by Diop. Was it the same again? Nando? Both holding each other, or should that have been?
He was backing in, but he had a hold of him.
Well, endearing himself to St James's Park again, referee Peter Banks. Here's Dan Burn climbing, heading it out in front of Traore. The singing is all about referee Peter Banks, who's from Merseyside. This is Fulham in possession on the left-hand side, in front of the east stand. Traore, Iwobi, sorry, looking for Lukic. Traore, their option on the near side. They get the ball to him now from Tete, 20 yards out or so, but further back now with Tete and Berger, and then played forwards to Traore in space. Burns standing between him and the box. Traore went on the outside, overran it, so it's a goal kick. Newcastle lead 1-0. Sunderland level with Chelsea 1-1 at Stamford Bridge. And Nick Pope decides that this is a long goal kick. Burn and Berger go for it. They both miss it. Tete heads forward. Burn lifts it up towards the penalty box. Diop's header. Then Tete straight against Burn. He's been involved in a lot there. Gordon plays it against Tete. Fulham get a free kick. Some fans said it was handball by Tete when it came back to Gordon. Tete then dispossessed him and was clipped by the Newcastle winger. Free kick's already been taken, and Alex Iwobi, who's making his 300th Premier League appearance, former Arsenal and Everton player, passes it back. Has it in midfield again, and now Diop to Traore. Gets past Gordon. Joelinton comes to close down. Traore's cross. Trippier covering. Lifts it across the penalty area, and Joelinton away. Up to Baltamada, who holds it. Flicks it around the corner. And Eddie Howe is furious and shouted at the referee there, and that's not like him. That's 3 that they think have been ignored by Peter Banks. Diop on Baltamada. Baltamada turns and looks at the bench. Fulham allowed to play on. They've given it away. Miley's got it. Murphy to Trippier. Now Bruno turns and looks for space. He's got it. Joelinton in midfield. Closed down by Traore. Onto Gordon. And Murphy in behind. Flag stays down. Jacob Murphy 1-on-1. He's put it wide. Oh, that's a glorious opportunity for Murphy, who's already scored when put through on goal. He could and should have had a second there.
Yeah, you'd have fancied him, wouldn't you? Great ball, Gordon.
And he's onside.
Yeah, well onside. Similar similar angles, similar area to where he scored the first goal. Credit Leno.
It's a
got
save,
something on
isn't it? Yeah. Didn't see that clearly at the time. But it is a corner on the left. When Murphy got through, the crowd's focus shifted from the challenges on Voltemada to a one-on-one to make it 2-0. But a save from Bernd Leno in the Fulham goal. Kieran Trippier to take the corner. Plays it back short to Murphy, corner of the box. Curling effort, hits Smith Rowe in the forehead. Referee just checking on him. Behind for another corner kick. Murphy picks up that position. Corner of the box. Trippier sends it in this time. It's deep to the back post. Leno gets up and pushes it away. Got a big hand on the ball. Voltemada makes sure it goes out for Newcastle's throw, stopping any Fulham player from getting there. Close to the edge of the box. Trippier jogs back over to his natural side of the pitch to take it. Maybe a little bit further forwards from where it actually went out. Murphy, the furthest player back, could get it if he wants to throw it to him. It's instead inside to Bruno. Just got there before Smith Rowe. Murphy on it here. Look to release Trippier, but it's intercepted and Fulham clear. Murphy keeping watch, has a touch on the ball. It's gone out. Middle of Newcastle's half. Fulham throw. Be interesting to see next time the ball goes up to Voltemada and Issa Diop's with him, what exactly happens. It might well be that nothing happens and the referee just continues to let it run and let it go. Traore here with Byrne in the corner, kept in well on the line by Traore, and back to Tete. That's a high cross hung up. Trippier heads
Good
it.
header, well played.
Two around him. Ball's cleared the box and it's Sessegnon to Iwobi. Now Berger. Looking for Lukic and the run. Stopped by Joelinton. Cleared by Botman. Bassi in the centre circle to Diop. 42nd minute. Got the 1-0 advantage, Newcastle. In the National League at the International Stadium, the longest away journey is going well for Truro at Gateshead. They are 2-0 up. That's a bad first half for Gateshead, 2-0 down. We'll have all the scores during the half-time break, including plenty North East non-league football. Here's Trippier leaving it for Pope to come to the edge of the box to claim a Fulham through ball. They've got Bruno down, tying his boot at the moment, and Botman passes it straight to Berger in midfield, who releases Smith Rowe straight at Nick Pope, centre of the goal. Needed to go either side of the keeper.
Yeah, comfortable save in the end, but can't give the ball away there.
Oh, there's been a bit of that this afternoon. They're still in front though. Here's Voltemada from Murphy's pass. Fulham win it back, then Miley manages to divert it to Joelinton, who plays it in behind Tete for the run of Gordon. He's sent him wide towards the corner. Gordon facing the defender now. Goes for the goal line. Hangs up the cross. Bassi's header. Then Tete away. Byrne here. Heads it up the line. It's gone out near the corner flag. It's a Fulham throw.
Been sloppy at times, haven't we? Just don't want to give them any encouragement.
Tete. Up the line it goes. Gordon flicks it onto the chest of Byrne, who helps it forwards, looking for Voltemada. It's been won back, then Botman comes across, intercepts, out it goes. Eddie Howe watching the match next to Jason Tindall. Fourth official hasn't told one of them to get back. This is Leno. And it's gone out from the goalkeeper's pass. He waited, and then played it between Diop and Tete. The latter ran for it, but
they're causing all their own problems as well, though.
Couldn't get there before it went out. Yeah, well, the goal was a mistake. Murphy closed down Bassi and won it, went through and scored. And there again, short passes at the back, and it's led to a Newcastle throw. Dan Burn is handed a black towel from a ball boy, which he uses to dry the ball, obviously. And a long throw about to come in at the Lees' end from Burn. It's near side. Chow rises but can't help it on. Fulham clear, and they've got runners here. Miley climbs, headed on by Jimenez to Smith Rowe and on to Iwobi. Traore's in the box. Iwobi, there's lots of black and white back, and Iwobi's crosses straight to Gordon. Lots of black and white back, but not much black and white up the pitch. Finally, they're awarded a free kick, hence the sarcastic cheers and applause, because Joe Linton was being held. Moves the ball into a position he's happy with and passes it 10 yards to Malik Chow, out to Trippier, inside for Bruno. Berger's all over him. That's a free kick. There's a minimum of a minute of additional time to be played here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sport website and app. 1-0 the score. Jacob Murphy, his first of the season. Pope comes up towards halfway to take the free kick. Chow, Botman and Byrne have all stayed back, and Byrne's now going, having held his position, is instructed to make his way forwards. Pope lifts it towards the edge of the box. Joe Linton heads on. Byrne might have been fouled there, nothing given. Voltemada, edge of the area. Voltemada blocked. Cleared by Fulham. The minimum minute is just about up. Chow onto Murphy. Tackled by Sessegnon. There's half time. They have the lead. John Anderson, which of course they'll be delighted about, but there's been some good and some frustrating things in the performance so far.
Yeah, good to be in front. I mean, Voltemada's unlucky with the one that hits the post. It's a great reaction. Could very easily have gone in. Goals come. Not too sure what Bassey's trying to do at the back at all. Just gets his pocket pinched, and to be fair to Murphy, it's a real good finish. You know, Leno gets a fingertip to it but can't stop it from going in off the post. We've been sloppy at the back trying to play out. Don't want to be giving them any encouragement at all. I mean, yes, we're in front, but most definitely hasn't been vintage, has it?
No. Murphy with another chance, one-on-one, which was actually a good save by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, it was almost identical, wasn't it? Similar position to where he scored from. He's got through, and to be fair to the goalkeeper, he's made a decent save. You know, great ball around the corner from Gordon, gets himself through, and you fancied him, you know, but as I say, to be fair, Gordon's made it, or the goalkeeper Leno's made a decent save, but look, happy to be in front at half time, playing down the hill second half, hopefully a bit better.
The scores from around the country, there's only one of the Premier League match, which is Chelsea 1, Sunderland 1, still playing at the end of the first half. The details will come from Colin White in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio shortly. But we have to wait for half time at Chelsea, Sunderland, before we can hand back to the studio. Remember, our Sunderland coverage from Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett is on Freeview Channel 711, DAB, and also on the BBC Sounds app today. You can continue to listen to Newcastle United against Fulham to get the black and white angle on the game through the BBC Sport website and app, particularly if you're going to be moving and not near a radio. The second half will be on FM as well today. It's a really important game, Ando, that they need to win. they started well enough. Obviously had the Baltimore effort off the post, got the goal on 18 minutes from Murphy, so relatively early.
Yeah.
What about the situation at the other end where you've got Adama Traore, who's not really had the opportunity to go 1v1 with Dan Burn.
They haven't allowed him to get isolated. You know, they've doubled up, tripled up on him. They've made sure there's plenty of cover on that left-hand side. Traore hasn't been able to get it and actually get a run at Dan Burn. So, I mean, be absolutely delighted with that. But you know, as you said, there's been good and there's been frustration as well. Trying to play out from the back, giving it away in bad areas. As I say, you don't want to be giving them any hope whatsoever. You know, you don't want to be giving them any encouragement. Botman's played a couple out from the back that he's given away. If you're in doubt, just go long. You know, just go long over the top for the pace of Gordon, for the pace of Murphy.
And Joe Linton seems fine, continued fine after taking a knock to his ankle. Did check it a couple of times.
He's moving all right.
Yeah, that's something we'll obviously monitor. Let you know if there's going to be any change ahead of the second half here on BBC Radio Newcastle. So at the break, they have the advantage. Jacob Murphy closed down Calvin Bassey, ran through on goal, hit the back of the net, and that means at half time at St James's Park, it's Newcastle United 1, Fulham 0.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
We're just talking about how to survive a horror film. Colette, you'll be pleased to know Gary's been in touch.
Hello, Gary.
He says anyone who wants to survive a horror film needs to change their name to Gary. Because horror villains only attacked people with heroic sounding names like Caleb. And Caleb's such a horror name. It's like, oh yeah, Caleb's been done by the killer. Yeah. Nobody wants to hunt a Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Half-time then, Newcastle United lead Fulham by 1-0 thanks to Jacob Murphy, and Sunderland are drawing 1-1 at Chelsea. Wilson Isidore with their equaliser after Alejandro Garnacho had given Chelsea the lead. That is it as far as 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League are concerned. There is one 5:30 game, which is Brighton at Manchester United, and then at 8 o'clock it's Brentford against Liverpool.
Total Sport Northeast.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into the Championship then. 3 early games and Coventry City scored 3. They beat Watford 3-1. Watford played the entire second half with 10 men. Ipswich beat West Bromwich Albion 1-0. Jack Clark with the goal 10 minutes from the end, and Stoke City won 1-0 away at Portsmouth. It was an own goal that settled that one. In the 3 o'clock games, very few goals. Only one team has scored twice in the first half. Southampton lead 1-0 at Blackburn through Leo Scienza after 25 minutes. Bristol City are 1-0 up on Birmingham. Derby County 1-0 up on Queen's Park Rangers. Carlton Morris after 10 minutes. No goals between Hull and Charlton, but Wrexham lead at the Riverside against Middlesbrough. Josh Windass after 7 minutes. It's also 1-0 for Millwall at home to Leicester City. Oxford United are the only team that I mentioned that have scored twice. They lead 2-0 at Sheffield Wednesday, the first match since they went into administration but also got rid of the owner they didn't like. But Sheffield Wednesday 0, Oxford 2 at half time. The final game in the Championship is Swansea 1, Norwich City 1.
Total Sport Northeast.
The Newcastle and Sunderland AFC podcast
on BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Very few goals in League One, all told. So the early games saw Bolton win 1-0 at home to Cardiff City, a 94th minute winner. Mansfield 1, Wigan Athletic 1. Then the half times, the first 4 alphabetically, are all goalless. AFC Wimbledon against Burton, Barnsley against Rotherham, Leyton Orient against Lincoln, and Northampton against Luton Town. It is Peterborough 1, Blackpool 1. It's also goalless between Reading and Doncaster. Stevenage and Bradford City drawing 1-1 as well. And Wickham lead Huddersfield by 1-0. Alfie May sent off after 25 minutes for Huddersfield. Collie Woodrow getting the only goal of the first half about 7 minutes before half time.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
A little bit more going on in League 2, but not a huge amount. Cheltenham beat Walsall earlier on with an own goal in the 92nd minute. Fleetwood beat Accrington Stanley 2-1 as well. Ched Evans with their winner. In the half-times, Barrow are a goal up and a man down. They lead Barnet 1-0, but they had Williams sent off just before half-time. MK Dons are 1-0 up away at Bromley. MK Dons, who Gateshead travel to in the FA Cup next weekend. It's Crawley 0, Bristol Rovers 0, but Sparks has been sent off for Bristol Rovers. Crewe Alexandra 2, Grimsby 2, and only 2 goal scorers as well. Teshkel with both of Crewe's goals, Josh Walker with both of Grimsby's goals. It's Gillingham 1, Salford City 2, and Newport County lead 1-0 away at Harrogate. And then it's 3 0-0 draws at half-time. Notts County against Cambridge, Oldham against Shrewsbury, who South Shields play next weekend in the FA Cup, and Swindon against Colchester is also goalless. The final game in League 2, Omari Patrick's own goal has given Chesterfield a 1-0 lead at Tranmere.
Total Sport North East.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into non-league in the National League then, the longest trip of the season. Truro City have come all the way up to Gateshead and lead 2-0 at half-time. Earlier, York drew 1 all the way at Halifax, and speaking of long journeys, Carlisle have gone all the way down to Yeovil in Somerset this afternoon and are losing 1-0 at half-time because of a Morgan Feeney own goal. In National League North, South Shields have to turn it around in the second half if they are to avoid losing their first match of the season. They are 1-0 down at Macclesfield after 45 minutes. In the first round of the FA Trophy this afternoon, after Dunstan beat Hebburn last night, Morpeth are 1-0 down away at Bradford Park Avenue at the break. But our featured non-league game of today is in the Northern Premier League East Division, with Blythe Spartans on a good little mini run at home to Ossett United. Paul Dixon can tell us how the first half has gone.
Yes, Colin, the news is not good at the minute. It's Blythe Spartans 0, Ossett United 1. And Blythe started really brightly with a swirling wind, and they kept good possession. But on 13 minutes, Ossett went close. Ball in the box by Luca Bolano found Benjamin Tweed. His effort flew past the post, a let-off for Blythe. Again, long possession by Blythe, but just couldn't break the deadlock. And Ossett came close again. Benjamin Tweed shot, saved by goalkeeper Callum Dobson in the Blythe goal. But Blythe nearly took the lead, nearly broke the deadlock. A great run by Matthew Slocum, their captain. He shot from the edge of the box, took a slight deflection. Goalkeeper was stranded. It looked as though it was going to go on the roof of the net, but it went over the bar. And then 2 minutes later, Ossett took the lead. A quick through ball from Jack Crook, and he fired very early, low into the corner of the net. 1-0 down at half-time, but still a lot of football to play for. Crowd are right behind Blythe, and we're looking for something in the second half. But it's Blythe 0, Ossett United 1.
Paul, thank you. Not great for the rest of the teams in the NPL East Division either, with the exception of Heaton Stannington. They are 1-0 up at Garfer thanks to Joe Shepherd, but Consett are losing at home to Bridlington. Blythe Town are 2-0 down away at Matlock. Ashington drawing 0-0 at Grimsby Borough. We'll do the local football roundup as always at 5:45. But in Rugby Union's Premiership, Newcastle Red Bulls are at Harlequins. Dean Gray can tell us how that one is looking at half-time, or I could just sum it up and say it's terrible, Dean.
Colin, the latter would be more accurate. It's bitterly disappointing is the way I described it. Newcastle came here after an improved performance last week, although they lost the game. They seem to be moving in the right direction. They've been decimated by a Quins side who've had a try disallowed, but still managed to score 5 tries in the first half, all converted by Marcus Smith. A lot of them from moving the ball around the field, hitting the wider channels, as my co-commentator Tamara Taylor, former England players, pointed a lot on the right-hand side of the field. Newcastle just haven't had an answer at all to what Quins have thrown them this afternoon, and at times have looked rudderless. So a step backwards in terms of Newcastle Red Bulls. They're just coming out to start the second half, Colin, as we speak. They will need a vastly improved performance to claw anything, or to claw the way back into this game in any way, shape or style. You would imagine the game is gone. It's now about performance second half and trying to get a try or two.
Thank you, Dean. If you want to listen to the greatest comeback in the history of sport, the commentary is on the BBC Sport website and app.
Conspiracy theories really can impact the way the world works.
Disinformation. You think you're winning.
There could be 1,000 deepfakes.
But it's because of you we work 24/7 to verify the facts with digital tools and reporters on the ground.
BBC News, Moscow.
Look, Roger. In the West Bank. So, no matter how quickly disinformation spreads, we'll be ready.
The fight for truth
is on. Trust is earned. This is our BBC.
And this is BBC Radio Newcastle. Newcastle United leading Fulham by a goal to nil at half-time. It's Chelsea 1, Sunderland 1. Back with our commentary teams in a couple of minutes' time. But I want to tell you about cycling first, because it was a successful night for Great Britain and for the North East at the Track Cycling World Championships in Santiago in Chile. Josh Charlton from Sherburn in Durham took a gold medal in the men's individual pursuit. It's GB's first title in that event since Bradley Wiggins won it back in 2008. And afterwards, Josh had a chat with the BBC's David McDade.
Josh, World Individual Pursuit Champion. Last year it was silver in this event. You've upgraded to gold. How satisfying is this win tonight?
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah, it was pretty gritty in the final there tonight. But yeah, no, from last year, the big goal coming into this season was to go one step bigger, and yeah, no, it just feels incredible to pull it off, and it's been a long time coming.
And I don't know if you're aware of the sort of illustrious company that you now keep. The last Great Britain winner of this was Bradley Wiggins, 2008. Also Chris Boardman, Graham O'Brien. That's the sort of company that Josh Charlton is now mentioned in.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's not too bad. And even like the recent winners, I think Pipo and Johnny have had it about the last 8 years or something stupid like that. So it'd be, even in the same sentence as those guys, it's a big privilege.
The way you won tonight was so impressive. You were several seconds ahead of silver. I know that you did break the world record briefly last year. Is that something that you came here hoping to do, and is it also maybe on the cards for the future?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something I want to come back and do. I mean, last year it was sort of different circumstances, different track, and maybe conditions were a bit quicker last year. But the main objective coming into today was just to get the jersey, and then if the record came along with it, great. But I've got a lot of years ahead of me, and I'm sure it'll come at some point.
Congratulations to Josh Charlton there for his gold medal, and that is not bad company as well. Chris Boardman, Graham O'Brien, Bradley Wiggins. Right then, time to return to the football. If you want to be listening to Newcastle against Fulham with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson, that is on our FM frequencies or on the BBC Sport website and app. But on digital radio, on Freeview Channel 711 and on BBC Sounds, it is Sunderland at Chelsea with Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett. The time for you to choose is now.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Bassey under pressure and has lost out to Murphy, who can take it all the way into the box. Murphy off the post and in. Jacob Murphy won it back from Bassey and drove on into the penalty area. A low shot off the base of the post and into the back of the net for his first of the season. Jacob Murphy delivering once again for Newcastle United, who lead Fulham by a goal to nil in the 18th minute.
Total Sport Northeast.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And at St James's Park, the teams are out for the second half. Newcastle United with the 11 that started. Fulham have made a change, and the Brazilian winger Kevin, their record signing, £35 million in the summer. Keen to see what he has to offer. Kevin, it's his first, he hasn't started in the Premier League yet. This is his sixth substitute appearance. He's come on for Emil Smith-Rowe at half-time. So, Newcastle, Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Murphy, Gordon, Voltemada, and Fulham now following the change. Looks like they've gone more 4-3-3 with it, perhaps. But it is Leno in goal, Tete, Diop, Bassey, Sessegnon, Berger, Lukic, Traore, Iwobi, Kevin, and Jimenez. The referee Peter Banks has been over at the far side of the pitch near to where the monitor is. We haven't kicked off yet for the second half. I don't know if there's been a problem with the communications. That's happened a lot this season, hasn't it? There's been seemingly some issue with some of the wearable technology the officials have. Now we can start again. Black and white stripes against the bright green of Fulham. Newcastle shooting towards the Gallagher end at the right-hand side. Throw for the away team in the corner following Newcastle's kick-off. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. On the live Premier League page. in the watch and listen section along the top. So if you need to switch from listening on FM on BBC Newcastle, you can find us there. And we're on Newcastle United website and app as well. Ball in the Magpies half with Miley. Back it goes to Pope. Murphy comes short to get it. Helps it on to Voltemada. His forward pass is blocked, but then he's held it well and been pulled by Bassi, and finally Nick Voltemada gets a free kick. And Bassi almost in a bit of trouble for delaying the restart, but he's, after doing so, sprinted away quickly enough. To evade the referee. They've switched it. Gordon to Joelinton, back again, but it's won by Lukic and helped on by Jimenez to Iwobi, and wide to Sasha Lukic for Fulham. Up the right wing they go. Kevin on the edge of the area wants it, but it's played back instead to Berger. Sessegnon here, off balance and out of play with the cross.
That didn't work, did it?
What needs to be different or better, John Anderson, for second half?
Just need to be better with the ball, especially playing out from the back. We're giving it away a lot, playing out from the back. Botman in particular. I know he wants to play all the time, but there's a time when it's got to go. Just with the pace that you've got up front, just use it. Just go long over the top. No harm in that.
Gordon wide left, back to Byrne. Miley, second Premier League start of the season, which is one more than he made in total last season. Trippier now to Bruno, who slides along the touchline to keep it in, but has only presented the ball for Berger of Fulham, and now Sessegnon to Bassi. The two centre-backs, I mean, they're big boys, they've got short sleeves and gloves on, both of them. Here's Diop, the other. High ball looking for Traore, too high. Byrne lets it run out. Throw's been taken, Botman back to Byrne. Swinging big clearance. Bassi down on his chest, back to the goalkeeper. Only one goal in the game, and it's Newcastle United's through Jacob Murphy, who's closing down Leno here as Fulham play it back to him again. Now Tete, they've gone out to the far right hand side. Traore challenged by Byrne. Well,
come off it, referee. Talk about delayed reaction. He goes down and then he starts feeling his ankle and he gives a free kick. He's absolutely atrocious, this referee.
Newcastle had played two passes before the whistle had gone. Byrne challenging with Traore for the ball. From the Newcastle point of view, it's been another frustrating officiating display from Peter Banks, who, remember, wasn't supposed to be the referee. He was supposed to be fourth official. Sessegnon to Iwobi, who's come back to his own box, gives it to Bassi. Chow heads forwards. Miley. They say that Miley was fouled. Referee predictably doesn't agree, and Bruno manages to keep them in possession, looking for a return ball to Murphy, and they get a free kick. And
he's absolutely useless, this referee. He really is.
Tyndall is applauding on the touchline, it may be slightly sarcastically. Bruno adjudged to have been fouled there by, who's that? It was Bassi, yeah, coming in, and he's given him, fair, he has banged into Bruno. It's a free kick right of centre, 10 yards from the penalty box. They wanted one for the challenge on Miley, didn't get it, then they got one. Barnes and Tonali sent out to warm up. 5 minutes gone in the second half. Elanga and Ramsey join them up the touchline. to nice applause. Trippier's free kick touched back to Murphy, who curls it in. It was a flat one looking for the feet of Voltemada, and now Murphy breaks a block challenge, and Newcastle say it hit Kevin on the hand. He's allowed to play on. Referee and assistant didn't give anything. Switch of play, left wing to right wing to Jimenez, and from a free kick on close to the edge of the Fulham penalty area. A few seconds later, Newcastle are having to defend. Traore level with the penalty spot. Back to Berger. He's got room for the shot if he wants to take it on. Carries it into the box, then crosses. Botman diving header clear. Voltemada bundled over. And finally, Diop on Voltemada. It must be the fourth or fifth one. Leads to Newcastle United getting a free kick. Fulham then kick the ball away, to the frustration of supporters. The assistant referee telling the Newcastle bench to calm down. Jason Tyndall is in the ear of the fourth official. Bruno on to Joelinton. Free kick taken through the middle of the pitch. Back to Chow. Carries it, gives it to Trippier, gets it back. Malik Chow, back heel off Berger. And it's a throw that's gone Newcastle's way, although they started to give it Fulham's way, the assistant, and then changed his mind. Trippier with a throw to Joelinton. Good strength from Joelinton. Bruno, edge of the box, takes the ball from him, scoops it up and over to Gordon, onto Joelinton, who's now on that far side. Back to Miley, 30 yards out, wide to the feet of Gordon. Byrne goes beyond. Gordon's ball inside to Miley, finds the feet of Byrne. His cross to the near post. Diop away. Byrne comes onto it, takes a touch, and it's gone out eventually for a Newcastle throw.
Yeah, it's sloppy, isn't it?
Gordon is in central midfield position here, receiving it from Joelinton, plays it square to Trippier. Murphy on the touchline to Bruno, back to Murphy.
Talk about delayed. This referee hasn't got the foggiest. It's only because Murphy appeals that he gives the free kick.
Sessegnon had a tug at the top of his shirt,
but he's letting play go on.
Yeah. And then Murphy stopped and flung his arms up in frustration. Referee had a look and then blew. Marco Silva threw his arms out at the referee in frustration at that decision. 54th minute. Just more of the same, isn't it? On the pitch in terms of the players and the officiating. But they crucially have that 1-0 lead. And Kieran Trippier with the free kick. Lifted in. Fulham header clear. And Adama Traore volleys it to halfway. Trippier on the half volley back to Nick Pope. Anthony Gordon, furthest player back. Long ball to the edge of the area. Murphy might be onto this. Byrne in the middle. Dan Byrne. Oh, nearly from Murphy's pass. He was just a bit off balance and a bit ahead of the ball when Murphy cut it back. And the visitors are able to bring it up. To halfway, where Iwobi, who's starting to see more of it, passes it to Kevin. Didn't fancy that with Trippier, did he? And the Newcastle man won the ball, but from the challenge it ran back to Fulham. And here's a pass out to the left corner for Raul Jimenez, inside to Kevin, who's got space in the penalty area. And the cross is too far ahead of Traore coming in at the back stick.
It's awful. Oh, thankfully he's got that all wrong.
Byrne takes the throw. Botman has a touch, and his clearance is headed by Berger straight to Murphy, but he can't take it down properly. And Sessegnon to Bassi. And they're 10 yards from halfway here, Fulham. And they've worked it nicely inside to Berger. Now Iwobi flicks it through his legs and then on to Kevin. That's a better ball this time. Is it in? Well, it is now. The first one hit the underside of the bar and came down, and Fulham celebrate because on the follow-up it's been put in by midfielder Sasha Lukic. Newcastle have a player down in the goal mouth. Fulham have equalised in the 56th minute. Kevin, the half-time substitute, with a better ball in this time, and it was met by a player in green. It crashed off the underside of the bar, then it was put into the net. Newcastle United 1, Fulham 1. They've been pegged back.
Well, they worked it well, didn't they? This occasion, Kevin, we spoke about his poor ball the first time. It's a great ball in.
The first one didn't cross the line, and then it was Lukic making the challenge, but he has caught Sven Botman.
There's no foul, though.
Yeah, Botman's down and is hurt. Lukic just beat him to the ball on the line and headed it in. Botman is still down on the goal line receiving treatment, but I don't know if it is a head injury, Ando, or if it's something else, perhaps from the way that he landed. Lukic is having to receive some treatment. It must have been a clash of heads because Lukic, the goal scorer, is having a bandage applied. Botman's flat on his back. Look, the upshot is it's Newcastle United 1, Fulham 1. They've conceded. And 7 clean sheets in 12 before today in all competitions. No clean sheet this afternoon. That's a blow. Match hasn't restarted because Botman requires treatment. Sandro Tonali's brought back to the bench by Newcastle. There is some activity in the dugout, and there's 5 players warming up as well. So we wait. What about the goal though, and the way it was scored? They had 2
worked it
goals.
well, didn't they? They worked it from.
Yeah, Botman's
right
got a cut on the back of his head. Sorry to interrupt, but that's what we're being shown now. And they're taking their time.
Lukic obviously split his head as well. He's got a bandage on his.
The doctor is talking to Eddie Howe while 2 members of staff treat the wound on Botman's head. Jason Tyndall is waving at somebody up the touchline. Eddie Howe's trying to get the attention. Fabian Scher's coming on. By the looks of things, they're just going to take Sven Botman off. I think Sandro Tonali's going to come on as well. Scher missed a couple of matches because of a head injury of his own. Came on in Belgium in the Champions League. We're also going to see Harvey Barnes. Going to be, looks like a triple change. And that's a response to conceding an equaliser. It's a weird feeling around St James's Park. Botman is walking off the pitch, but he's got a head wound, and he is holding his hand on his head, just trying to stop the flow of blood. 2 members of staff escort him off the pitch. Barnes is ready, so is Tonali, as is Scher. But a weird response to conceding a goal with a player down with a head injury and the Fulham goal scorer injured as well. In that moment, he can come back on, Sasha Lukic, and the match hasn't restarted. We're on 60 minutes now, and the goal was scored almost 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it seemed to take forever for them to make a decision whether he could carry on or not. It's obviously deep cut, needs stitching, you would think.
Share on for Botman. Barnes replaces Murphy, and Miley, you would think, would be the player going off for Tonali. Let's see. Yes, it is. After illness, Sandro Tonali returns. Triple change. They've got to win this, and they've got to get back in front in order to do so.
Yeah, they do. I mean, for the life of me, I cannot understand why Lukic isn't allowed to go back on. Because the game, you know what I mean? It's been stood still for 5 minutes. He's been treated. Surely he should be allowed to go back on.
Well, it's 30 seconds after treatment, but yeah, I mean, following that challenge, the ball's then not in play.
Yeah, and he still won't let him on.
So
he's a shocking referee.
That must be the rule, that whatever happens, it's 30 seconds.
It's a crazy rule, isn't it? It's a ridiculous rule.
I think partly brought in to stop players feigning injury, and neither player's feigned injury there, but he's been able to come back on now. 1-1 at St James's Park on BBC Radio Newcastle. Fabian Schär, good to see him back and back playing. Malik Chow's gone to left centre half, Schär right centre back. Tonali in his usual middle of midfield role, but Harvey Barnes on the right of the attack. Joelinton after a Fulham interception on the pass forwards from Newcastle. They've won it back. Gordon knocking it past Tete. Diop comes across, plays it against Gordon, and then off Diop, and a United throw quickly taken by Gordon. Baltimore in the area, backing in, holding it up, holding off his man, finds Gordon, lifts it in, Bruno! Oh my word! Bruno should score. Oh, and he knows it as well. What a great ball in from Gordon, and Bruno, the untracked run, near post. He's just headed it over. It's a glorious chance. They should have been back in front almost immediately after conceding.
Yeah, it's a big chance, isn't it? Baltimore does well holding it up. Good little ball played in by Gordon. Comes onto it. All the goal to hit, and he heads it wide.
Jimenez backing into Chow. Tonali plays it against a Fulham man. Some shouts for handball from supporters. Play on. Here's the call. Here's Traore. Carries the ball across the middle of the pitch from right to left, and Kevin played off Barnes, and it's gone out next to the corner flag. Fulham throw. Gateshead have pulled one back against Truro. Kane Adom for Gateshead, who now trail 2-1 at the International Stadium. Sessegnon's got that towel that Dan Burn was using in the first half to dry the ball ahead of a long throw. Anthony Gordon stayed up near halfway. Fulham have two players back with him. Sessegnon's throw headed across the box, and it might run for Bruno. He gets there first. Bruno is down. Referee says there was no foul. Fulham retrieve it on halfway and send in a cross. Scher's header's gone backwards. Kevin now for Jimenez, and Pope diving to his right makes the save. Didn't really appeal for the free kick. The players, supporters did. Here's Byrne, an inviting one for Gordon to chase. What a pass that is from Byrne. Gordon in the corner. Gordon adjudged to have fouled Tete. For Fulham with the free kick. Last season in this fixture, match was played in February. Jacob Murphy had Newcastle in front at half time. Fulham turned it around to win 2-1 with a couple of second half goals. They don't want the same to happen again today. Here's Byrne under pressure from Traore. He's on a throw. He's facing his own goal, the big man. To Joelinton, back into the box. Pope's come to get it and played it to Chow. Left-footed ball, looking for Voltemade. Nice knockdown. Tonali onto it. Barnes, cushion pass to Trippier. Harvey Barnes gets it back. Comes inside with it. Pulled down by Bassett. And the referee now. Yellow cards. Kevin of Fulham for blocking the Newcastle free kick, delaying the restart. Crowds angry with the referee, finding a bit more noise. Fabian Schär behind the free kick midway through the second half. Plenty of time left. Short ball to Bruno. Trippier goes up the line and is found by Bruno's pass. He looked for Barnes. It's intercepted by Sessegnon. And Kevin with a chance to run for Fulham. Away from Trippier and Tonali. Joelinton in pursuit. He's found Iwobi, edge of the area. Iwobi shot is blocked. He should have played in Traore because he was free on the far side. Now Tonali with Gordon making the run. Tonali up the line to Gordon. Only Voltemade in the middle. Barnes getting forward as well. Gordon shifts it inside. Then goes on the outside. Beats his man. And the cross is high to the back post where there's nobody in black and white. And it runs all the way across and goes out on the near side.
Yeah, good break. Just a poor ball in the end, wasn't it? Just overhit. But you're right, at the other end, Iwobi, when they took the shot on, should have rolled Traore in. It was free right side.
It looked like it was Iwobi that actually the ball hit when Trippier was trying to take that free kick, and the yellow card came. I'm pretty sure the yellow card was shown to Kevin rather than Iwobi.
Yeah, he was shown to Kevin.
Yeah. Fabian Schär forwards, but straight to Leno. Tete and Diop. Under pressure from Joelinton. Out it goes. It's Fulham's ball. Still 5 players warming up. Elanga, Sula, Ramsey, Willock and Kraft are there. They've made a triple change already. Not yet seen the impact of the substitutions, really. Schär back across to Chow, middle of the Newcastle half. 1-1. Bruno, that big chance with the header. He missed the target with. Lovely ball in from Gordon, wasn't it? And good from Voltemade in the build-up. Chow on the ball. Trippier wants the diagonal played. He's holding his run. The ball doesn't come. It's just going square between centre-backs. Now up to Joelinton facing the Newcastle goal. Tonali here in behind looking for Byrne, but a good recovery from Tete to head clear. Joelinton now onto Gordon. Barnes could be played in. Gordon onto Barnes. Wide left. Tete, sliding challenge. Has done very well there, Tete. Fulham play it inside. Bruno slides in. And the ball runs for Berger. Newcastle unlucky there that it's come straight back to Fulham. Iwobi to Kevin. Running at Trippier. Into the box. Kevin wins a corner.
It's open, isn't it?
$69 minutes now to 70 minutes. And they've got to defend this properly. Referee telling Fulham to hurry up with the corner. Lukic with a black bandage round his head. Scorer of the equaliser takes the corner into the hands of Nick Pope. Now quick runs from Gordon and from Bruno, and Tonali through the middle. It's tossed out towards Bruno on the far side. He cuts in with the ball, passes it across midfield. Barnes, who's got to be quick to help it onto Trippier. Barnes nudged over by Jimenez. Referee acknowledges the challenge but says play on, Newcastle have it. Here's Tonali to Joelinton, back to Bruno and Gordon right of centre, looking for Trippier, but he's played it straight to Kevin, and Bruno has taken Kevin down, and rather than let play go on, Peter Banks blows for a free kick.
What's the difference between that one and the one that got the yellow card?
Yeah,
he's a bad referee. I mean, this is the third time we've seen him and he's been awful in every game.
Fulham will be delighted with their second half performance. They've come back in level at 1-1. Joelinton chasing down the ball back to the goalkeeper. Voltemada closes down Bassi. It's away, long share with the header. And Iwobi now to Lukic, just outside the box. Does he fancy a crack? Turned inside, then went back outside with the ball to Adama Traore, taking on two. Back it goes to Lukic and now Berger. On to Traore. Has to shift it away from Byrne. Bruno's won it on the edge of the box. And played a pass to Gordon. He goes on the outside of his man. Tete comes back inside. Referee allows play to go on. Advantage played because Gordon's done brilliantly and found Barnes. Trippier going on the outside in support. Barnes into the area. Barnes trodden on the ball. Barnes on the edge of the box, stood on the ball, and Kevin for Fulham carries it up to halfway.
What a ball that is.
It's a great crossfield pass from the Brazilian. The 22-year-old has enjoyed himself since coming on. Fulham with a cross which is blocked, and it's stolen for Bruno. Gordon is offside. Voltemada in the centre circle. Dan Byrne makes a bursting run up the left. They didn't have numbers forward there, United. Now Barnes, tripped by Lukic, and the whistle goes. Free kick in the centre circle, one apiece on BBC Radio Newcastle. Give us a ring on 0800 234 6565 if you want to talk about the match at full time. Call us now, 0800 234 6565. Tonali square to Trippier and back to Chow on the centre spot. They presumably be able to make another change with Botman being a head injury substitution. Here's Joelinton looking for Voltemada, cleared by Fulham. Tonali forwards, stopped by Sessegnon. It's a good idea from Tonali, the quick pass. Fulham tried to slip it in behind for Sessegnon. Trippier covering, back to Pope.
Neither side can keep giving it away, don't they? Both sides.
Anthony Elanga's going to come on. Chow, that was a bit short. Tonali caught there by Iwobi. Anthony Elanga ready to play his part. Voltemada, a flick towards Joelinton. Away it goes. Raul Jimenez stops it, but it's straight to Tonali. It's looking for an option, looking for movement. There wasn't anything really. And you can sense the frustration in the stands. Cher with one of his trademark diagonal balls. Gordon to bring it down. It's done well. Tete with him. Gordon onto Joelinton. Holds it up. Back to Bruno. And the shot from Bruno just wide. That looked close. Goalkeeper didn't get a touch. Bruno low down to Leno's right. I think that was closer than his header earlier in this second half. It's a good effort from Bruno. Now the change is being made with Elanga on for Gordon, and Barnes goes to the left.
It was always hooking away from goal, wasn't it?
Elsewhere, Gateshead have come back 2-0 down. It's now 2-2 against Truro City in the National League, and still 1-1 in our other commentary on BBC Radio Newcastle. Sunderland away at Chelsea.
What are we waiting on here, by the way?
Fulham substitution.
Yeah, but
Adama Traore. Has he gone off? Where is he? He has gone off now. They brought on the talented 18-year-old midfielder Josh King. He started all of their Premier League matches before today. He's got a big future. A lot of excitement about him at Fulham. Ball around the corner from King, first time, straight to Chow. Anthony Gordon applauded as he makes his way around the pitch towards the bench. Chow, square to Share. They've switched the centre backs. Chow's come to the right, Share to the left. So further positional changes, and still 1-1. Chow up the line to Elanga. It would be great to see a big performance from him as a substitute. Inside to Bruno. Joelinton. Elanga carries on his run. There's no forward path for Joelinton there. Trippier's got it. He finds Elanga, who is nudged over by Kevin. He's had some criticism, hasn't he, Elanga, for some of his recent performances. Would give him a big lift if he could play a part in Newcastle getting back in front.
yeah, hasn't worked for him so far, has it?
Tonali behind the free kick. It's on the right wing towards 25 yards out. Baltamada at the back of the box, ready to make his move, his run. Tonali, it's behind the Newcastle players. Fulham had it clear. Barnes to Trippier, and has to go back to Nick Pope. It's not what supporters wanted to see. Long from Pope. Fulham header. Joelinton onto it, and Barnes wins a throw. Middle of Fulham territory. Two balls on the pitch. Dan Burn with a throw, looking for Baltamada. It looks like he slipped, if anything, at the edge of the area. And it's a goal kick. It's certainly been a frustrating one, hasn't it? 79th minute now, one apiece.
Yeah, but it just hasn't been there again, has it?
In flashes, but not in sustained spells of pressure. Leno onto the head of Trippier, and that's found its way to Joelinton, but Fulham have it back on the far side, on halfway. Iwobi here. Tete inside to Berger, comes away to the right. And Iwobi on the touchline. They're still in the middle part of the pitch. Newcastle have got it back. Barnes winning it. Tonali playing the pass. Joelinton now to Bruno, and it's inviting this for Elanga. It's in behind Sessegnon. Elanga down the right hand side, close to the penalty box. Anthony Elanga finds a bit of space. Oh, it's ball across the edge of the area. It was just ahead of Bruno, and it wouldn't run for Tonali. And Lukic has brought it clear. Share intercepts. Vital work at the back from Fabian Schär, who now goes forwards up the right wing, but they play it up the left wing for Harvey Barnes, trying to get away from Tete. Barnes forced out wide. He's beaten him. It's done well, Barnes. Is there a cross? Elanga! Oh, blocked by Sessegnon in front of goal. Almost a huge moment for Elanga. Bruno, Tonali, Sandro Tonali straight at Leno. Close twice. Barnes, great work, and Elanga blocked in front of the keeper, close to goal. And then Tonali, it just came across his body. It was on his left side. He had the shot with his right, and Leno made what he would say is probably a comfortable save. but that's better, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot better.
Thought that was going to be Elanga's moment. 1-1 as we go into the final 10 minutes. Bruno to substitute Anthony Elanga. Back to Trippier, on to Bruno. Elanga carries on his run. Bruno looks for him. Bassi comes across. Elanga's got it. You're not going to beat him in a foot race, are you? Inside to Voltemada. Elanga is down. Play on. Bruno under pressure. Loses it. Newcastle say it should have been stopped. Fabian Schär, good challenge. Ball's found its way to Joelinton. Bit of aggression from Schär. Just what the game needs. Elanga with a cross that comes to Bruno. He's taking it off Barnes. Bruno in the D. Still got it. Plays it to Voltemada. A flick. It's blocked. Back with Voltemada. Look for Tonali. Fulham have won it and cleared it up to halfway. Jimenez around Burn. Chow wins it. Crowd lifted by some of this attacking play. Barnes is in from Chow's pass. Harvey Barnes in the area. Sessegnon clears from inside the 6-yard box with Elanga on his shoulder. Tonali helps it on. Barnes heads it. Diop heads it out wide. He's kept it in, prevented the corner, and that's great defending. Cleared up the line by Fulham. Chow slides in and then gets up and plays it back to Schär. Good work by Malik Chow. 8 minutes of normal time remaining. Elanga to run at Sessegnon. Goes on the outside. And the cross from Elanga bounced once and up into Leno's grasp.
It's a poor ball though, isn't it?
They still have time to get back in front. 1-1 Newcastle and Fulham. Kevin with a header on. Chow gives Schär a shout. Plays it to him, and now Trippier back inside to Fabian Schär. Trippier up the line to Elanga. He's got 2 on him. Back to Schär it goes. Then Trippier inside behind Chow. Pope comes to get it. Plays it on into the path of the defender. And he carries it up to halfway where Tonali comes to get it from him. Lifted over into space for Elanga in the right corner. Sessegnon with him. Elanga to Bruno, corner of the box. Bruno shifts it, then turns back to Elanga in the penalty area. On the outside to Trippier. The cross hung up. Header from Joelinton. Side netting. Well,
put it wide.
Everybody around us got up to celebrate. The net bulged, but from the outside. Joelinton back post. Lovely cross hung up by Trippier. Joelinton getting above his man. Heads it into the side netting.
Another big chance, isn't it?
It's not the most favourable angle for the header, is it? But you expected him to do better. Maybe. Newcastle United 1, Fulham 1. Sasha Lukic, who scored the equaliser, is being replaced by Tom Kearney in central midfield, with 6 minutes of the 90 remaining on BBC Radio Newcastle.
It'll be about 10 minutes on.
Well, but you never know
with this guy, yeah.
Could be anything, and you wouldn't be surprised. Trippier pushed over by Kevin. Free kick at right back for Newcastle United. William Osula ready to come on next. Getting some instructions from the staff. They're showing in some information. Here's Elanga, does well inside to Voltemada. Bruno gets away from a couple of players. Referees let it run, and Joelinton over the top. Tonali in the box, sent wide. Tonali! Oh my word, that would have been some special goal. Great save from Leno. Tonali angled completely against him, hooked it across goal, and Leno diving had to push it away. Looked like it was going to creep inside the far post.
Yeah, it looked like it was just drifting towards that far post, didn't it? Keeper needed to get something on it.
They really are threatening. Tonali lets the cross from Elanga run, but it's away into midfield now for Fulham, who've been able to bring it clear, and Kevin carrying it up this near touchline, and it's gone out for throw. Change ready to be made, and Nick Baltamada comes off. William Osula on 86 minutes comes on. Hit the post in the first half, snapshot following a set piece delivery. Osula using his speed straight away. Bassi back to goalkeeper Leno. Osula right on top of him. Doesn't let them rest, does he? Fulham on the far side, given away to Chow, and Joelinton inside to Tonali. It's more intensity about Newcastle now, and a sense of urgency. Bruno to Elanga, who's played his part since coming on. Gets the ball caught under his feet there. Oh, and then back in midfield. But Chow was quickest to react and stops Fulham going on the counter-attack. Passes it to Elanga. Bruno back to him. That's a better ball inside to Tonali. And Dan Burn here. There's nobody wide left. It's back inside to Tonali and Bruno. Trippier gets it from him. Chow in the centre of the Fulham half. 3 minutes of the 90 to play as they look for a winner. Burn to Joelinton, back again, and Cher. Everybody behind the ball for Fulham. Cher's diagonal pass, great one. Trippier down to Elanga. He delivers the cross. It just misses Osula. Barnes comes for it, keeps it alive. Barnes in the penalty area, back to Burn, a little flick. Bruno. Malik Chow, will he hit it? Chow does hit it, but it's a poor effort.
It's a centre-back shot, isn't it?
Pulled well wide of the goal.
Centre-back effort.
Well, they may need the additional time to try to win this. They certainly must not lose it. Fulham equalised in the second half through Lukic after Murphy had put Newcastle ahead. Still 1-1 Chelsea against Sunderland. Chow here using size and strength to hold off King at the edge of the box. He's given it to Pope. Burn up towards Barnes, tries to take it on the outside, wins a throw, still in his own half of the pitch. Burn back to Chow, back again, it's gone out. They've got that all wrong between them. Fulham are going to make another change. Looks like Timothy Castagna, the fullback, is going to be brought on. Chow wins the ball back from King in the corner. Burn clears. Joelinton to Barnes, headed inside to Tonali, back to Joelinton. He's found Tonali again. They've done well in a tight area. Forwards on halfway. Osula made the run in behind though, and the ball was played short where he started his run. Here's Elanga winning it, and Osula carrying it on. William Osula driving Newcastle forwards into the box. Osula, could he win it late? Osula goes for the bottom corner. Bruno! Bruno Guimaraes might well have won it in the 90th minute. Wild scenes of celebration at St James's. Elanga for Osula, driving run and shot, beaten out by Leno, and the skipper, who missed a big chance earlier in the half, got on the end of the save from Leno and has buried the rebound. Newcastle United 2, Fulham 1.
Well, Bassi yet again loses it, doesn't he? I mean, he's had an absolute mare, the big centre-back, and they break. Decent strike from Osula, decent save from the keeper, and following up, Guimaraes knocks it into the bottom corner.
There is a minimum of 6 additional minutes here at St James's. Just checking everything's all right with the goal. Elanga's offside, but he's wide of the post. He's not in any respect interfering with any play, you would say. So
surely that will be fine. Osula skipped inside, left-footed shot, got plenty behind it. Loved the way that he drove on with the positivity and speed and the determination to make something happen. And Bruno is there, and the captain, who is having a good season, has produced another big moment. And in the corner, they went mad for that goal, and the players, the substitutes, were all off the bench. Sven Botman, off with a head injury earlier in the half, was among the Newcastle United contingent in a huddle celebrating by the side of the pitch. Fulham with two changes. Alex Iwobi and Kenny Tete come off. They brought on Jona Kusiasari, Swedish under-21 forward on loan from Bayern Munich, and Timothy Castagna. 6 minutes added, BBC Radio Newcastle, and we're now on 91 minutes and 30 seconds, but obviously we've just kicked off, so they'll probably play on for quite a bit longer. And now it's not about trying to seek a winner, it's trying to make sure that they get across the finishing line with 3 points. Maybe they could go and get a third goal. Wouldn't necessarily bet against it. For the last sort of 10-15 minutes, it's been mostly Newcastle, hasn't it, on the attack, Ando. They've had quite a few chances and moments. Just thinking about Joe Linton, Elanga with a block, Tenali with the
real clear-cut chances, but the tempo, the intensity's been better since the equaliser went in.
Fulham with Berger back to his goalkeeper. And from outside the box, Leno clips it to this near side. Big header from Trippier. Tenali flicks on. It's just away from Joe Linton. Diop lets it run, finds some space. Castagna here, the former Leicester defender, inside to Berger. Diagonal ball towards Kevin, who chests it, but he's lost it to Trippier. And Kieran Trippier brings it away. This is not about protecting 2-1, this is looking for maybe 3-1. Elanga holds it.
Just keep it.
Back to share. Kevin was down, but picks himself back up. Trippier on the ball. Bruno looks like he's going to make a run up the line, gets it from Trippier, plays it off. Bassi, and for a throw, and lifts his arms up in the direction of the fans. I know you're not a lover of that sort of thing, but he gets a response every time he does it. He might have won his team 3 points today with that late goal. Trippier's throw to Elanga in the corner, 2 with him, and Elanga's been dispossessed by Sessegnon. Tenali's won it back, and it's a whistle for a foul by Elanga after the ball was played in the corner. Fulham free kick, 94th minute, but I think we could play on to 98 minutes. I know you don't feel totally secure in the hands of this officiating team. Fulham back to Leno, and out of play at the near side, trying to get it quickly to Bassi. It's just gone for a Newcastle throw. 2-1 they lead. A massive goal from Bruno. Trippier to Elanga. Osula in the corner. Osula's ended up on the floor following a challenge, and of course it's gone the way of Fulham. Leno's taking it from about 10 yards inside from where it should have taken place. Newcastle have got a late goal, so have Sunderland at Chelsea. Chelsea 1, Sunderland 2. And good start in the Premier League continues, but they're obviously still playing at Stamford Bridge. Sessegnon with a throw for Fulham just inside Newcastle's half. It's a short ball back to Bassi. Gave Osula a sniff. Couldn't quite get there, but was close. Diop diagonal. Elanga rises, headed away from him by Jimenez. Now Bassey's got to chase, got to watch himself because Osula.
Yeah, you don't want a hat trick, do you?
Yeah, the Fulham player involved in Newcastle winning the ball back for both their goals. Well, there was 6 minutes shown, and we are 20 seconds away from 6 additional minutes having elapsed, but there hasn't been 6 minutes of football because it took about 90 seconds to kick off again after the Bruno goal. Fabian Schär header that's gone up. Fabian Schär second header straight to Bruno. Trippier, now Joelinton. Could they play forwards and finish it with a third maybe? Back to Byrne. Barnes wants it in behind. And he's going to make the run, Harvey Barnes. It's his former Leicester teammate Timothy Castagna who's there first. And a Fulham throw taken by Castagna. We're into minute 7 of additional time.
Oh, they've done it again!
Osula, edge of the area, a step over and around Diop. Tonali in the middle. Osula wins a corner. That'll do. BBC Radio Newcastle, phone in to come, 0800 234 6565, 0800 234 6565. Give us a call now and we'll ring you back and you can have a chat to John Anderson about Newcastle United. Post-match interviews to follow. The 7th minute has gone. They've got 3 players there in the corner. Ball's back in play. And it's out for a United throw. Castagna arguing with the referee. Byrne to Joelinton, given away up the line from Fulham. And chance for a break here. Now looking for Jimenez, Fabian Schär across. If Jimenez had done what he was intending to do, he would have lifted it around Schär and gone in with a chance to run at Nick Pope. But Fabian Schär's diverted it out into the east stand for a throw, but it's 20 yards out and Fulham have sent everybody bar the goalkeeper forwards. They've got to stay tight here, Newcastle. Almost 8 minutes played. Long throw, in it comes, headed on, Elanga's header, free kick given. The referee, who so long wasn't giving them anything, has spotted a foul in the box and now blows for full time. Oh. What a relief for Newcastle United. It looked like there was going to be further frustration, but Bruno won it in the 90th minute after Leno spilled Osula's powerful low shot following quick play on halfway from Elanga and Osula to win it back and then run through at goal. They really, really needed that late goal, and that result, John Anderson, 3 massive points in a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, it was all about the result, wasn't it? It was a result we needed to get. Plenty to work on, that's for sure, because it all wasn't there. Last 15 minutes, the intensity was back. Substitutions yet again made a difference. But a huge win, huge 3 points.
It could have been very different, couldn't it, in the second half? Obviously, Fulham got their equaliser. They didn't threaten massively after that. Jimenez had an effort, acrobatic style, that was easily saved. But the longer it goes on, even 1-1 today would have been a bad result, wouldn't it? Let's be clear, because they needed to win.
Yeah, I mean, look, we said beforehand that we need to start winning games in the Premier League. You know, we need to start climbing up that table. It was a big, big game, and as you say, 1-1 you would have been disappointed with. We didn't play particularly well first half. Fulham came to substitute. Kevin made a difference on this left side, and they got the equaliser, and you just thought, can they hang on to it? Fortunately for us, they weren't able to do that. Big centre back Calvin Casey
been involved in the 2 goals, gets caught on the ball for the ball with the first one from Murphy and gives it away for the second one. So look, it's a win, but the performance yet again, hits and misses, wasn't it? Some good, some bad. The referee, Peter Banks, he was on his way up. He was absolutely abysmal again. We've had him 3 times and he's been absolutely shocking in every game we've had. Booed on his way off. He's having a word with, Marco Silva, the Fulham manager, was having a word with him, and to be fair, it seemed quite a polite conversation. Both teams, as is always the case, will have things that they didn't agree with, but your feelings on the officiating, well and truly clear, Ando. You might want to talk about that on BBC Radio Newcastle in the next hour. You can send us a WhatsApp message, put BBC at the start, and the number 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start. If you've got a minute to send us a WhatsApp message, we'd love to hear from you about the game or any wider Newcastle United points. Or you can call BBC Radio Newcastle 0800 234 6565. Sunderland have won at Chelsea 2-1. So everybody should be happy, shouldn't they? In terms of black and white or red and white. League Cup on Wednesday, Ando, which is still massive.
Yeah. There's no rest, is there? There's no breaks whatsoever. The games keep coming. Spurs on Wednesday night. We go again. Players having done a lap of honour are on their way down the tunnel now. Big hope for Asula from the coaching staff. Alanga gets a pat on the back as well. Well, he gave them energy, didn't he, Alanga, when he came on? That's one thing he's got. He's got bags and bags of pace. Is something that we've always spoke about. It's a strength, isn't it?
And the substitutions definitely helped them lift it, didn't they?
Substitutions again made a difference. Yeah.
Using the squad, Eddie Howe, and a late goal from Bruno, the 90th minute from the captain to get Newcastle back in front and secure 3 points after Fulham had equalised in the second half. Final score, Newcastle United 2, Fulham 1.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Wow. 2-2-1 wins, both bringing similar levels of delight. Sunderland are second in the Premier League table. That is what happens when you win at Chelsea, and it was not perfect from Newcastle at home to Fulham, but a second consecutive victory is very welcome. Plenty to be chuffed with, and therefore plenty of reasons to give us a call to chat with John Anderson and Gary Bennett tonight. You've got about 45 minutes in which to do it. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. 0800 234 6565. If you can't call us, message us instead. On WhatsApp it's 08000 321 333. That's 08000 321 333. Or text us on 81333 81333. Make sure you start your message with the BBC, but we like to hear from you. That number is 0800 234 6565 and have your say.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle. Matt Bailey at breakfast.
We're just talking about how to survive a horror film. Colette, you'll be pleased to know Gary's been in touch.
Hello, Gary.
He says anyone who wants to survive a horror film needs to change their name to Gary. Because horror villains only attacked people with heroic sounding names like Caleb. And Caleb's such a horror name. It's like, oh yeah, Caleb's been done by the killer. Yeah. Nobody wants to hunt a Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We've got 2-2-1 wins to talk about. Sunderland at Chelsea and Newcastle United at home to Fulham. 0800 234 6565 to talk to Ando and Benno. Those the only 2 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. I mentioned Sunderland are up to 2nd. Newcastle United are up to 11th. There are other games tonight, though. At 5:30, it's Manchester United against Brighton. And at 8 o'clock, Liverpool are at Brentford.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We shall rattle through the rest of the EFL then, give you plenty of time to talk about your game today. Coventry beat Watford 3-1 in one of the early kickoffs. Ipswich, thanks to Jack Clark, beat West Brom 1-0, and Stoke won 1-0 at Portsmouth. And then in the 3 o'clock games, Blackburn were 2-1 winners over Southampton. They'd been 2-1 down at half-time. Bristol City beat Birmingham 1-0. That had been the half-time score as well. The same applies to Derby County's 1-0 win over Queen's Park Rangers. Louis Berry scored in the 91st minute to equalise for Charlton and draw 1-1 at Hull City. Joe Gelhardt, former Sunderland striker, had scored Hull's goal. Middlesbrough came back to rescue a point at the Riverside at home to Wrexham. Hayden Hackney with 10 minutes to go. Josh Windass had given Wrexham the lead after just 7 minutes. Millwall beat Leicester by a 1-0. Oxford United held on to win 2-1 at newly in administration Sheffield Wednesday. And Zurich Potnik scored twice for Swansea City. They beat Norwich City 2-1.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into League One, Bolton scored very late to beat Cardiff, and Mansfield drew 1-1 with Wigan. Those were the early games. Elsewhere then in the 3 o'clocks, Burton Albion won 1-0 at AFC Wimbledon, and Rotherham won by a 0-0 at Barnsley. Leyton Orient won Lincoln City 0. Luton won 1-0 away at Northampton. Not many goals in these games. Blackpool scored late to win 2-1 away at Peterborough. It finished Reading 1, Doncaster Rovers 1, and Stevenage 1, Bradford 1. And the final game in League One was Wycombe Wanderers 3, Huddersfield 0.
Total Sport North East.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
In League 2, Cheltenham scored through an own goal in the 92nd minute to beat Walsall 1-0, and Fleetwood beat Accrington Stanley 2-1. Those were the early games. In the 3 o'clock games, Barrow, despite having a man sent off after 40 minutes, drew 2-2 at home to Barnet. Bromley scored late to beat MK Dons 2-1. Crawley were 4-0 winners over 10-man Bristol Rovers. There was a hat-trick for Tesgel as Crewe Alexandra beat Grimsby 3-2. Salford City won 2-1 away at Gillingham. That had been the half-time score as well. Newport County 3-0 winners away at Harrogate. Notts County scored twice in the last 20 minutes to beat Cambridge United 2-0. Oldham 2, Shrewsbury 2, both sides scoring in injury time. It finished Swindon 0, Colchester 0, and finally Tranmere Rovers rescued a point by scoring in the 93rd minute and drew 1-1 at home to Chesterfield.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into the National League, Gateshead scored twice in the second half to come back from 2-0 down at half-time against Truro City and draw 2-2. Canadom and Frank Nubley with their goals. York City had also drawn on the road earlier today away at Halifax, and Carlisle, who'd gone all the way down to Yeovil Town, come back with a draw, 1 apiece. That one finished. The season-long unbeaten run, though, for South Shields is over. They were beaten in National League North today, 1-0 away at Macclesfield. In the FA Trophy first round, Dunstan had beaten Hebburn last night in the derby. The other team of ours involved today was Morpeth away at Bradford Park Avenue. They equalised in the second half through JJ Hooper. It was 1-1 after 90 minutes and it went to penalties, but they were beaten. So Bradford Park Avenue winning that shootout 4-2, and it is just Dunstan who join South Shields in the second round draw on Monday. Our featured non-league game today, though, in the NPL East Division, Blythe Spartans have had a good week so far. They were at home to Ossett United this afternoon. How did it finish, Paul Dixon?
Well, it's a disappointing finish, really, Colin. It's finished Blythe Spartans 1, Ossett Town 2. And really, Blythe, for me, should have had something out of the game, but it finished a late goal. It started off, though, on 32 minutes when Ossett went ahead. A quick break, and the impressive Jack Crook, who from just inside the box fired low into the corner of the net. A good finish, 1-0 half-time to Ossett. But Blythe came out the second half and had a real go. And on the hour, it really should have come to ones each. Patrick Lafferty found striker Aristor, who from a difficult angle fired just over the ball when it looked as though the ball was going in. But then on 66 minutes, substitute Aaron Wearmouth was fouled in the box by captain of Ossett, Sam Pashley. Referee pointed straight to the spot, and there was Aristor to blast the ball high into the roof of the net to make it ones each. And Blythe were on top then, but then Aaron Wearmouth was injured and was needed to be carried off, and it was about a 10-minute delay, and that really affected Blythe. They fell asleep for in 84 minutes. The ball should and could have been cleared in the box. Fell to their captain Sam Pashley, who volleyed the ball high into the roof of the net to make it 2-1 to the visitors. A disappointing finish for Blythe Spartans, but for me they deserve something out of it. But that 10-minute delay definitely affected them. The final score: Blythe Spartans 1, Ossett Town 2.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. Elsewhere in that division, Consett beaten 2-0 at home by Bridlington, but a good 2-0 win away from home for Heaton Stannington at Garforth. Joe Shepherd in the first half, Dale Pearson in the second. Ashington drew 0-0 at Grimsby Borough, and Blythe Town unfortunately were beaten 6-2 away at Matlock Town. We'll do our local football roundup at 5:45.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And we will return to Newcastle United and Sunderland very shortly, but before we do that, we head to the Stoop, because we heard pre-match from Dean Gray that this was arguably one of Newcastle Red Bulls' best chances of the season to record a victory. Certainly a good chance to record the first Prem victory of the season. As it turned out, it didn't quite go that way. His summariser this afternoon was Tamara Taylor. Good afternoon, Tamara.
Hello, how are you doing?
Well, except it wasn't a good afternoon for the Red Bulls in the end at all, was it? Tell us how it went.
No, it wasn't. I mean, for a rugby enthusiast, there was 8 tries scored, but unfortunately only 2 of them were by the Newcastle Red Bulls, and they saved it till the 76th minute to score those 2 tries. So it was a very slow 70 odd minutes for a fan from the Newcastle side to watch any attacking play at all.
Yeah, what went wrong in that first half? How much credit do you give Harlequins for being brilliant, and how much, I guess, criticism do you give the Red Bulls for giving them opportunities?
Probably a bit of both, to be honest. I mean, Harlequins with Marcus Smith at 10, he just absolutely orchestrated their attack, going from one side of the pitch to the other. It was clear that they were using a game plan to attack down on that right-hand side wing, and it gave them 4 out of their 6 tries. So it's certainly something that they looked at, and Newcastle just seemed to step off them defensively. And honestly, I spoke to Dean partway through the game, and we just said there was like a switch that was flicked at about the 70th minute, and suddenly they started pushing harder in defence. Newcastle actually running forwards with the ball, getting some good go forwards, and it was just sort of frustrating as a fan to be watching as well, to say, well, where was this for the other 70 minutes?
Yeah, thank you, Tamara. Indeed, Tamara Taylor, former World Cup winner with England. Dean Gray's summariser this afternoon. It's a month before they have another Prem game, though, the Red Bulls. They've got 3 Rugby Cup games coming up in the next few weeks, but in the next 35 minutes or so we are going to concentrate on Newcastle United and Sunderland, who both won by 2-1 today. Let's welcome back to the programme John Anderson and Gary Bennett. Evening, gentlemen.
Hello, Colin.
Hey, Colin.
Well, Gary, I was gonna start with you, but are you mid-sweet?
You caught me out.
All right, no, that's all right. No, it's absolutely fine. You didn't know when I was coming back to you. Are you okay? Because
it's okay. I'm fine.
I think on merit we start with Sunderland. That is a brilliant win, and it's the best win of the season by a distance.
Yeah, definitely so. And you've got to remember, it was 1-0 down after 4 minutes. You know, so they've shown great character, not just to get back into the game, but to go on and win it as well.
You know, statistics are what they are. Sunderland had only 30% possession. You
love that though, Colin. You love taking the positives out of it. You know, you have to look at the game.
They always come back with stats. John, they always come back with stats.
What was the expected goals?
Do you want to know? Do you genuinely want to know?
What was the expected goals, and then tell me what the result was?
Okay, because this is going to disprove your theory, by the way. I hope you're ready for this. Chelsea's expected goals was 0.97. Right. Sunderland's expected goals was 1.16. So Sunderland on that merit.
How many passes did Chelsea have?
How many passes did Chelsea have? You are your total passes 624, and Sunderland had 281. Anything else?
Well, that result's all wrong then, Gary, isn't it?
I say you pick and choose your statistics to suit you.
And the stats state Who put the ball in the back of the net?
What was the final score?
Exactly.
The stats state what the final score was.
You know what the irony of all of this is? I started the sentence by saying Sunderland only had 30% possession, and the point I was going to make was that it didn't matter. But I got chopped on by both of you, didn't I? Dear me.
That's the first thing people come up with. Stats. That's all they come up with.
Sunderland only had one corner, and yet they won the game. Woohoo!
Oh, never.
Listen,
it's incredible.
Colin, we're drifting away from the performance today.
Yeah, tell us about it.
The team performance today was fantastic. The way they were set up, and to go down 1-0 after 4 minutes, the character which they're shown to get back into the game, and at times it was open. We defended well when needed, but the winning goal, I tell you what, Broby did excellent. Great strength, held it up, but when it come back to Talby, he still had the composure just to place it into the corner.
To have run that distance at that speed and then have the composure is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and the work rate from the team, the energy, the closing down, the defending. I tell you what, I'm proud to be a Sunderland supporter.
Yeah.
To see that performance this afternoon, to come to Stamford Bridge, and Chelsea can't come away from here and say that they're unlucky not to win the game.
Barnsley said before the game. Yeah, Barnsley
Sorry.
said before the I think we're sort of going to roughly make the same point. Barnsley said before the game, look, Sunderland are level on points with Chelsea on merit. Don't look at who they've played; they're there on merit, and they beat them on merit today as well.
They beat them on merit, and Chelsea come up against a team which the most of them haven't come up against, a hard-working team, and let them know that they was in the game. My man of the match, believe it or not, was the left back.
Yeah,
Reynildo. He was absolutely unbelievable at left back.
Yeah,
because he let Neto know that he was in the game, to the point where they had to swap sides. He went on to the left hand side to play, not on the right hand side. They had to bring somebody else on the right hand side. He never got any joy out of it.
Yeah. And just finally, because we will switch to Newcastle in a second, lots of talk beforehand about whether the back three, back five was the right thing to do. That's the evidence it was, wasn't it, today?
It was the perfect, unbelievable. They all defended well. It's all right putting a back five, but you still got to go out and perform, and that's what they did. They went out there and performed this afternoon.
Yes, and we want your thoughts on it now if you're listening to us as a Sunderland fan. 0800 234 6565. It's also a 2-1 win, Andrew, for Newcastle. It might not have been as big a story in some ways because it's Fulham at home, but my goodness, it's important.
Huge win, very important win. We said beforehand that it was all about getting the win, climbing up that table. Made hard work of it. We again for long periods today we weren't at our best, but I think the substitutions again made an impact, and we dominated the last 15 minutes or so. Some good, some bad, some indifferent, but it was all about the result, and we ended up nicking it at the end.
And that is the phrase, isn't it? Nicking it at the end. I mean, but the atmosphere was brilliant. Funnily enough, or it certainly came across on the radio. Eddie Howard talked about it's not easy mentally to raise yourself for a run-of-the-mill Premier League game after the Champions League, but the crowd made it as loud and as bouncy as it could possibly have been.
Yeah, definitely. When we needed them, the crowd got involved, and the atmosphere was excellent. As I say, for periods in the game, we most definitely weren't at our best, but we kept going, we kept digging away, and we got our just rewards, I suppose, in the end. It was a difficult game. Fulham came and they made life difficult for us, but it was all about the result. It was all about getting those 3 points on the board. It was a win that we desperately needed, and we ended up getting it in the end.
Indeed, and at least a win means that we don't have to talk about the referee.
Well, we will talk about the referee because it's the third time we've had him this season, and he gets worse every time we see him.
Yeah, I want to remind Rich in Berwick that if he's going to send us a text message being critical of the referee, you might have to get his name right, because I think he looked him, because originally it was going to be Tony Harrington, and then he was stuck in Croatia with a Conference League game that was held over to the following day. So Peter Banks was the referee today, but Rich and Berwick, I take your point that he wasn't terribly complimentary about the referee. We will come back to that later on as well. 0800 234 6565, the number to call. Let's have a chat with Mackem Cabby, who, as the name would suggest, is a Sunderland supporter. Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Good evening. I've got to say, let's get carried away, Gary.
No. Second in the Premier League table.
Indeed.
I've still got to echo in my voice. If you can't get carried away in a time like this, I can still hear him.
Yeah.
Hey, I tell you what, there was nothing fluky or anything about that win today. I was panicking when we went to goal down. I thought, my God, this could be a cricket score here, because we went to sleep at the back, and Garnacho was just on his own, nobody marking him. I thought, this is going to be a long afternoon. But as the minutes ticked, Sunderland just started to creep into the game more and more and more, started to get more settled, more organised, look comfortable at the back. Just like, what an outstanding performance today all round. And Talby's goal had a bit of a Tommy Watson feel to it, didn't it? The way he just passed that and it curled into the corner.
Yeah, he just passed it into the net. And you look at, we went down after 1-0, Garnacho. But I've got to give credit to Trey Hume. He learnt after that, because what he did do, he's shown him on the outside, which was his strongest side, and he's got his shot away. Every other time after that, he showed him where we had numbers. And you've got to say, the amount of times Garnacho got the ball and he just passed it back to the point where he got substituted.
Yeah,
they took him off. He weren't too happy when he come off.
No, he wasn't.
But that's how quickly Trey Hume learned during the game. He thought, right, he knew where he went wrong, and he put it right.
Absolutely, I can't disagree with anything. I mean, and hats off to Brobbery as well. I mean, how strong he held up that ball. That was immense with it. Brilliant.
Yeah,
because
and again, Talby. Sorry.
I was going to say both of those players that you just mentioned there, Broby and Talby. Broby, I think a lot of people felt, Mackem Cabby, we hadn't seen how good he could be yet. Hadn't seen the best out of him. And Talby, I think, is one who's divided people up until now. Is that fair?
I would say so. I mean, but look, especially with Talby, the pace he showed when we got that second goal against Wolves. Yes, it was an Albion deflection on goal, but he's grown and grown more and more with each game, and then for Brobbery, it's like he's only going to do himself any favours, isn't he, by doing things like that when he comes on. It's getting better and better and better, and I wonder how long it'll be before the pundits stop mentioning relegation for Sunderland. Do you know what I mean?
It's funny, but I still think I think the reason that people like us still talk about the gap to the relegation zone and all that sort of thing, which, by the way, if you're interested, is now 12 points. I think that's because a lot of Sunderland fans have still got the perspective of, well, every win is 3 points closer to 40, which is still the first aim, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the first aim. And again, Colin, do we need 40 points? We might not need 40 points.
Yeah.
But to say that Sunderland have got 17 points on board already, nobody would have thought that.
Yeah, to be that close to 2 points a game.
Yeah, nobody would have thought that they would have beaten Chelsea. Nobody would have thought that they would be second in the league.
Indeed. Mackem Cabby, we're going to leave it there, but thank you very much for your time as always. And lots of us thinking about Davy and how carried away he would absolutely be getting at seeing his side second top of the Premier League table. 0800 234 6565 to join in the conversation in the next 25 minutes or so. Let's have a chat to Andrew, who's a Newcastle supporter. Good evening, Andrew.
Hiya, Colin. Hi, Breno. Hi, Andrew.
Hello, Andrew.
Hey, Andrew.
Hi.
Hi, Andrew.
Also a 2-1 win, but and 2 wins in a week, consecutive wins for just the second time this season, but it wasn't perfect, was it?
No, but it was all about the result today. I was talking to John last night, and I was saying, look, we would have to be patient today, because coming after the Champions League game, it's never easy. I thought we started the game well enough. Went in deservedly ahead. But just it was very, things just weren't going forward that often. I mean, I felt so sorry for Anthony Gordon today, because he was trying his absolute heart out, but everything he did just didn't seem to happen. But after Fulham equalised, and I don't know if this played into it, but because there was a bit of a break, it was like a 5-minute stoppage, wasn't there? We seemed to improve after they equalised, and then he brought Tonali on and Azula, who I thought made a huge difference, and I think we deservedly won in the end. It wasn't pretty, but it doesn't matter. It's all about getting them 3 points. And look, Captain Fantastic pops up at the end yet again. He's been the subject of conversation this week, but he does his talking on the pitch, and he's got the win on the day, thank God.
Yeah, you said he was rubbish, Ando, but he's not, is he?
when did I ever say he was rubbish?
I know you didn't. How did he play today?
Yeah, he played well. He played well. Look, it wasn't a perfect performance. It was all about getting the result. It was all about climbing up the table. There's still stuff to work on, there's no doubt about that. The intensity, that physicality wasn't there in the first 70 minutes or so, 75 minutes. And I agree with Andrew. I think the break for when Botman was injured after they scored did us a bit of good, because we seemed to come to life after that. We totally dominated the last 15 minutes. You would say that Fulham didn't help themselves with the way that they kept trying to play out from the back, and the big centre back Bassi had a bit of a mare, but it was all about getting the result, and that's 2 wins in a week, and another big one again on Wednesday night in the Cup, but this was a very important result for us. If we'd have drawn here today, you would have looked and thought, that's a poor result for us. It really is.
It would have felt like a defeat.
To come away with all 3 points, I think will do us the world of good. Because we weren't at our best. We most definitely weren't at our best, but we've still come through it and won 2-1.
Which I guess, Andrew, is all you can ask for. That's what you said at the start of this call. It was about the result rather than the performance particularly.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just about getting those back-to-back wins, and I really wish we had a week off now, just to settle down. But we know we've got Tottenham again on Wednesday, and then we've got West Ham, I think, at the weekend, which is a utterly winnable game. So that could be back-to-back Premier League wins. So in that aspect, it was a huge win for our Premier League points as well, because if we can do the business at West Ham, I mean, I saw West Ham last night and they were awful. That'll be back-to-back wins as well.
Yes, which hasn't happened yet this season, back-to-back Premier League wins for Newcastle. 0800 234 6565, the number to call. Thank you for your time, Andrew, as well. I'll read a couple of these text messages on Sunderland. First, this one, from Kevin, says, incredible performance from start to finish from the whole team. I've said all season about Talby, been really impressed with him, and he deserved that moment. He also says that Régis Lebris learned from Manchester United away, and it paid off, Benno, which is true if you ignore the first 4 minutes. It felt like it might go the same way after 4 minutes, but the players learned, and Lebris obviously learned.
Well, not just Lebris learned. I think the players learned themselves, because they're obviously in the game, they're in the moment, and they took it on board, and they knew. And I think, and I mentioned Trey Hume, he knew he got it wrong. Yeah. I tell you what, great character to get it right as a team. They went on and thought, right, it's not going to happen again.
And they didn't allow it to happen again, which is the point. And one more for you as well. I suppose it's sort of for Ando as well. Paul Inanek says there are no stats for effort, heart, fight, working till the end. Says Paul Inanek. They're immeasurable.
That's right.
But also very important.
You look at Sunderland today, and as a team, and I think a lot of other clubs now will look at Sunderland and they'll know that there's not going to be an easy game against Sunderland. One thing which Sunderland have shown this season is that they've got a little bit of fight in the body, in them. they're not going to make it easy for the opposition.
Indeed. 0800 234 6565, the number to call. The time already, somehow, 26 minutes past 5.
I rise with golden light in the trees and fog in the fields. I am a gentle breeze and a crisp awakening. I flood your streets and bring chaos to your journey. Yet I am the season of reflection, the breath before the frost. I am autumn.
Widespread disruption to people travelling. I need the aquaplane. Several houses have lost their roofs. It's a bit of a nightmare.
Keep up to date with all the latest news where you live on your smart speaker.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And it's played out here to Garnacho at the edge of the penalty area. Mukele's trying to stay with him. Garnacho scores. Mukele's long throw hangs in the air as James. It comes down to Traore. Is it?
Yes.
It's in. Isidor's got the touch. The long throw caused Chelsea problems.
I'll tell you what.
And the 22nd minute. And Broby takes it on his chest, gets the ball back,
that's
pulled
foul.
down, but the referee says no foul. And here's James looking for Estevao down the right wing. Reinildo in front of him. Estevao still going. Estevao, edge of the penalty area. Great challenge by Reinildo. Gets the ball, leaves it here for Broby to bring out. Sorry, for Trauder to bring out. For Broby to run onto the end of. Broby into the penalty area. He's holding off the defender.
There he is, behind you, he's behind you. Roll it.
Support with Trauder. Broby leaves it for Talby. Talby.
Yes!
Shamsteen Talby!
What a goal!
Bassey under pressure and has lost out to Murphy, who can take it all the way into the box. Murphy off the post and in. Jacob Murphy won it back from Bassey and drove on into the penalty area. A low shot off the base of the post and into the back of the net for his first of the season. Jacob Murphy delivering once again for Newcastle United, who lead Fulham by a 1-0 in the 18th minute. Berger, now Iwobi flicks it through his legs and then on to Kevin. That's a better ball this time. Is it in? Well, it is now. The first one hit the underside of the bar and came down, and Fulham celebrate because on the follow-up it's been put in by midfielder Sasha Lukic. Newcastle have a player down in the goal mouth. Fulham have equalised in the 56th minute. Osula, could he win it late? Osula goes for the bottom corner. Bruno Guimaraes might well have won it in the 90th minute. Wild scenes of celebration at St James's. Elanga for Osula, driving run and shot, beaten out by Leno, and the skipper, who missed a big chance earlier in the half, got on the end of the save from Leno and has buried the rebound. Newcastle United 2, Fulham 1.
Total Sport Northeast.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Two fantastic winning goals, two fantastic winning commentaries as well from Matthew Raisbeck and from Nick Barnes today. Sunderland winning 2-1 at Chelsea, Newcastle winning 2-1 at home to Fulham. Let's bring in Arthur, who's a Sunderland supporter. Evening, Arthur.
Good evening, lads, good evening. Just before I start,
Hello.
John, thanks very much for that.
Hello, Arthur.
Thanks very much, sir. There's not many marks must come out and say what you've said. And I think I appreciate what you've said, mate, because you spoke the truth. After the first 4 minutes, I says, here we go, another Man U. But it wasn't to be. We're stuck at it. And if you remember, when I phoned up during the week, early on the week, I said on this programme, I'm not saying we'll win, but we will score. And I had that feeling we would score, and I never put a bet on, John.
No. Hey, you should always back your instinct, Arthur.
Arthur, what a good bet that would have been. Two North East teams to win 2-1.
Oh, lovely! Yeah,
that would have been that would have been some odds, especially Sunderland winning at Chelsea 2-1, Newcastle winning 2-1.
Gary, I'm proud to be a Sunderland supporter. I always am proud to be a Sunderland supporter, but that performance today was just completely fantastic.
It was
sitting there and just saying, "Oh," and it is. I'm just overwhelmed that we've won down there, because I didn't expect it. I would have taken a draw, but I'm getting a win, and that'll make a few take notice. Has everybody looked at the table? We're second off top, Gary.
Yeah.
We're second off top.
I think
second and 2 points behind Arsenal.
Yeah, we just got to keep doing what we're doing, Arthur. You know, I think we've got.
That's all we've got to do. Just keep going, plugging away.
We've got targets, haven't we? And when we first kicked off the season, it was getting that first win under our belts. Then we was thinking, keeping clean sheets. Then it was, can we get into double figures? We keep setting ourselves targets. The next target is obviously to get to that 20-point marker. That's what we want. And if we can do that before Christmas and add to that, then happy days.
Good, that's good. But as I say, I'm out of the moon. I'm as high as a kite.
Very good, Arthur. Don't get blown away.
We've never had a kite go over the moon, but he's managed to combine both there, Arthur. Thank you very much, Arthur. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I suspect you will. 0800 234 6565. Let's have a chat to Anas then, as well as a Newcastle supporter. Good evening, Anas.
Hi, Colin. How are you?
Well, you're going to have a good evening as well, aren't you? Because Newcastle got there in the end.
Yeah, it was a relief actually, but I have to say it was not the easiest route to victory. I felt we were actually very poor in the second half until the 80th minute onwards, and then we started to get our finger out and eventually found our way through to goal. And I think if we were actually not so lucky today, I think Fulham would have probably taken at least 2 of the loose balls we gave away so stupidly and really punished us heavily. So we're very, very lucky and fortunate that they didn't. So relief all round, and 3 points as well. And it's these. I was saying to the fan beside me today, it's games like these you have to win to build up your points tally to such an extent that you can qualify for European competition every year. So it's good news. I'm content.
Is that fair, Ando? That Fulham, a better team than Fulham, might have taken more, might have made more of the chances that Newcastle gave them?
I thought we were sloppy first half, playing out from the back. I thought Botman particularly, sometimes you've just got to, and Gary will back me up on this, sometimes you've just got to pull it one side and knock it long over fullbacks' heads, especially with the pace, when you've got so much pace up front. But he kept trying to thread these little balls into midfield. Got picked off 2 or 3 times, and it could have caused us bother. Thankfully it didn't, but you learn from it. It's something they will go back, they will look at, and they'll say, look, there's no harm in going long. Just pull it to one side, knock it over the fullback's head, look for the pace of Gordon, look for the pace of Murphy, and once it's down that end, we're not going to be in any bother. So but I thought we were sloppy first half. I thought our passing wasn't there. I thought we gave it away relatively cheaply. But look, we came through it. We got the 3 points, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I totally agree with Ando. I think this has been a problem now for about a year and a bit now. We've just been giving away balls so cheaply, and the opposition, for some bizarre reason, I think not just Fulham today, but other teams, they've just not punished us the way they really should have, actually, to be honest. So I think I'm just counting my blessings, really, to be honest. But we're going to have to stop, being so sloppy when it comes to we need to think, we need to give ourselves about a half a second extra just to think a bit more, so that we don't pass the ball so unnecessarily to the opponent, and just actually make sure we build slowly rather than just try and rush things, to be honest. So we need to work on that, because if we don't get that rectified fully, then one day we're going to get absolutely hammered for it, and it's going to cost us dearly.
I wanted to ask you finally, both of you, sorry Andrew, I want to ask you both finally, this might not be the case, but if Botman is unavailable for next weekend? We know there'll be changes for Wednesday night, we're sure of that, but if he is displaying concussion symptoms, if he is having to follow the protocols and not available next weekend, is it as simple as Scher just comes in and Byrne stays at left back, or is there any temptation to take Byrne away from that left back position, get him in a more natural centre half position? Ando first.
I think an awful lot depends on the situation with young Lewis Hall. I mean, depends on how far away he is. You know, if he was to appear on the bench on Wednesday night and Botman was to fall under the concussion rules, I mean, obviously he's split his head. There's obviously stitches there, but we don't know whether it's a concussion job or not. But yeah, that's an interesting one, Colin, you know, because obviously he brought Scher on and Scher did alright, moved Chow to that left side, so we'll have to wait and see. As I say, I think an awful lot depends on the situation with young Hall.
Why can we hear a train announcement in the background?
It's not me.
That makes sense. I was wondering I thought Bennett was trying to get back early and had just taken his microphone with him on the tube or something.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You wish.
Just briefly, Anas, how many changes do you make for Wednesday night? I don't mean a number, I just mean generally.
I think 3 or 4, to be honest, because I could see why, you know, the likes of Joey Linton started today, because obviously you've got to rotate the squad between, you know, 3 consecutive home games, but I think you've got to rotate it again for a cup tie, which we ideally want to win and go on another cup run with, and just to keep the squad as fresh as we can, because even after Wednesday, we're still going to be in the thick of it in terms of the schedule, so despite another international break coming up, so yeah, you just got to keep the squad fresh and keep everyone on their toes. And I totally agree with Andrew regarding Dan Byrne. But I think the good thing about Dan Byrne is he lives up to the occasion, he lives up to the duty that he has. So whether it's left back or centre back, I think he'll just do his job and get on with it and keep his head down, and that's the beauty of him, really, to be honest. So I think we're lucky to have a professional in that regard. So all eyes looking forward now to Wednesday, and hopefully another cup win.
Indeed. Anas, thank you very much indeed for your time. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. If we can't squeeze you in today, then we can certainly book you in for Monday night. Total Sport back from 6 o'clock. Let's hear a bit then from Eddie Howe after their 2-1 win over Fulham. Here he is talking to Matthew Racebeck.
Eddie, did you feel like a goal might well have been coming, because you seemed in charge at that point? You had quite a few chances before the winner did finally arrive.
Yeah, you hope it's coming. I mean, I think we haven't won enough games, or those types of games, when we haven't been winning, especially at home. Sort of with the crowd support and the environment that is here, you'd think we'd be winning lots of games from similar situations like today, but we haven't for whatever reason. So today was a big moment for us. I think we had a lot of chances. We had control of the game. Thankfully, one fell nicely to Bruno and he tucked it away really well. As I said earlier, it's a priceless goal for us.
And it's not the first time he's done that, is it? I mean, thinking back to the start of your time together, the one against Leicester, which I know is a big moment for you and for him, but there have been many others over the years. So among all the many things that he gives you, there have been plenty of big goals from midfield.
He's a big game player. He's a big moment player. I thought there was a big moment for him with the header. I was surprised he missed it, actually, because he's very, very good with his head in those type of situations. As you say, echoes of Leicester in that moment. He didn't take it, but thankfully there was one more moment for him.
That's Eddie Howe. We would have liked to hear from Régis Lebris before the end of the programme as well. I've had a message from Nick Barnes to say that it's all a bit chaotic. I think there's a lot more media at Chelsea games than at many others in the division. So we are not going to hear from Régis Lebris before the end of the programme tonight. However, if you wish to hear the interview that Nick will eventually, hopefully, do with him, then you can head to BBC Sound, search for Sunderland. You'll find the Sunderland AFC podcast feed on there. If you subscribe to that, you can get all of the latest episodes of that on your phone as well, and that will include, hopefully in the next sort of hour or so, an interview with Régis Lebris. But we're going to finish by chatting to Tom, who's a Sunderland supporter. Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Colin.
You're nice and
Hello,
happy
Tom.
to be second in the Premier League table, aren't you, Tom?
Well, what can I say? But what a time to be a Sunderland supporter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Gary, I was listening to the commentary all day, and it sounds like it's been a hell of a game, that, like.
Oh, it's a great game. Tell you what, fantastic. You've got to make the most of it. You know, the team came here, and to be fair, you know, we come here, and I think we come here with a little bit of confidence that we can put in a performance and, you know, let Chelsea know that they're in the game. And you've got to say, you know, the players and everybody, you know, performed this afternoon. They performed this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's like what I said during the week. Let the rest of the teams worry about us now, and let's just keep going forward with this team, because as far as I'm concerned, I think we beat the world champion today, so I think the sky's the limit, and we've just got to take this and keep going forward and making the best of what we've got, and keep grabbing a few points here and there, and we'll be alright. We'll not get relegated.
Yeah, you're just going to keep going. That's what we've got to do. Take each game as they come.
That's all you can ask.
Cannot wait. It's an excellent time. It's an excellent time at the moment, and I think all Fulham supporters will probably back us on that, because we've never been as enthusiastic about the team, and all these new players, and they've all showed their worth, and long may it last.
Long may it last indeed. Tom, we're going to have to cut you a little bit short as time moves on, but thank you for your time as always, Tom. A little bit of a long wait for Sunderland as well, not back in action until Monday night, a week on Monday at home to Everton. Gary Bennett, I'm going to say goodbye to you and safe journey back up here.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you to
John.
you.
Take care.
Cheers, Gary. Take it easy. Safe home, mate.
And one more WhatsApp message for you, Ando, from Bill in Shipcut. Says, the result was paramount, but until the Botman injury, it was looking like a rerun of the game last season. Very scrappy until the last 15 minutes, and then we played with intensity. But Bill picks out a couple of individuals. He says, Murphy played really well, and I thought Asula made a big difference when he came on as well. We knew what Murphy was going to do, because he does it every time he gets a chance. But will Asula?
Yeah, he chases, he runs around, he's like he's just got great energy. He chases everything down. I mean, when he's cut inside and hit the shot, it's a real good shot. It's a real good strike. Keeper makes a good save from it. This is the goal, and obviously Guimaraes follows up, and he just rolls it into the corner of the net. But you know, he was direct, and that's what he gives you. You know, he's still very, very raw, no doubt about that. But when you've got a bit of rawness like that, people don't know how to react to it.
Indeed. Ando, you've got a shorter journey home, but safe home nonetheless.
Cheers, Colin. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to John Anderson.
Keep checking your stats.
Oh, I will. I'll tell you the number of expected interceptions on Monday night. Don't you worry. John Anderson there. Cheerio, John Anderson, former Newcastle United defender. Summarised this afternoon on their 2-1 win over Fulham. It's half term next week, so Friday's off. So it is me that can discuss the in-depth statistics of both 2-1 victories this afternoon. Marco Gabbiadini, of course, will be back on Total Sport on Monday with John Anderson as well. We are going to talk non-league football next.
It's about to get a whole lot scarier. I'm Danny Robbins, and every day this month I will be sharing Uncanny Listeners real-life ghost stories as we count down to the spookiest time of the year. An eerie starter of paranormal terror before the main course of a brand new season of Uncanny launching on Halloween itself. The Uncanny Halloween Countdown, every day on BBC Sounds.
Local football.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
You are listening to the local football roundup on BBC Radio Newcastle, the best place to get reaction to the day's non-league games in the North East. Drop us a message, let us know how your team got on today, what the performance was like, maybe what the referee was like if you keep it respectable. 08000 321 333 is the WhatsApp number, 81333 is the text number. Start all of those messages with the letters BBC, but remember not to message us if you're catching up on BBC Sounds later, because you might still be charged for your message, but we will not be able to read it. We'll hear from a couple of those involved in today's games, and in fact one of last night's games, in a minute or two. But first of all, here are all of today's results. We will start in the Enterprise National League. Gateshead 2, Truro City 2. Enterprise National League North, Macclesfield 1, South Shields 0. Isuzu FA Trophy first round proper. One game played last night. Dunstan 1, Hebburn Town 0. And today, Bradford Park Avenue 1, Morpeth Town 1. Bradford Park Avenue winning that 4-2 on penalties. The pitching in Northern Premier League East Division. Blythe Spartans 1, Ossett United 2. Consett 0, Bridlington Town 2. Garforth Town 0, Heaton Stannington 2. Grimsby Borough 0, Ashington 0. Matlock Town 6, Blythe Town 2. The EBAC Northern League Division 1. 3 games played last night. Birtley Town 5, Newcastle Blue Star 3. Newcastle Benfield 5, Northallerton Town 0. And Wickham 3, West Allotment Celtic 0. Today's games: Carlisle City 4, Hordern 1. Crooktown 0. Gisborough Town 1. Mask United 1, Shildon 3. North Shields 0, West Auckland Town 5. Penrith 3, Easington Colliery 0. And finally Whitley Bay 0, Kendal Town 0. EBAC Northern League Division 2 then. Again, 3 games played last night. Parkview 0, Darlington Town 1. Billingham Town 1, Yarman Eaglescliff 0. Sunderland West End 1, Prada 1. And then today's games: Alnwick Town 2, Chesterley Street Town 0. Billingham Synthonia 4, AFC Newbiggin 2. Eschwinning 0, Jarrow 2. Redcar Town 2, Durham United 1. Brighton and Crockbrook Albion 2, Grangetown Boys Club 1. Seaham Red Star 2, Towlaw Town 0. And finally Sunderland RCA 2, FC Hartlepool 1. That final result of all of those, possibly a candidate for result of the day. Brilliant win for Sunderland RCA. But our featured non-league game of the day was the first of those that we mentioned in the NPL East Division. Blythe Spartans coming into the game against Ossett United today off the back of 2 very impressive results and performances against teams high up the table. Paul Dixon, you watched them this afternoon, but they couldn't make it 3 good results in a row.
No, they couldn't. But for me, Colin, they definitely deserved at least a point out of the game. I've got their manager, Colin Myers, alongside me here. Colin, did you feel as though you deserved something out of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we deserved a point. Ultimately, it's a disappointing result, but I think the performance was there. The lads grafted really hard, and I think we should have had a point out of it, yeah.
I mean, you got back to 1s each with a penalty, and then Aaron Wearmouth, who made the penalty, got injured, was carried off. It was about a 10-minute delay. Do you think that disturbed Blythe Spartans' team out there on the pitch?
Absolutely. I think we switched off, and we didn't recover from that injury, and they've gone straight up and literally scored as soon as they've restarted playing. I think with the concentration there wasn't what it should have been, and we've switched off. We've been caught with a sucker punch.
And Colin, you've told me there, just before we come on air, that your players are 18, 19 and 20, a lot of them. But the lads who play for Gibraltar really caught the eye this afternoon.
Yeah, the 3 good lads. I mean, again, the 19 and 20-year-olds, so they're still young lads making their way in the game, and they're doing really well. They've made a massive impact at Blythe. And like all the rest of the lads, we're around 19, 20. We've got a couple of more experienced players, but the 3 of them have been brilliant since he came in.
And Colin, the crowd, who are sometimes can be very vocal here at Blythe, were right behind the team today, and they, like I, were a little bit disappointed when the winning goal went in.
Yeah, the crowd here are fantastic. They're fabulous. I mean, they really got behind the side, especially when we got the goal back, and we had a 10-minute spell where we pinned them into their own box. They were right behind us, and the crowd make a massive difference for us here, and I'm gutted for them that we haven't managed to get anything out of the game.
So you look to the next game, and you've got a game on Tuesday. You're playing Northumberland Senior Cup, the rearranged game when the floodlights went down with Blythe Town. You'll be looking to get back on winning ways there, Colin.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know what the side's going to be, because obviously we've signed players since that game. We don't know whether they're eligible or not. And we've got a couple of lads who have played in the Northumberland Senior Cup, so there'll be a lot of changes for Tuesday coming up. But yeah, it's a game that we have to go and win.
Well, Colin, I wish you all the best. I think you are a little bit unlucky today not to get a point, but we wish you all the best for the rest of the season. Colin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the other Colin as well. Blythe Spartans, by the sounds of things, a little bit unlucky this afternoon, but hopefully they have turned a corner. A team that, in fact, the only one of our teams of all 5 playing in the NPL East Division this afternoon to record a victory was Heaton Stannington away at Garforth this afternoon. I'm delighted to say that their manager Dean Nicholson joins us. Good evening, Dean.
Hi, good evening.
One nice and early, one a bit later on. 2 goals, clean sheet. Happy enough?
Yeah, 100%. To travel to a place like Garforth where we struggled last season in all 4 games against them, to go there and keep a clean sheet, to get 2 good goals is a testament to the lads. Seen if they went tonight. So yeah, the big 3 points on the road.
Indeed, yeah, it makes it a happier journey home as well, because it's not the shortest of journeys back up from Garforth. It also puts you up to 8th in the table as well, which I guess in some respects after 14 games doesn't matter too much, but it is so tight that you suspect it's still going to be tight come the end of the season as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think we were going through things this morning, me and Andy. I think it took us till Christmas, New Year to hit 20 points last year. We've done it 9 games earlier than we did last year. So it's been a real good start. But that's all it is. It's just a good start. We've now got to go and treat the next 9 before the end of the calendar year. How we have, obviously, the previous 9 and 10, and let's see where we can get to. It's a tight league. It's a really tough league at the top and at the bottom. We've learned that sometimes the hard way over the last 18 months. So yeah, the next game's always the biggest one, and obviously Emily's home next week's a real tough one. So we'll train well this week and go, like I say, hopefully pick another 3 points up next week.
I was going to say, it's the kind of division where games so often come thick and fast, particularly in the first half of the season where they're kind of front loaded to try and mitigate postponements, etc. Nice to have a full week.
It is. And obviously you can get the training pitch twice this week and work on stuff, and it's tough, but especially when the games are coming thick and fast with injuries and unavailabilities and holidays and works and all these things. I'm sure all managers in this league will say the same thing. So to have that clear week, to go and train twice, it certainly helps you. And like I say, there's no excuses now going into a home game next week.
Indeed. Safe rest of journey home. I've been saying that to everybody. But Dean Nicholson, Heaton Stannington manager there, always appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed, Dean. And a great win for them this afternoon as well. I'll come back to you, Dicka, in just a minute, but I also want to make note of a terrific win last night as well. 2 of our teams taking each other on in the first round of the FA Trophy. Neither of them had made it through ever in their history to the second round, so somebody was going to make history. Dunstan against Hebburn, and a cracking goal from Will Shaw in the first half. The only goal of the game in the end. Dunstan beating Hebburn by 1-0. After the game last night, their manager, Dunstan's manager, John McDonald, spoke to Mark Carruthers.
John, a magical night for the club, into the second round of the FA Trophy for the first time, a win in a local derby against Hebburn, and really a wonder goal that probably deserved to win any game.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Will. He's caught it. He's been threatening to do that for weeks, to be fair, but he just caught it perfectly, and like you say, it's a goal good enough to win any game of football.
There was a lot of talk going into this game about it being a local derby. Obviously Hebburn have progressed into step 3 of the pyramid now, but does this kind of performance, this kind of result give you heart that you can go at that level next?
It does, not just tonight. I mean, this season we've played 4 teams from the league above and we've won 3, and we got beat off a very, very good Gainsborough team. So I think my personal view is I think our style of play is more suited to the Northern Premier League, but we've still got a lot of work to do. There's 30 odd games left, but if we play like I thought we were magnificent on Tuesday at Bishop Auckland in the second half, I thought the lads were superb, and I thought we showed a different side of our game in the second half tonight, because Hebburn had a lot of territory in and around the box, but we put bodies on the line, and actually I thought we created the better chances. We've hit the post. Josh Donaldson's ran through 1-on-1. Sado's had a great opportunity when the goalkeeper spilled it, so I actually thought on chances we created the better ones, and I thought we were very good in the first half.
Haven't quite hit your stride yet in the league, so it's a challenge now to take the cup form into the league, I guess.
It is. It's I've just said that to the lads. If we can perform like that, we'll be a match for anybody in our division. So we've got another home game here on Tuesday against Grimsby Borough, and we've got to rest up now and be ready for that one, because it's no good winning tonight. We want to, our main objective is the league.
And I have to say, you've got a growing band of young supporters behind you in the dugouts there. I mean, never stop shouting tonight in awful conditions, but nights like this will help them come back.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, they're great. You know, it just seems to be growing and growing, but it makes a big difference. Just that noise, and it adds to the atmosphere. I don't know what the crowd was tonight, but a lot of people have come out on a really miserable night in terms of the weather. But I thought it was a really good game of football. Two strong sides and a good advert for North East football.
It was indeed, so congratulations to Dunson. 533 is the answer, by the way, to John McDonnell's question of what the attendance was last night. Paul Dixon, you were there. Given the conditions, that was a really good game that was settled by a very good goal.
Oh, it was a great game, Colin. It was. I would say that's probably the best goal I've seen this season. I've seen a few, but it could have went either way. I think if Hebben had maybe getting back to one each, it may well have been a different result. But great result for Hebben, and it was good for non-league football in the North East. Watching that level of play last night, I'm delighted that somebody has gone through to the next round because. Yes. Another cup tie, isn't it?
Morpeth were very, very close. Came back from a goal down at Bradford
was that
Park
penalties,
Avenue.
Colin,
it was penalties, yeah. 4-2 in the end on penalties. I know Bradford Park Avenue are the division below, but they're top of the division below, so there was never likely to be much between those two sides. From talking about the FA Trophy to briefly, Paul, talking about the FA Cup next weekend, because both Gateshead and South Shields in action. Gateshead away at AFC Wimbledon on the Saturday afternoon, but then you and I are going to be at the First Clyde Arena for South Shields against Shrewsbury on the Sunday lunchtime. Unfortunately, those South Shields are going into that off the back of their first defeat of the season.
Well, that was a tough game this afternoon, Colin, down there. We don't know the full story, but Macclesfield are, like Shields, a real good side, but I don't think it'll take Ian Watson and Carl Magnier to get them over that and get their minds on what can only be described as a very exciting FA Cup tie next week. I can't wait, Colin, until the play. I'm sure you're the same, but really looking forward to that game.
Indeed, and it feels a bit winnable as well. Even though the two divisions above them, it feels winnable. Paul Dixon, thank you very much indeed. And then we will be back next weekend with... it's a different sort of schedule next weekend because Newcastle United play on the Sunday and Sunderland play on the Monday night, but there will be non-league coverage. Like I mentioned, South Shields against Shrewsbury will be live on the BBC Sport website and app, and we'll do updates into Matthew Raisbeck's build-up because Newcastle play at 2 o'clock as well. South Shields off the back of that defeat today though, level on points with AFC Fylde at the top of the table, the National League at North table, but they have got a game in hand, do South Shields. There were two fantastic 2-1 victories for our biggest teams this afternoon. Newcastle United were 2-1 winners at home to Fulham. A late 90th minute winner from Bruno Guimaraes, giving them consecutive wins for just the second time this season after Jacob Murphy had given them the lead in the first half. But Sunderland's 2-1 victory away at Chelsea this afternoon, despite going a goal down after just 4 minutes to Alejandro Garnacho. Wilson Isidore equalised 20 minutes later. Shemsdean Talby, after great work from Brian Broby, scored in the 93rd minute. Sunderland, for the next few hours at least, are second in the Premier League table. Enjoy that for as long as it lasts. Lots for us to review when Total Sport is back. I'll be joined by Marco and Ando at 6 o'clock on Monday.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.